Lin Hua opened her eyes in a daze. Looking at the cold, hard luxury surrounding her, she froze. Shameful images from last night suddenly flashed through her mind. Gasp. Her world had collapsed. She had actually slept with her best friend's father. She wanted to dig a villa-sized hole with her toes and bury herself in it. It all started with a blind date 3 days ago. She had been dumped, and her ex had gotten engaged at lightning speed. So, on impulse, she went on a blind date with her best friend's father. Her best friend had told her that her dad was rich, handsome, and in great shape. He had no bad habits and was supposedly even more celibate than a monk when it came to women. If she married him, she would instantly become a wealthy Mrs. Jiangbei. It would basically be an easy win. She hadn't agreed. But later, when her ex's fiancé came looking for trouble, she changed her mind. So what if it was a blind date? So what if it meant marrying a man 10 years older than her? And what if he couldn't perform? Perfect. She had no intention of giving herself to him anyway. Besides, the Gu family wanted her to get married as soon as possible, so she wouldn't become a ticking time bomb beside Gu Zheng. She owed the Gu family for raising her, so she could consider this her way of repaying that debt. But Lin Hua never imagined that her best friend's father would not only be perfectly capable, but would also get drunk and ravish her again and again. It was almost as if he had never touched a woman before. Actually, her best friend hadn't lied. Although her father was 10 years older than Lin Hua, he was an extremely handsome man with an imposing presence. The way he expressionlessly signed the marriage agreement, his Adam's apple bobbing as he did so, it was seriously tempting. After they registered their marriage, he had to attend a business function, so he sent someone to move his luggage to Lin Shui Xiaoxia. Originally, her best friend, Xia Bauer, had planned to come home with them, but for some reason, she went back to school instead. Then Xia Zhohan came home, reeking of alcohol. Out of kindness, she helped him wash up. But he had clearly been drunk and completely out of control. In short, everything spiraled out of control the moment they started washing up. Lin Hua shook her head, cupping her burning cheeks. She couldn't let herself think about it anymore. She had liked Gu Zheng for so many years. After finally confessing her feelings and successfully getting together with him, who would have thought that after only 3 months of dating, he would kick her to the curb? The reason? They came from different social backgrounds. That was true. Her parents had died young, and her family's business had been completely swallowed up by her uncle's family. If the Gu family hadn't taken her in, she would have been sent to an orphanage long ago. She and Gu Zheng had grown up together. She had thought they could stay together for the rest of their lives. But in the end, he only said one thing. Asterisk, I've always thought of you as my little sister. Asterisk, his little sister? Then what did you mean by accepting my confession? You dated me and went on dates with me just to toy with my feelings? Lin Hua had always had a strong sense of pride. After entering university, she stopped living with the Gu family. She was also about to graduate from graduate school. It had been half a month since the breakup, and Gu Zheng hadn't contacted her once. She thought she hated him, but she had neither the right nor the confidence to hate him. All she could do was avoid him and silently endure the pain of being dumped. Seeing how heartbroken she was, her best friend Xia Bauer suggested that she go on a blind date. The man was none other than her father, Xia Zhohan, president of the Xia Group. My dad is handsome and rich. He's way better than that lucky bastard of yours. And if you run into him in the future, you can slap him right in the face. You can't possibly find some ugly loser and let that lucky bastard look down on you, right? Xia Bauer often called Gu Zheng lucky bastard, because in her eyes, Lin Hua was the best girl in the entire world. The fact that Gu Zheng had been loved by her for so many years made him unbelievably lucky. Don't worry. My dad is even more celibate than a monk. He won't take advantage of you. My grandma is forcing him to get married as soon as possible. Although he's divorced, there are countless heiresses from wealthy families chasing after him, but he doesn't like any of them. He said he wants someone gentle, sensible, and talented. You're perfect, and with me around, my dad can't bully you. Once we've gotten enough benefits out of this, you can divorce him. Then we'll travel around the world together. For a while, Lin Hua wondered if she had somehow befriended a fake best friend. Xia Bauer and Lin Hua were both students at Jian University, except Lin Hua was about to graduate while Xia Bauer had only just entered university. Lin Hua was 25, while Xia Bauer was 17. Somehow, the two had become unlikely best friends despite their 8-year age gap. And now, she had even become her best friend's stepmother. She had actually entered into an age gap marriage with her best friend's father. Oh God. Bzzz. Her phone vibrated several times. Lin Hua found it under the bed and turned it on. The contact name read, Boss Xia. Asterisk, there's an urgent matter at the company. Get some good rest. If you need anything, tell Annie Fun. Asterisk. She quietly replied. Okay. Scrolling down, she saw a message from Xia Bauer. Asterisk, we said we'd celebrate you finally being off the market. But my counselor kept calling me last night, so I had to go back to school first. It was too late for me to come home. How are you and my dad getting along? Asterisk. Lin Hua's cheeks grew warm. There was no way she could tell Xia Bauer. I got along with your dad in bed. How embarrassing. That girl had given her completely wrong information. Her dad wasn't incapable. He was way too capable. Just as she was about to reply, Xia Bauer's call came through. Hello? Hua, you're awake. I asked Annie Fun, and she said you still haven't left the bedroom. My dad didn't give you a hard time last night, did he? I told him you're my best friend, so he has to treat you nicely. Oh, right. My counselor said there's a problem with my thesis, and I desperately need a top student to save me. Meet me at the library. Lin Hua was a little puzzled. Auntie Fan hadn't told Xia Bauer that she had spent the night in her father's bedroom. A maid who knew when to keep her mouth shut was a perfect maid. Okay, I'll take a taxi over. Why take a taxi? Didn't you get your driver's license? Go pick a car from my dad's garage. Once we're done with the thesis, we'll drive to the suburbs. I'll give you a big wedding gift. Lin Hua thought to herself. Looks like I'm definitely driving this car. She went to the garage and chose the most low-key option, a white, fully loaded Mercedes-Benz. The CF family was incredibly wealthy. This was actually the cheapest car in their garage. Even the Gu family, which was considered a wealthy family in Jiangnan, couldn't compare to the Xia family. Xia Bauer was right. At the very least, her father was handsome and loaded. He was indeed perfect for a marriage. Lin Hua drove very carefully, terrified that if she scratched the car, she wouldn't be able to afford the repairs. When she arrived at the library, Xia Bauer was holding her phone and chattering away, apparently having a long conversation with someone. The moment she saw Lin Hua, she immediately hung up. Mommy, that single mommy, nearly sent Lin Hua straight to the grave. ##### Chapter 2. My dad is loaded. Spend until you can't. Let's just keep calling each other by our usual names, whether we're at home or outside. Xia Bauer, isn't this exactly what my dad wanted? If she didn't call her mom, she wouldn't get any allowance. Her dad was ruthless. The moment she made a mistake, he would immediately freeze her bank cards. She had once dated secretly while still young and almost got deceived emotionally and physically, so her dad froze her cards for an entire month. During that month, she ate nothing but steamed buns and pickled vegetables every day. She was practically depressed. One day, she came home late, and there was nothing to eat. Lin Hua gave her a sandwich that was about to expire. She still remembered the taste of that sandwich to this day. Later, when she got into trouble, Lin Hua stayed by her side, taking the beating and enduring hunger with her. From then on, Xia Bauer completely treated Lin Hua as her real best friend. The people who had beaten them up were eventually driven out of Jiangbei. Strangely enough, her dad had been especially furious that time. Not only did he freeze her bank cards, but he also sent her to a training camp where she suffered for half a month. The reason? She kept causing trouble everywhere and had dragged an innocent person into it. As soon as she came out of the training camp, her dad transferred 200,000 yuan to her, telling her to properly repay her best friend. This time, when she introduced her best friend as her future stepmother, Xia Bauer had also figured out what her dad meant. Rather than finding some stranger to argue with you every day, why not find someone familiar? Xia Bauer's brain worked at lightning speed. Asterisk, someone familiar? Who could be more familiar than my best friend? Asterisk. Having her best friend become her stepmother. How awesome was that? Didn't you say you were going to live with me at the Xia residence? The Xia family's villa was enormous, with plenty of rooms. Lin Hua had originally planned to stay in a guest room, but Xia Bauer insisted that she stay in the bedroom next door, and that bedroom happened to be directly opposite Xia Zhouhan's. With the third wheel gone, Lin Hua had somehow been coaxed into bed just like that. Xia Bauer had no idea that a major event had happened during the single night she was away. She casually said, I am going to live with you, but I've been busy with my thesis. Our house is huge, so you don't need to worry about awkwardly running into my dad. He leaves early and comes home late every day. The longest I've gone without seeing him was 2 whole months. It was just that her dad had been acting a little strange lately. He hadn't been working overtime much anymore. Maybe because he was getting married and his great-grandmother had lectured him about spending more time with his family. Xia Bauer dragged Lin Hua into the library, still muttering. My dad transferred 300,000 yuan to me this morning and told me to focus on my thesis. I suspect he's trying to psychologically manipulate me into becoming his successor. Lin Hua said, maybe. But honestly, with Xia Bao's 3 minutes of enthusiasm personality, she was far more suited to being a spoiled heiress than a strong, capable successor. The moment they sat down in a corner of the library, Xia Bao suddenly leaned toward her. What's that on your neck? Xia Bao widened her eyes and stared closely at the faint pink marks. Lin Hua instinctively covered her neck. Things had gotten a little intense last night. She had even spent a long time covering the marks with concealer before leaving the house. Seeing the guilty look on her best friend's face, Xia Bao was both shocked and delighted. You and my dad. You too. Lin Hua watched her normally talkative best friend stumble over her words and felt so embarrassed that she wanted to crawl into a hole. Keep your voice down. Really? Last night, you two actually made it official. Xia Bao started tugging at her collar, trying to peek beneath her collarbone. Lin Hua quickly pushed her away. Stop messing around. Hua, if my dad dared bully you, I'd go confront him right now. I'd cry, throw a tantrum, and threaten to kill myself if I had to. At worst, he'll freeze my bank cards again. At a time like this, my best friend's innocence is the most important thing. Lin Hua didn't know whether to feel touched or helpless. No, it was just, your dad was drunk last night, and I didn't expect things to turn out like this. My dad is always so serious. He actually took advantage of you while drunk. We're already married. Don't make it sound so criminal. He took advantage of you, and you're still defending him. Just as Xia Bao was happily going on, she suddenly received a call from Xie Zhouan. She shushed Lin Hua before getting up to answer it outside. Lin Hua's cheeks felt hot, and for some reason, her heart began beating faster. A short while later, Xia Bao returned. My dad knows he was wrong. He told me to take you shopping for a ring. Since he sincerely admits his mistake and apologized, forgive him. How about we make him pay big today? Xia Bao took it all in stride. Asterisk, so my best friend really became my stepmother? Fine, then I'll spoil her. Asterisk. Her dad was incredibly good at making money. Supporting both her and her best friend would be a piece of cake. You and my dad really became husband and wife. That's actually pretty good. If you two ever argue, I'll definitely take your side instead of his. Lin Hua, you really don't have to go that far. Since she had decided to register her marriage with Xie Zhouan, she had already thought about this day. She couldn't possibly remain faithful to a man who didn't cherish her for the rest of her life, right? Besides, although Xie Zhouan looked cold and wasn't particularly gentle, he was handsome and had a good character. And he was Xia Bao's father. Back when Xia Bao had helped her deal with that huge problem, Lin Hua had already thought about repaying her someday. There's no need to buy a ring. Didn't you say you were going to give me a big wedding gift? Hurry up and help me solve the problems with your thesis. Then let's go to the countryside. It would be nice to get some fresh air. We're going to the countryside, and we're buying a ring too. My dad has tons of money. Spend as much as you want. You can't possibly bankrupt him. Lin Hua. Asterisk showing off her wealth now, huh? Now, huh? Asterisk. Even Xia Bao hadn't expected her own father to be back in action again. This was a good thing. After being single for so many years, he had finally gotten back into the game. Lin Hua didn't think about any of that. After helping Xia Bao solve several problems with her thesis, the two went to the cafeteria for lunch. Although Xia Bao was a wealthy heiress, she had still experienced plenty of hardship. She was perfectly capable of coming down to earth and enjoying the simple pleasures of everyday life. They swiped their meal cards and got 3 dishes and a soup. The moment they sat down, a commotion suddenly broke out nearby. Wow, he's so handsome. Which senior is he? His legs are so long. I wish I had a boyfriend like that. He looks so familiar. I think he came to our university for a financial lecture before. What was his name again? Gu. Xia Bao suddenly shot to her feet. Why is that scumbag here? Hasn't he hurt you enough already? That bastard. I'm going to beat him up. Xia Bao knew all about what had happened between Lin Hua and Gu Zhang. When Lin Hua had gone through the breakup, she had cried her eyes out. Xia Bao had been the one who took her home and looked after her. Lin Hua clearly remembered that night too. She had been extremely drunk that night. She vaguely remembered someone staying by her side the entire time, feeding her water, listening to her complaints, and wiping her face for her. Apart from Xia Bao, no one had ever treated her so well. She didn't want Xia Bao to offend Gu Zhang because of her, so she quickly grabbed her arm. Don't be impulsive. It's over between us. Hua, don't pretend you're fine. Xia Bao grabbed her wrist instead. If you're hurting, just cry it out. She still remembered how Lin Hua had cried that night, with tears and snot all over her face. She had looked miserable and pitiful. In Xia Bao's heart, Lin Hua was a gentle, beautiful, kind, and loyal senior. She was also a talented, independent, sophisticated beauty. But that time, Lin Hua had cried even harder than a child who had lost her favorite candy. Lin Hua cleared her throat. I'm not hurting. I don't want to cry. That's right. You already have my dad. Why would you need that Gu guy anymore? As they spoke, Gu Zheng had already walked over to them. Gu Zheng was tall and imposing, with a handsome, composed face. He was absolutely the kind of man who could make countless young women fall for him. Lin Hua had lived with the Gu family for many years. Gu Zheng had always treated her well, taking care of her thoughtfully and showing her affection and concern. She had secretly loved Gu Zheng for many years. Encouraged by Xia Bao, she had finally confessed her feelings. And he had accepted. Unfortunately, the beautiful dream shattered far too quickly. Hua. Gu Zheng's voice was deep, carrying a trace of restrained emotion. Even throwing a tantrum should have its limits. You should come home now. Mom and Dad miss you very much. Lin Hua put down her chopsticks and looked up. Her tone was distant and indifferent. Mr. Gu, I'm already an adult, and I'm about to graduate. You don't need to worry about me anymore. Mom and Dad, I'll visit Uncle and Auntie when I have time. Gu Zheng took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. Do you really have to become this distant from me? Chapter 3, An Old Bull Eating Tender Grass. Mr. Gu, we've already broken up. That day, she had gone to the club to find him. He had been sitting with his fiancée, Li Surong. Li Surong was practically curled up in his arms, and the intimate tension between them was unmistakable. Lin Hua had heard Gu Zheng say her name in an icy voice with her own ears. Lin Hua is just an orphan my parents adopted. I've always treated her like my own little sister. If you mind, I'll keep my distance from her in the future. She's soft-hearted and doesn't have much of a mind of her own. Don't hold it against her. Even now, Lin Hua still remembered the expression on Gu Zheng's face. How hypocritical. Later, Gu Zheng realized she had overheard everything and followed her to the restroom. She asked to break up. He agreed. Lin Hua figured that he had probably wanted to break up all along and had simply been waiting for her to say it first. As she was leaving, his fiancée came after her and slapped her. Lin Hua, I hope you understand your place. Don't think you've hidden your little feelings so well. I'm going to marry Gu Zheng, so don't you dare try to steal my man. She had secretly loved Gu Zheng for so many years. How could no one have known? It was just that no one knew they had dated for 3 months. Gu Zheng, whenever he truly wanted to hide something, he was very good at keeping it hidden. The memories pierced Lin Hua's heart like needles, and she didn't want to think about them anymore. She grabbed Xia Bao and prepared to leave. Gu Zheng caught her wrist. Stop making a scene. I'll explain what happened someday. Lin Hua shook off his hand, every word cold and distant. Mr. Gu, please have some self-respect. If your fiancée sees this, she'll think I'm shamelessly trying to seduce you again. You treated me as your little sister, and likewise, I've always treated you as my big brother. Gu Zheng sighed, still throwing a tantrum. Couldn't she just behave herself for once? Seeing that Gu Zheng was still trying to pester her, Xia Bao immediately unleashed her signature move, a punch. Gu Zheng barely avoided getting hit in his handsome face. Gu, stop pestering my Hua. She belongs to the Xia family now. With that, Xia Bao proudly wrapped an arm around Lin Hua and walked away. Gu Zheng muttered to himself. So she found herself a new backer. But Hua, you'll come back to me. He made a phone call. How's the Maple Lake matter going? Mr. Gu, that piece of land was bought by someone 3 years ago. I finally managed to contact the owner, and they agreed to sell it to us. But 3 days ago, Gu Zheng's expression darkened. Get to the point. The Xia group acquired the land. Thinking about Xia Bao, who had just thrown a punch at him, Gu Zheng frowned. Which member of the Xia family? The Xia family's eldest daughter, Xia Bao. Gu Zheng's breathing gradually grew heavier. He had originally wanted to buy the land at Maple Lake and give it to Lin Hua. As long as she was happy, she would obediently come home. He hadn't expected the Xia family to beat him to it. It seemed that after becoming friends with Xia Bao, she really had found some confidence. She no longer wanted him as her brother. Use your own name. Find a way to take that land back from Xia Bao. Yes, Mr. Gu. Taking something from the Xia family was no different from snatching food from a tiger's mouth. Donghe felt a whole herd of imaginary alpacas stampeding through his heart. Hua, you're just too nice. If it were me, I would have blocked that scumbag ages ago. Lin Hua cleared her throat. I blocked him on WeChat, but I lived with the Gu family for so many years. I can't be too heartless. Yes, yes, yes. You're repaying the kindness of being raised by them. I get it, I get it. What I don't get is that Guzheng already got engaged to Li Serong. So why is he still bothering you? Is there something wrong with his brain? Lin Hua didn't understand either. Arranged marriages usually weren't decided overnight. Since Uncle Gu and Aunt Wen had apparently chosen Li Serong long ago, why had Guzheng accepted Lin Hua's confession 3 months earlier? He had said he would find the right opportunity to tell Uncle Gu and Aunt Wen, which was why almost no one knew about their relationship. Thinking about it now, perhaps everything had gone exactly according to his plan. On one hand, he enjoyed her admiration and devotion. On the other, he still intended to marry a wealthy young woman from a family of equal standing. A suitable match. Lin Hua swallowed. Once upon a time, she too had been a beloved daughter, treasured by her parents. Seeing the moisture gathering in her eyes, Xie Bauer hurriedly changed the subject. Didn't I say I was going to give you a big wedding gift? Once my milk tea arrives, we'll set off. Weren't you trying to lose weight? You need to drink milk tea to have the energy to lose weight. Xie Bauer wasn't fat. She had a voluptuous figure, slim when dressed, curvy underneath, but she was always talking about losing weight. She wanted to become like Lin Hua, with that delicate Jiangnan beauty look and a willow-thin waist. Lin Hua always humored her. I wonder if my dad can get off work early today. What did you say? Ah, nothing. Xie Group headquarters. Outside the floor-to-ceiling windows of the CEO's office, the winding river of Jiangbei stretched into the distance. The glass curtain walls softened the midday sunlight, which fell across the dark leather sofa. Xie Zhuan held a cup of long cold black coffee between his fingers. His distinct knuckles unconsciously rubbed against the side of the cup. For once, there was a faint, almost imperceptible trace of worry between his usually icy brows. The moment Wei Fanqing saw that expression, he knew something huge had happened. You really got married? I honestly thought the marriage certificate you posted last night was photoshopped. Last night, he and Zheng Yi had both received a call from old Madame Xie, asking them to introduce potential partners to this block of wood. Old Madame Xie had even given him a thick stack of photos, but he hadn't bothered to look at a single one. He, Xie Zhuan, and Zheng Yi had grown up together. They were as close as real brothers. The three of them were the famous iron triangle of Jiangbei's elite circle. They fought together, drank together, chased women together, and raised children together. Ahem. More accurately, they helped Zheng Yi chase women, a beautiful and badass older woman. And they helped Xie Zhuan raise a child. At 18, Xie Zhuan had gone to Africa on an aid mission, somehow gotten married, and returned with a baby in his arms. Before Xie Zhuan could answer, Zheng Yi, dressed in a perfectly tailored suit, pushed open the door and walked in. What's going on? I was out shopping with my fiancé, and you called me over here like the place was on fire. Wei Fanqing pointed at Xie Zhuan. Ask him, was last night's liquor not strong enough? Impossible. My fiancé and I have had it a few times, and it works immediately every time. We can go at it all night without getting tired. What? Don't tell me you can't perform. Zheng Yi talked, even wilder than his name suggested. Xie Zhuan's face darkened. You still dare bring that up? After registering his marriage yesterday, Xie Zhuan had returned to the company to deal with some work. Then this bastard, Zheng Yi, claimed that his fiancée had dumped him and insisted on drinking. After drinking that liquor, Xie Zhuan had immediately felt something was off. When he returned home, his newlywed young wife helped him wash up. Somehow, the normally restrained man felt as though something inside him had been unlocked. The beast within him had broken free. Wei Fanqing became excited. Xiao Yi, Brother Xie's marriage certificate wasn't photoshopped. He really got married. I specifically asked Bauer this morning. She said his wife is one of her senior schoolmates. Zheng Yi cursed. Out of 10 women in the architecture school, 9 are supposedly dinosaurs. But the woman on the marriage certificate, she was absolutely stunning. She's really our sister-in-law. Xie Zhuan nodded solemnly. He was married. Seeing him nod, Wei Fanqing became even more excited. Bauer's senior? Then doesn't that mean you're an old bull eating tender grass? Zheng Yi immediately joined in the teasing. Our brother Xie is built like a pillar holding up the heavens. He can handle any kind of grass. Xie Zhuan snorted coldly. The two immediately shut up. After a moment of silence, he said, I called you here because there's something I want to ask. Zheng Yi looked at him warily. You drank the wrong liquor yourself last night. Don't blame me. He had promised old Madame Xie that he would secretly test whether Xie Zhouhan was really incapable. If Xie Zhouhan truly got married, then once he went home, the problem would solve itself. If he wasn't married, Zheng Yi had even prepared a beautiful, respectable woman for him. But who knew that after drinking last night, Xie Zhouhan had vanished without a trace? Zheng Yi never even got the chance to make any arrangements. Wei Fanqing rolled his eyes. What are you afraid of? If it weren't for your liquor, would he have ended up winning over such a beauty? With his personality, even if he got married, he might not have been able to break through. Xie Zhouhan shot him a single look. Wei Fanqing immediately sealed his filthy mouth shut. Chapter 4. We've already slept together. You owe her compensation. My dad has two close buddies, and they've both been subtly inviting me out to dinner. Basically, they want me to bring along my beautiful young stepmother. Hua, are you going? Xie Bauer poked at her phone screen as she asked her best friend, who was driving. Lin Hua furrowed her delicate brows. Do we really have to go to this kind of dinner? Before she and Xie Zhouhan registered their marriage, they had signed an agreement. He wouldn't force her to enter his social circle, and they would keep their marriage private for a while to give themselves time to adjust to each other. However, there was also a supplementary clause. If it concerned his career, she would have to appear publicly as Mrs. Xie when necessary. Xie Bauer quickly explained, my dad looks refined and polite on the outside, but he's actually very cold-hearted. He's only ever had two friends. One is Zheng Yi, a second-generation revolutionary family heir who currently holds a fairly high position in the military. The other is Wei Fanqing, a second-generation official whose entire family is involved in politics. Neither of them is bad. They're generous too, and they've watched me grow up. They found out that my dad's 1,000-year-old iron tree finally blossomed, so they stuffed me with huge red envelopes. They just want to meet my stepmother. Hua, we'll have dinner together and split the red envelopes. How about it? Lin Hua helplessly shook her head. So you were bribed with red envelopes. Hey, why turn down free money? Besides, they're both good people, and they're extremely close to my dad. Why don't we wait a little longer? Mr. Xie and I aren't familiar with each other yet. Meeting his brothers at this point doesn't seem appropriate. She hadn't yet decided whether she wanted to genuinely develop a relationship with Xie Zhouhan. The marriage had been an impulsive decision. She would take responsibility for it, but there was still someone else in her heart. She couldn't deceive Xie Zhouhan, and even less could she give Xie Bauer hope only to disappoint her later. Fine, I'll tell them. Xie Bauer silently requested a refund in the group chat, her heart bleeding as she typed a message that sounded especially tough. My beautiful stepmother is still too stunning for you two to gaze upon. Send bigger red envelopes next time, and I'll think about it. Xie Group Headquarters. In the office, Wei Fanqing casually picked up a cigar box from the coffee table and pulled out a cigar, holding it beneath his nose to smell it. When he saw the reply on his phone, he immediately cursed. Holy crap, is this really the Xie Bauer I know? She actually managed to resist the temptation of money. Zheng Yi said faintly. She must really be her best friend. Xie Zhouhan picked up his coffee, his slender fingers lightly tapping against the table. What I just asked? No answer. Wei Fanqing looked utterly depressed. I have no experience with how to please a wife. I only know how to flirt. I've wandered through a sea of flowers without a single leaf touching me. That's my principle. Zheng Yi leaned against the other end of the sofa, sounding smug. I have experience with this. Back when I was pursuing Qiang, I spent several lifetimes worth of effort on her. Even a cold, abstinent beauty like her fell for me. Your little college student wife will be easy by comparison. I'll teach you. You made such a huge spectacle when you pursued Qiang. You cried, threw tantrums, threatened suicide. There was nothing you didn't try. The entire Jiangbei knows you're her pathetic simp. What's there to be proud of? Zheng Yi glared viciously at his fake brother. That was romance. Romance. Xie Zhouhan's voice carried a hint of warning. If you keep talking nonsense, get out. Wei Fanqing shrugged. He had already accepted the fact that this iceberg had gotten married and was now trying to please his wife. He certainly wasn't going to pass up the chance to watch the drama unfold. After all, no one wanted to watch their good brother stay single until he died. Even if his wife was younger, with his brother's looks and physique, he was more than qualified. Zheng Yi could tell Xie Zhouhan wasn't joking, and he was genuinely happy for him too. At least he hadn't gotten married just to appease his family. That was a good thing. So he began pouring his heart and soul into sharing his experience in winning over a wife. First, you have to be generous. Buy her a car, a house, jewelry. Second, you need to be romantic. Stop working overtime all the time. Make some time to take her out for candlelit dinners, go stargazing, look at the moon together. Finally, and this is the most important point, you have to. Xing Yi swallowed and said heavily, use your sex appeal. Xie Zhouhan's expression instantly froze. Wei Fanqing's eyes widened. A moment later, he completely lost it. Ha ha, Wild King, you're going to kill me. Xing Yi looked at the two of them with complete seriousness. Which scientist said it again? Something about a woman's, whatever being the path to a woman's heart. There's scientific evidence for it. You two already slept together, didn't you? Keep going. With your looks and physique, forget about some young girl. Even a nun could fall at your feet in that suit. Wei Fanqing immediately started chattering away. Xie Zhouhan said nothing. He simply took a sip of his coffee. What Xing Yi had said wasn't entirely unreasonable. There was another man in her heart, but her body wasn't resistant to him. In fact, they were surprisingly compatible. His phone received a message from Xie Bauer. Dad, we're here. Where are you? Work's over. Xie Zhouhan stood up and left first. Xing Yi called after him. You're leaving early. Hey, where are you going? You told me to sell that piece of land to Bauer. What did you mean by that? Wei Fanqing was confused. He put an arm around Xing Yi's shoulder and asked curiously, you two invested behind my back? How many billions? I want in. Get lost. Xing Yi was beginning to have trouble understanding Xie Zhouhan. Was he actually interested in Bauer Sr.? Could this have been part of his plan all along? Wei Fanqing snorted. I'm definitely finding an opportunity to go to Jiang University and check out our sister-in-law. Looking at the increasingly familiar scenery, Lin Hua unconsciously tightened her grip on the steering wheel. Bauer, this is Maple Lake. The scenery here is beautiful, and it would be perfect for development. But for some reason, a mysterious person bought up all the land around Maple Lake and refused to sell it to construction companies. So it has remained in its most natural state. Xie Bauer put on a mysterious expression. Hua, the wedding gift I prepared for you is here. We're almost there. Turn left up ahead, and we'll be there. Lin Hua's breathing gradually slowed. Maple Lake. Before her parents died, they had been negotiating for this very piece of land. They had wanted to build a rose garden there for their only daughter. She had even visited the place with them and had fallen in love with the lake. But shortly after those negotiations failed, her parents died unexpectedly. Then her uncle took her mother's will and seized the family fortune. Lin Hua had almost been sent to a welfare home. It was Uncle Gu and Aunt Wen who adopted her. Her thoughts churned, but beside her, Xie Bauer's excited voice suddenly rang out. Hua, isn't that my dad? Lin Hua let out a small, and indeed saw a familiar car at the corner. It was the same black Rolls-Royce Cullinan that Xie Zhouhan had driven on the day they registered their marriage. My dad works fast, Xie Bauer muttered. He must have found out that I prepared a gift for you and came all the way here. Don't let his age fool you. He's extremely reliable, and he's so handsome. He's way better than that indecisive Gu Zheng. Lin Hua looked at her best friend, who was constantly trying to sell her on her own father, and felt helpless. Bauer, actually, your father and I only have a contractual marriage. You really didn't need to tell him to come here. And this gift, my dad wasn't capable before. That was my guarantee to you before the marriage. But now he suddenly is, and he even did that with you. He has to take responsibility. Xie Bauer hurriedly explained. You'll definitely love the gift I prepared. Prepared. As for my dad, if you don't like him, you can just make some money out of the marriage. Anyway, you absolutely cannot end up with neither the man nor the money. Was Xie Zhouhan really her biological father? You've already slept together. He has to compensate you. #### Chapter 5. Men in suits are the best at flirting. You've already slept together, so he has to compensate you. Xie Bauer's words made the fragmented, heated scenes from the previous night involuntarily flash through Lin Hua's mind. It's already the modern age. It was just an accident. Hua, you're blushing. You're seriously the most innocent girl I've ever met. Ha. Could she not blush? That refined man in a perfectly tailored suit had been incredibly passionate in bed. She simply couldn't imagine how a cold, restrained man like Xie Zhouhan could be so good at flirting, and even, the more she thought about it, the more embarrassed she became. Lin Hua vigorously shook the inappropriate images out of her head and maneuvered the car into the parking space beside the Cullinan. The man in the suit walked over and gentlemanly opened the car door for her. Lin Hua looked up, and the tips of her ears immediately grew warm. The man was simply too tall and imposing. He wore a simple dark gray suit with a white shirt underneath, giving him an air of both restraint and authority. You drive well. When did you get your license? As he spoke, He shielded her head with one hand. His warm breath happened to brush against her ear. Lin Hua's heart skipped a beat. She instinctively moved to the side, but he casually caught her wrist. "What's wrong?" Lin Hua said, "I got my license in college." "Nothing's wrong. It's just a little hot." Xie Zhuhan looked at her with deep, unreadable eyes. Just then, Xie Bauer, the human light bulb, suddenly appeared and squeezed herself between the two of them. "Dad, I won't bring up what happened before, but today I'm giving my best friend a wedding gift. You can't fall behind either." She had given her dad a serious lesson outside the university library. Since he had slept with her best friend, he had to take responsibility. Hearing the implication in Xie Bauer's words, Lin Hua cleared her throat. "Bauer, stop talking nonsense. Don't be shy. My dad is a very responsible man. I firmly believe he'll take responsibility for his actions." "Right, Dad?" Xie Zhuhan hummed in agreement. His intense gaze landed directly on the marks from kisses on her neck. Lin Hua felt as though his gaze alone was setting her on fire. She was so embarrassed that she wanted to sink into the ground. "Let's go." Xie Bauer was about to follow them when Xie Zhuhan gently pushed her back. She froze. "What?" Xie Zhuhan didn't even spare her a glance. He simply strode after Lin Hua. The unique, crisp scent of cedar emanating from him drifted over. Lin Hua nervously quickened her pace. "Daddy, Mommy, wait for me." Xie Bauer's cry of "Mommy" nearly killed Lin Hua on the spot. Lin Hua said, "Don't call me that." Xie Zhuhan said, "She's filial." "That's a good thing." Xie Bauer shamelessly took advantage of the situation. "Oomph, my mommy is super pretty. I get so much face whenever I take her out." As they spoke, the three arrived beside a lake. Xie Bauer pointed toward the lake across from them. "We're here. Beautiful mommy. This is the wedding gift I prepared for you." Lin Hua looked up. Maple Lake appeared before her eyes, almost exactly as it had when she was a child. But what it stirred up were her warmest memories from the past. Xie Zhuhan's voice sounded beside her. "There's a rose garden on the other side of the lake." Lin Hua unconsciously clenched her fists. In a low voice, she asked, "Bauer, how did you think of buying this place?" Xie Bauer was holding her phone and taking pictures. Hearing the question, she instinctively glanced at Xie Zhuhan. Xie Zhuhan calmly explained, "She overheard a conversation I had with a business partner about developing this area. So she used my connections to purchase the land and then built a rose garden." Xie Bauer couldn't have acquired the land on her own. After hearing Xie Zhuhan's explanation, Lin Hua understood. "Is the Xie group planning to develop this area?" Lin Hua asked. "This place already belongs to Bauer. She's giving it to you, so it belongs to you. Whether you want to develop it or not is up to you." Lin Hua stared at his sharply defined features and couldn't speak for a moment. Xie Bauer hurried over to explain. "I'm sorry, Hua. You mentioned Maple Lake when you were drunk, so I took matters into my own hands. As for the rose garden," she glanced at her father. "Well, I know you like blue roses. I wanted to give you flowers, but flowers die eventually, right? So I figured I'd give you an entire rose garden instead. As long as the garden remains, the roses will never wither." Lin Hua's eyes had already grown hot and moist. She threw her arms around Xie Bauer and hugged her tightly. "Xie Bauer, is she really this easy to move?" She silently glanced toward her dad. Shouldn't some of this enthusiasm go to Dad?" Xie Zhuhan gazed deeply at the two girls hugging each other. This lake was her lifelong fixation, and it represented the love her parents had wanted to give her but never had the chance to complete. It was perfectly normal for her to be overwhelmed with emotion. "I'll go take a look over there." Xie Zhuhan left first. The moment he was gone, Lin Hua immediately asked Xie Bauer, "Bauer, how much did you pay for this land?" Even if she had used Xie Zhuhan's connections, what about the money? Xie Bauer received a generous allowance, but she was always getting into trouble and having her bank cards frozen, so the amount of money she could actually access wasn't that large. Not much. Only 700,000. How could that be? When my parents were negotiating for this land when I was little, it was already 2 million. After all these years, the price must have gone up. Not to mention the rose garden. Anyone could tell it had cost a fortune to build. She had always kept an eye on Jiangbei's real estate market. This piece of land was worth at least tens of millions, and she couldn't even imagine how much the rose garden had cost. Xie Bauer hurriedly raised her hand and swore. "Really? I swear." The seller was desperate to get rid of it. Apparently, they were trying to flee overseas to escape their debts, so I got a bargain. Of course, I also leveraged my dad's reputation. Otherwise, they definitely wouldn't have agreed so readily. Lin Hua bit her lip. The faint confusion in her heart found an answer when she saw the tall figure ahead. When did you buy it? Not that long ago. Around the time you broke up with that lucky bastard. She remembered that when she broke up with Gu Zheng, Xie Bauer had immediately encouraged her to find someone and get married. Could it be that Xie Bauer had already started persuading Xie Zhohan to marry her back then? If that was really the case, then this land. And that rose garden. Hua, what are you thinking about? Don't you like my gift? Gift? The thought that had flashed through Lin Hua's mind was interrupted, and she couldn't quite grasp it. She nodded. I love it, but it's far too valuable. We're best friends. What's a little gift like this? Xie Bauer secretly wiped away an imaginary bead of cold sweat and quickly changed the subject. Come on, let's go look around the rose garden. The scenery is gorgeous. Bauer, what? I really love the gift, but I can't accept it. But you already signed the contract. You're the owner of this land now. When did I sign it? Xie Bauer giggled. I knew you'd refuse, so when we were working on my thesis just now, I tricked you into signing it. That was actually the contract. Lin Hua took a deep breath. Then I'll pay you. I'll buy it from you. Deep down, she actually didn't want to reject this gift. It was something her parents had wanted to give her, but never had the chance to. It carried the last happy memories she had shared with them. I don't have enough money right now. We can sign an agreement, and after I start working, I'll pay you a portion every year. I know you don't need the money, but if you won't let me pay you, I'd rather not accept it. Assuming the land was worth 30 million, even if everything went well for her, it would take her 10 years to pay it off. She could only make annual payments. Xie Bauer was helpless. You're mommy, so I'll listen to you. Besides, what's mine is yours, what belongs to my dad is yours, and what belongs to you is still yours. The rose garden contained an exquisite and luxurious 7-story glass building. When Lin Hua went to the restroom, Xie Bauer wandered around the rose garden below. It was her first time there too. Xie Zhohan took the elevator to the rooftop, tightly holding the surprise he had prepared for her. But then, an unexpected figure suddenly appeared in his line of sight. That person was intimately and naturally holding the hand of his newlywed wife. ####Chapter 6. The woman Xie Zhohan wants. Hua, I've missed you so much. Gu Zheng had come prepared. He was wearing the dark overcoat Lin Hua liked most. The early autumn breeze brushed against his face, and his eyes were filled with the deep affection he had for her. Just like old times. Looking at the childhood sweetheart standing before her, Lin Hua's heart pounded even harder than a drum. But she knew all too well what kind of cold-blooded ambition was hidden beneath this man's gentle and refined exterior. She instinctively took a step back, putting some distance between them. Why are you here? I know that after Uncle and Auntie passed away, your biggest dream was to buy this place. Over the past few years, I've gradually taken control of the Gu Group, and I finally had the time and resources to make it happen. Gu Zheng stepped forward, his eyes locked onto her. I've never forgotten your dream. Heh. Lin Hua gave a self-mocking laugh. If this had happened in the past, she probably would have been moved to tears. Unfortunately, no matter how good Gu Zheng's acting was, he could no longer fool a woman whose heart had already gone cold. I don't need your fake sincerity. The Gu family has treated me well, and I don't want to completely fall out with you. So stop saying these ambiguous things and giving people the wrong idea. The moment Lin Hua turned around, Gu Zheng grabbed her wrist and yanked her back. She crashed into his chest. This was once the chest she had relied on the most. But what had once been sweet as honey had now become deadly poison. Gu Zheng let go. Hua, are you really happy about becoming close to Xie Bauer and getting this piece of land? Lin Hua's heart clenched violently. What did Gu Zheng mean? Did he think she had befriended Bauer simply to take advantage of her and exploit the Xie family's resources? Was this what he thought of her? Was she really just a greedy, materialistic, selfish woman in his eyes? Her voice trembled. Gu Zheng, you disgust me. A deep struggle flashed through Gu Zheng's eyes. He tightened his grip around her waist and spoke slowly, word by word. Don't be naive. Xie Bauer is only 17. How could she possibly afford to buy this land? I've already investigated it. The person who bought this land before me was the Zheng family, an old family friend of the Xie family. The land is now in Xie Bauer's hands. Do you understand what that means? Lin Hua bit her lip. Had Gu Zheng already found out that she had married Xie Zhohan? Impossible. They had kept their marriage completely private, and even registering their marriage had been done very discreetly. She asked uneasily, what do you know? Hua, when businessmen do something, they always have an ulterior motive. You need to understand what Xie Bauer wants from you. I have no money and no influence. What could Bauer possibly want from me? Gu Zheng's voice deepened. Xie Bao's father, Xie Zhouhan, has been single for 17 years. Back then, he returned from Africa in a complete mess, bringing back a so-called daughter. Have you ever wondered why? You think Xie Zhouhan is interested in me? Exactly. You're young, beautiful, and have neither parents nor family backing you. You have no roots in Jiangbei. Xie Zhouhan is a businessman. He may not necessarily want to marry some heiress from an equally powerful family. You're the easiest person for him to control. If she became Mrs. Xie, she would never mistreat a daughter of questionable origins. And unlike other wealthy heiresses, she wouldn't dare use her family's power to throw a tantrum at Xie Zhouhan. She would be obedient. She would be virtuous. She would listen to him in everything. That was the kind of woman Xie Zhouhan wanted. Lin Hua's fingers trembled slightly. Was that really true? She and Xie Zhouhan barely knew each other. The reason he had agreed to register their marriage was also because his family had been pressuring him relentlessly. Perhaps it really was because she was obedient and easy to control. But even so, she could accept it. Otherwise, why would a man as influential as Xie Zhouhan marry her? Hua, you shouldn't go grocery shopping on an empty stomach. Otherwise, you'll end up buying the wrong things. Gu Zheng looked at Lin Hua meaningfully, every word piercing her nerves. Lin Hua took a deep breath. She raised her hand and slapped him hard across the face. Gu Zheng was completely caught off guard and took the slap squarely. He stared at Lin Hua in shock. He could never have imagined that the gentle and obedient Lin Hua would suddenly hit him. Lin Hua choked back a sob. Gu Zheng, not everyone is as complicated and malicious as you make them out to be. Forget whether Bauer wants anything from me. Even if she does, I'm willing to give it to her. Before she and Xie Zhouhan registered their marriage, Xie Bauer had always considered everything from Lin Hua's perspective. She had even gone through the marriage agreement clause by clause. Every single clause benefited Lin Hua without harming her in any way. That was precisely why Lin Hua had dared to register her marriage with someone as powerful as Xie Zhouhan. But in Gu Zheng's mouth, it had become her contract of servitude. Ridiculous. You don't believe me, but you believe Xie Bauer? How long have you even known her? Has it been more than a year? Lin Hua, I admit that I wronged you, but I can explain. I had my reasons. Why won't you believe me? In this entire world, I'm the only one who truly treats you well. The land I couldn't buy even after spending tens of millions, Xie Bauer gave it to you with a single word. Do you really dare accept this free gift that fell from the sky? Gu Zheng realized that his words had been too harsh and softened his tone. Hua, I'm only doing this for your own good. The Xie family is far more complicated than you think. Don't get too close to Xie Bauer anymore, okay? Come home with me. He reached for Lin Hua's hand, intending to take her back. A trace of confusion flashed through Lin Hua's eyes. Your reasons? Your reasons were agreeing to my confession, enjoying being pursued by me, and then getting engaged to a woman from a family that matched yours. Your reasons were treating me as your little sister in public, and as a plaything in private. Lin Hua raised her eyes, her gaze filled with complete detachment. Gu Zheng, the glass you shattered with your own hands can't be put back together. Her voice was soft and gentle, but it was also cold. So cold that at that moment, Gu Zheng felt as though he had been plunged into an icy abyss. Dad, what are you doing standing here? Xie Bauer had also arrived on the rooftop, planning to call her best friend up so they could enjoy the scenery together. She hadn't expected to find her father standing there lost in thought. She noticed the jewelry box in his hand, curiously took it, and opened it. Her eyes nearly popped out of her head. Oh my God, isn't this the tears of the sea god that Uncle Zheng has been dying to buy at auction in France? Xie Bauer was incredibly excited. Dad, you're the most generous man I've ever met. Xie Zhouhan didn't hear a word she said. His gaze remained fixed on the slender figure below. The cold blue sapphire reflected a deep, haunting light, illuminating his icy, restrained profile. So she really hadn't forgotten Gu Zheng, the man who had occupied her entire youth, along with all her love and pain. Looking at her father's ice-cold profile and feeling the suppressed fury radiating from him, Xie Bauer became a little nervous. Curious, she looked down. Holy crap, lucky bastard. How did that scumbag chase her all the way here? Hashtag chapter 7. Mr. Xie is a terrible sleeper. Xie Bauer huffed angrily. Did he follow us here from the university? What a shameless creep. I'm going down there right now to make him leave. Xie Bauer stormed downstairs. Xie Zhouhan didn't continue watching. He turned around and gently placed the ring box on a plate on the dining table. Dinner will be served at the rooftop restaurant. Give her the ring. When Xie Bauer received Xie Zhouhan's message, she was puzzled. Dinner? Dad had clearly come prepared, so why had he left? Had Gu Zheng made him angry? Or did something come up at the company? Xia Bauer thought the latter was more likely. After all, her father was practically a money-making machine. His kindness toward Lin Hua was based on their marital relationship and also on making up for what he owed his daughter. Before they registered their marriage, she had repeatedly reminded him of that. Xia Bauer ran into the sea of roses and saw Lin Hua crouched deep among the flowers, her head buried between her knees. Her shoulders were trembling. She was crying. For a moment, Xia Bauer didn't know whether she should go over. Instead, she quietly pulled out her phone, took a picture, and sent it to Xie Zhouhan. Dad, my best friend is heartbroken. You need to treat her better from now on. Oh, asterisk asterisk. The Cullinan was parked by the roadside. The man held his phone, staring at the picture of the crying woman. She was crying. For another man. His heart tightened, filled with a dull, bitter ache. He took a deep breath and sent Xia Bauer a voice message, his tone as calm and indifferent as ever. She's in a bad mood. Don't ask her anything. Just stay with her. Lin Hua and Xia Bauer had dinner at the Rose Garden before returning to Lin Shui Pavilion. Dad still hasn't come back. See, I told you he must have had something to do at the company. Don't overthink it. Lin Hua had been emotionally shaken by Gu Zheng that day. When Xia Bauer showed her the tears of the sea god, she had refused to take it, but after realizing there was no way around it, she finally put it in her bag and brought it home. She carefully placed the ring in the safe in her room. If she and Xie Zhouhan ever divorced, she would have to return everything intact. After taking a shower, she came out to find that Xia Bauer had already messaged her, saying she had gone to meet a younger girl from Zheng Ye's family. Lin Hua went to the living room and poured herself a glass of warm water, planning to go to bed early. When she heard the door open, she assumed Xia Bauer had forgotten something and come back for it. What did you forget this time? You. A deep male voice answered, rich and magnetic. But there was also a hint of hoarseness and drunkenness in it. The first thing that entered Lin Hua's field of vision wasn't Xie Zhouhan's handsome face. It was his bare feet. The moment he entered, he had kicked off his shoes and socks. Not only that, he started taking off his coat, then his shirt. Mr. Xie, you're drunk. Remembering how drunk he had been on the night they registered their marriage, Lin Hua hesitated before going over to support him. But tonight, his drunkenness seemed more uninhibited, almost childish. He actually started undoing his belt. I'm hot. I need a shower. Get me some clothes. Give me a glass of water. One command after another came from the man, leaving her no chance to respond. He walked into the guest bedroom. Then, with surprising familiarity, he entered the bathroom. Lin Hua froze for a moment before rushing in and shouting, "This is the guest bedroom. This is my room. How could this man still walk into the wrong bedroom, even when he was drunk? Don't use my shower gel." She had ordered it online. It was just an ordinary brand, and a wealthy man like Xie Zhouhan surely wouldn't be used to it. The bath towel, I just used it. I'll get you a fresh one. Lin Hua suddenly remembered and hurried to the master bedroom to get him a new towel. By the time she returned, the man was already standing at the bathroom door wrapped in her pink bath towel. His broad, muscular chest was still glistening with water droplets, radiating raw masculine strength. The pink bath towel wrapped around his rugged, solid waist looked ridiculously adorable. His dark eyes were half-lidded and unfocused. Lin Hua. Lin Hua. Was he calling her? Give me a hug. He stretched out his arms and stumbled toward her. Lin Hua's beautiful eyes widened. Before she could react, the man had already pulled her into his arms. He smelled of her shower gel, a fresh lemon gardenia scent, mixed with his own distinctive masculine scent. The sexy yet overwhelmingly intense fragrance made Lin Hua's head spin. Mr. Xie, you're drunk. Why don't you go back to the master bedroom? She tried to bring him back to his senses. Sleep. The man was decisive. Still holding her, he fell backward onto the bed. As he fell, the barely secured pink bath towel slipped right off and landed on the carpet beside the bed. Lin Hua was wearing pure cotton pajamas decorated with strawberries. The man was wearing nothing. Separated only by a thin layer of fabric, their body heat slowly tested, mingled, and intertwined. Lin Hua, hug me. The man began making childish demands in a dazed voice. Lin Hua could hardly believe that this ridiculously childish man was the same cold, restrained, dignified tycoon she had seen during the day. Was this what Xie Zhouhan was like when he got drunk? So childish. And so unreasonable. When she didn't respond, the man actually pulled the blanket over them, covering both their bodies. Lie flat. He issued another command. Don't move. Lin Hua fell silent. Asterisk, I'll just get him to sleep first. At worst, I can sleep on the couch tonight. Asterisk. A few minutes later, the man seemed to have finally settled down. Lin Hua carefully pulled her hand out of his palm. Before she could even celebrate her escape, Xie Zhouhan suddenly sat upright. The blanket slipped down from his upper body, revealing his broad, muscular physique. Lin Hua's throat suddenly went dry. It's good that you're awake. I'll go get you some clothes. He mechanically turned his head and stared at her for 2 seconds. I'm used to sleeping naked. His tone was completely calm. There wasn't even the slightest hint of embarrassment. Lin Hua was utterly stunned. A peculiar habit of wealthy tycoons. On the night they registered their marriage, she had also been somewhat hazy. He had seemed drunk, yet it was almost as if something had triggered him. The entire night had been intense, chaotic, and fragmented. But tonight, Lin Hua was completely sober. Xie Zhouhan merely seemed drunk. He wasn't nearly as urgent as he had been that night. Lin Hua swallowed and said seriously, sleep however you want. You go ahead and sleep. I'll sleep outside. A man and a woman alone in the same room could easily lead to trouble. She needed to stay far away from the source of danger. Xie Zhouhan ignored the wariness in her eyes. Lin Hua, we're married. Mr. Xie, you're drunk. I've had a little to drink, but I'm not drunk. He grabbed her arm and pulled her into his embrace. Lin Hua was stunned. She really hadn't expected Xie Zhouhan's reputation for being cold and abstinent to be so misleading. How could this man be so good at seducing her? It was all that fake best friend Xie Bao's fault. She had kept insisting that her father was incapable. He had been single for nearly 18 years. Anyone would have assumed there was something wrong with him. Just because he hadn't emphasized marital obligations didn't mean he. The thoughts in Lin Hua's mind were instantly scattered into a complete mess by the man's relentless charm. Chapter 8. Buying birth control pills. What kind of decent man takes advantage of a woman just because he's drunk? At first, Lin Hua had thought that what happened on the night they registered their marriage was because he had accidentally drunk something he shouldn't have, or because he had gotten so drunk that he had completely lost control of himself. But tonight, he could take a shower, act spoiled, and even chat with her. How was that losing control? He was clearly just a wolf in disguise. Lin Hua was still inexperienced. When she recalled what had happened that night, all she remembered was the initial pain and the final hazy sensations. She really didn't want to experience it a second time. After all, this man's stamina was terrifying. She didn't want to die from marital duties right after getting married. It would be too embarrassing if word got out. Xie Zhouhan let go. For the first time, she called him by his full name, her voice unusually firm. The woman who usually looked as gentle as a little white rabbit suddenly revealed the fierce gaze of a tiny kitten. It was completely unlike her usual self, and instead, it brought an intense smile to the man's eyes. Lin Hua had no idea what that smile meant, nor did she realize that, at that moment, she looked even more Jiangbei and alluring to him. His thin lips curved into a wicked smile, and his voice became unbelievably gentle. Call me husband. Your husband wants a hug. Lin Hua. It seems Xie Bao had been wrong. Her father wasn't merely capable. He practically had a split personality. The Xie Zhouhan in bed and the Xie Zhouhan outside of it. They were practically two completely different people. One was dignified, abstinent, and coldly arrogant. The other was shameless, insatiable, and full of tricks. Daylight slowly filled the room. Lin Hua had been dreaming for what seemed like an eternity, so long that she could no longer tell whether she was awake or dreaming. In a daze, she felt an arm wrapped around her waist. She instinctively frowned and let out a sleepy mumble. Then a deep, hoarse male voice suddenly sounded beside her ear. It wasn't exactly unfamiliar, but it wasn't familiar either. Sleep a little longer. Several dark lines seemed to appear across Lin Hua's forehead. You, stay in my arms. Don't move. She glared at the man. Her sleepiness had completely vanished. She couldn't believe he could sleep so soundly. But then again, it made sense. After going at it for so long, and getting so exhausted, wasn't sleeping soundly only natural? She silently sighed to herself. Getting addicted isn't a good thing. The handsome face so close to hers left her slightly dazed. His sharply defined features were filled with contentment. His long eyelashes rested over his deep eyes. He really was incredibly handsome. No wonder her best friend praised her father to the heavens every chance she got. Xie Zhouhan kept his eyes closed, the soft, sweet sound of her voice echoing in his ears. His heart felt strangely itchy. He really wanted to do what he had done last night and indulge himself without restraint. But he knew very well that he had gone too far last night. He couldn't do it again. He would hurt her. Besides, this little woman was obviously angry with him. For the sake of their future happiness, he deliberately pretended to be confused, lightly squeezing her waist before slowly opening his eyes. Lin Hua. He looked puzzled. How did we? You got drunk and went crazy. Her voice was filled with helpless resignation. The last time she had woken up, he had already gone to the company. But this time, she struggled to pry his large hand away from her waist. Mr. Xia, you're terrifying when you're drunk. Do you know that? Xia Zhouhan's Adam's apple bobbed. I'm sorry. He immediately sat up. Lin Hua hurriedly said, put some clothes on first. He had refused to wear anything all night. She had been too exhausted to bother with him anymore. At least she was still wearing something close-fitting, which was better than nothing. The two of them were in the same room, wearing practically nothing. It was incredibly awkward. Looking at her flushed, embarrassed face, Xie Zhouhan curled his thin lips into a smile. He lowered his head. Yes, he really should put some clothes on. Otherwise, he might lose control again. Xie Zhouhan walked toward the door, but suddenly seemed to remember something. He turned around and said to her, Mrs. Xie, I'll take responsibility for you. When Lin Hua heard the words take responsibility, she couldn't help looking up. And then she accidentally caught sight of his perfectly obvious physical reaction. Her entire face instantly turned bright red again. Get out first. She grabbed the blanket and covered herself. Oh God. He had crossed the line again. At breakfast, Lin Hua quietly ate her food. Xie Zhouhan's deep, magnetic voice broke the silence. I'm very sorry about what happened last night, but I don't regret it. The corner of Lin Hua's mouth twitched. Sorry, but he doesn't regret it? After thinking for a moment, she patiently responded. Mr. Xia, what happened last night was normal. We're legally married, after all. It's part of our marital obligations. I understand. Her formal tone, especially when she said the words marital obligations, left Xie Zhouhan at a loss for words. Asterisk, just marital obligations? Not even the slightest bit of attraction. Asterisk. At that thought, his hand holding the cup paused. Lin Hua said seriously, but I still want to discuss something with you and add it to our agreement. Xie Zhouhan calmly looked at her. For example? She stared at him with an even more serious expression, her tone solemn. For example, after you've been drinking, you absolutely cannot come into my room. Whenever he drank, he lost control. Sometimes he was gentle, sometimes domineering, and he simply refused to listen to her, caring only about his own pleasure. Xie Zhouhan cleared his throat. I rarely drink excessively. Lin Hua raised an eyebrow slightly. So he considers what happened last night excessive drinking? You said it yourself, we're already married. Since this is part of our marital obligations, I still want to say something. I'm a normal man, and I have needs in this regard. You're my wife, and I don't want to get involved with anyone else. Do you understand? Xie Zhouhan slowly tried to guide her. I understand. That's why I want to set a limit. Once a week. How does that sound? Xie Zhouhan. She was unbelievably cute. She actually thought a normal man only needed it once a week. He patiently guided his young wife, speaking gently. Since this is your first experience, we can establish a temporary adjustment period. The corner of Lin Hua's mouth twitched. There's an adjustment period for this kind of thing too. We can date within the marriage and develop our feelings. As for that aspect at night, we can gradually adjust according to each other's needs. Lin Hua hurriedly interrupted him. No need. I think this arrangement is fine. Dating within the marriage? That would only make someone lose themselves in the illusion of love. Besides, he came from a wealthy family where everything was about interests. Their marriage was originally a transaction in which both sides got what they needed. Adding romance would only complicate things. If you have needs, I'll do my best to cooperate. Lin Hua was afraid he wanted to actually fall in love with her, so she reluctantly lowered her boundaries. Xie Zhouhan frowned. She didn't want to date him? Was there still another man in her heart? Could she simply not accept another man? What? You don't want to fall in love? He asked unwillingly. I really can't handle the pain of falling in love. Lin Hua gave a self-deprecating laugh, finished the milk in her cup, and walked toward the kitchen. Mr. Xie is a very busy man. I'm sure you don't have time for romance either. Let's just follow the agreement and be husband and wife. Xie Zhouhan suddenly lost his appetite. With her back turned toward him, she seemed to be avoiding him. He took a deep breath. Have you ever been in love? Lin Hua's fingers trembled slightly. Those 3 months of dating. They had nearly destroyed her. She remembered that Xie Bauer had already told him about her relationship with Gu Zheng. Wasn't he supposed to not care? Why was he suddenly asking such a childish question? Mr. Xie. Never mind. I have work at the company. I'll leave first. Lin Hua breathed a sigh of relief and watched him leave. Xie Zhouhan felt like he had brought this upon himself. He knew perfectly well that Gu Zheng still occupied a place in her heart, yet he stubbornly wanted an answer. He really was crazy. After changing into another suit, Xie Zhouhan went downstairs. As soon as he reached the entrance, he encountered a delivery man standing outside, making a phone call. Hello, are you Ms. Lin? Your medicine has arrived, but I can't get into your building's elevator. Could you please come downstairs to pick it up? Ms. Lin, medicine? Xie Zhouhan suddenly realized what it was. He walked over to the delivery man. I'm her husband. Give it to me. The packaging was clearly from a pharmacy. Seeing Xie Zhouhan's distinguished appearance, the delivery man didn't think he was lying and handed it over. Xie Zhouhan opened the package and glanced inside. Birth control pills. Hashtag Chapter 9. Mr. Xie's flirtatious way of giving her medicine. The words emergency contraceptive pill made Xie Zhouhan's handsome face darken like storm clouds. His chest felt as though a huge boulder had been placed on it, leaving him stifled and uncomfortable. Mr. Xie. Lin Hua also came down in the elevator. Seeing the medicine bag in his hand and his gloomy expression, she immediately explained, Last night, you didn't use protection, and I'm in my fertile period. We didn't have any of this medicine at home, so I ordered some myself. After explaining, she noticed that Xie Zhouhan still looked unhappy and continued matter-of-factly, Don't worry. We're only married under an agreement, so I won't cause you any trouble in that regard. In wealthy families, wasn't pregnancy the biggest nightmare? Women could use a child to force a marriage or secure their position. She wasn't that thoughtless. When he got tired of her, or when they finished their trial period and realized they weren't compatible, they could simply get divorced. Children were never part of her plans. She was sure Xie Zhouhan had never thought about having children with her either. Xie Zhouhan gritted his teeth, unable to tell whether he should laugh or be angry. As Bauer said, You really are very sensible. The bitterness and frustration in his heart seemed petty in the face of her straightforward attitude. They could fulfill their marital duties, but she absolutely didn't want to have his child. Wasn't that exactly what a perfect contractual wife should be like? What was there for him to be upset about? He walked up to Lin Hua and looked down at her from his superior height. Since Mrs. Xie is so understanding, we shouldn't let this medicine go to waste. A forbidding aura surrounded him, and that handsome face that could withstand both the passage of time and countless camera flashes was now covered in an inexplicably cold expression. Lin Hua's instincts told her that Xie Zhouhan was in a terrible mood, but she had merely bought some contraceptive pills. In the eyes of wealthy people like him, that should be considered sensible and self-aware. It couldn't possibly be because of the contraceptive pills. At least, that was what Lin Hua thought. Just as she was about to ask what he meant, the man did something completely unexpected. Xie Zhouhan was called away by an urgent phone call. Before leaving, however, the man calmly tore open the package of contraceptive pills, picked up a glass of warm water, and brought it to her lips. There was no way to read his true emotions from his eyes. Mrs. Xie, time to take your medicine. Lin Hua's lips were dry, and her whole body was sore. But under the man's inscrutable gaze, she still felt somewhat intimidated. It gave her the bizarre impression of Pan Jinlian feeding Wu Dalong poison. Dalong, time to take your medicine. She immediately shook the ridiculous thought out of her head and swallowed the bitter pill in one gulp. Drink some water. No need. She didn't even dare look at Xie Zhouhan. Xie Zhouhan narrowed his sharp eyes. Wasn't she the one who wanted to take the contraceptive pill? Wasn't she the one who didn't want to get pregnant? Why was she acting aggrieved now? After an awkward few seconds, she cautiously asked, Mr. Xie, didn't you say you still had work at the company? You are not leaving yet. A flicker passed through Xie Zhouhan's eyes. For some inexplicable reason, he really wanted to lose his temper, but he managed to restrain himself. In the end, he merely left her with a cryptic remark. We have plenty of time, Mrs. Xie. Lin Hua. She had planned to lie down and rest for a while, but then the university called and asked her to submit some documents. She could only resign herself to getting up, washing up, and heading out. All the way there, Lin Hua's mind was filled with Xie Zhouhan. Her best friend's supposedly incapable father was not merely a man who got frisky when drunk. He could also inexplicably lose his temper and punish people in the most embarrassing ways. Being a rich man's wife was hard. Being the wife of a man like Xie Zhouhan who looked cold and abstinent on the outside but was wild underneath, was even harder. Graduation was approaching. During this period, major architectural design firms were coming to the university for campus recruitment, and Lin Hua had already submitted applications to several companies. The university required her to submit all her scholarship records and patents from her college years. As soon as she entered the campus, she ran into one of Li Sirong's rabid followers. Li Xian was Li Sirong's half-sister. Ever since Li Sirong got engaged to Gu Zheng, Li Xian had also started targeting Lin Hua. She had even hired thugs from outside the university to harass her. If not for Xia Bauer, a black belt martial artist, stepping in last time, Lin Hua would have suffered badly. After that incident, Lin Hua realized that as long as she remained single, Li Sirong would continue to see her as a potential love rival, while Gu Zheng would continue to control her life. That was why she had agreed to meet Xie Zhouhan for a blind date. They had gotten along well during the meeting, and since their prenuptial agreement was fair, she had simply gone ahead and registered their marriage. But Lin Hua still didn't understand. Hadn't Li Sirong always claimed that Gu Zheng loved only her and would do anything for her? Why, then, was she still targeting an orphan like Lin Hua? Was it merely because Lin Hua had once loved Gu Zheng so deeply? Even if when Xuelan dotes on you and Gu Zheng favors you, so what? Once my sister marries into the Gu family, won't you still have to rely on my sister for your livelihood? Li Xian lowered her voice and taunted her. What are you pretending to be so innocent for? Who doesn't know that after you latched onto Xia Bauer, the eldest daughter of the Xia family, you started getting arrogant? I heard Gu Zheng even came to the university looking for you. What game are you playing now? Trying to play hard to get? Lin Hua pursed her red lips. Li Xian, I suggest you stop talking nonsense. You dare insult me? Li Xian sneered. Lin Hua, if I expose the fact that you've been trying to seduce Gu Zheng, do you think you can still be the pure goddess of this university? Do you think the wealthy families don't know exactly what kind of person you are? Seeing Lin Hua's expression growing increasingly unpleasant, Li Xian finally revealed her true purpose. Tonight, kneel down and apologize to my sister. Promise that you'll never seduce Gu Zheng again. Even if he comes looking for you, you'll block him and cut off all contact with him. If you do that, I might just be generous enough to stop making things difficult for you. Lin Hua clenched her fists. The matter between Gu Zheng and me is none of your business. Kneel and apologize? You've been such a devoted lapdog to Li Sirong that you've really started acting like some ancient feudal relic. Li Xian flew into a rage and raised her hand, intending to slap Lin Hua. Lin Hua reacted swiftly and slapped her across the face first. The slap Li Sirong had given her outside the club that day had finally been returned to the Li family today. Li Xian stared at Lin Hua in disbelief. This timid and weak adopted daughter of the Gu family had actually dared to hit her? Lin Hua, how dare you hit me? I'll kill you. Li Xian completely lost control and lunged at Lin Hua. More and more students gathered around to watch the commotion. Lin Hua grabbed Li Xian's wrist and said coldly, if you make this a big deal, you'll have to kneel in front of the ancestral shrine again. Li Xian froze. How did Lin Hua know about her being forced to kneel at the ancestral shrine? The last time she had hired thugs to harass Lin Hua, intending to teach her a lesson, the matter had unexpectedly reached Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng had personally gone to the Li family to demand justice for Lin Hua. As a result, Li Xian had been punished by her father and forced to kneel before the ancestral shrine. No one dared spread the matter around. So how did Lin Hua know? In reality, Lin Hua had heard it from Xia Bauer. Within the wealthy social circle, Xia Bauer had a nickname, the Human Intelligence Network. For a while, Lin Hua had even thought Xie Zhouhan was the one who had stood up for her and had been quite grateful to him. But that gratitude disappeared after Xie Zhouhan's drunken rampage. Then a familiar voice rang out. Sweetie, whose dog got loose and wandered into Jiang University to bark like this? Hashtag Chapter 10, Making a Fortune Every Day. In Jiangbei's wealthy circles, Xia Bauer was the only heiress who could practically walk sideways through town without fear of anyone. She was nicknamed the spoiled young miss. There was no other reason for it. Xia Bauer was bold and wild by nature, and she had an extremely protective big-shot father backing her up. Who in Jiangbei would dare not give her face? Even someone as arrogant as Li Xian had to lower her head when she saw Xia Bauer. Xia Bauer came swaggering over in a red jumpsuit, her hair tied into a high ponytail, both hands tucked into her pockets. Hua, you have such a good temper. You can put up with people spewing crap at you, but I can't. Li Xian protested. She was the one who hit me. Xia Bauer immediately turned to Lin Hua. Hua, does your hand hurt? If you want to hit someone, just give me a call. I'll do it for you. Li Xian was practically about to cry from Xia Bauer's shameless double standard. Xia Bauer, you're being unreasonable. Li Xian, remember this. Lin Hua is one of the Xia family now. If you ever dare disrespect her again, I'll send you down the sewer to catch rats. After delivering her domineering threat, Xia Bauer grabbed Lin Hua and walked away. Lin Hua, what a mighty best friend. After helping Lin Hua submit her documents, Xia Bauer wanted to drag her to a club to have some fun. Hua, is my dad in a bad mood today? On my way to campus, he called me and chewed me out. Yet last night, he was in such a good mood that he even said he'd transfer me some money so I could have fun with Uncle Zheng's niece. You're asking the wrong person. You're the woman who sleeps beside my dad. Who else am I supposed to ask? Besides, you and my dad have already done the deed, right? Why don't you make use of your advantage? While my dad is under your spell, whisper some sweet words into his ear and get him to give me more pocket money. We'll split it. Lin Hua almost lost her composure. Split it? Was she trying to sell her own husband? Knowing Xia Bauer didn't mean anything by it and was merely joking, Lin Hua wasn't angry. She simply muttered, Mr. Xia has indeed been a little unpredictable lately. He was emotionally stable in bed, and his performance was certainly consistent, but outside the bedroom. Ba. What am I thinking about? She immediately turned her attention to her best friend. What did you tell me before you tricked me into marrying your father? Didn't you say he was emotionally stable and never showed his emotions? You lied to me. I didn't lie to you. Before he got married, he really was like an iceberg and rarely showed any emotion. Even when I skipped exams or classes, he hardly ever lost his temper. He'd just calmly enforce the family rules. How was I supposed to know he'd become a completely different person after getting married? Xia Bauer opened a Baidu search page on her phone. Hua, the internet says men can become weird when they're sexually frustrated. Is my dad one of those? Or maybe you two aren't getting along in that department, so he's become irritable. Lin Hua, stop looking up nonsense. There's another theory here. It says when a man changes after marriage, either he has a mistress outside, or he stops cherishing what he has after getting it, and starts letting his heart wander. Which kind is my dad? It's all nonsense people make up for clicks. Lin Hua grabbed Xia Bauer and pulled her toward the academic building. Your dad is a good man. Brother Xia, your wife just gave you a good man card. Zheng Yi, who had accompanied his fiancée Shi Qiong to Jiang University to inspect a library project, was laughing hysterically at his phone. Today he had personally witnessed his future sister-in-law's seemingly calm and obedient exterior hiding a proud, assertive personality that basically said, don't even think about walking all over me. What was truly unbelievable was that brother Xia, who had always seemed completely detached from worldly desires, had actually received a good man card. Come on, hurry up and win your wife over. Bring her out to meet us sometime. I really want to be friends with her. Brother Xia, forget being a good man. Be a man, okay? Xia Corporation, executive meeting. When the senior executives noticed the smile that their president could barely suppress, they all subconsciously touched their necks. Was their boss about to start firing people? Or had he already dug a pit and was waiting for his competitors to jump into it? After the meeting ended, Xie Zhouhan told Shifeng to cancel all of his evening engagements. Tonight, he wanted to get home early. He wanted to be a man. Hua, why did you bring me to a jewelry store? To buy something. You've finally come around. Married couples are supposed to buy the traditional wedding jewelry. Don't save my dad's money. Lin Hua, I want to buy a pair of matching wedding bands. Wedding bands? Didn't my dad already give you that enormous diamond? The value of that tear of the sea god is way beyond what you and I can imagine. Once you wear it, you can practically walk sideways through Jiangbei. Even a cooked crab can't walk sideways. What does that mean? Lin Hua thought to herself. I'm only in a contractual marriage with your dad. If I wear that ring and walk around like that, I'd probably be more likely to get robbed. And there was an even greater chance someone would mock her for wearing a fake. I'm buying one for your dad. Consider it part of her dowry. It was also a way of thanking him for tacitly allowing Xia Bauer to purchase the land around Maple Lake and build the rose garden for her. And, in a way, it was an acknowledgement of their marital relationship. The matching rings were simple and elegant, so they wouldn't attract too much attention. As soon as Xia Bauer heard that they were for her father, she immediately became enthusiastic. My dad doesn't wear much jewelry. The only thing he really has is that watch, and that antique cost more than 37 million yuan at auction. If you're buying him a wedding band, you definitely can't be careless. Don't worry about the money. I have a supplementary card linked to my dad's account. Her dad had said that as long as the spending was legitimate, he would pay for it. And buying him matching wedding bands was obviously a romantic thing. Lin Hua browsed the rings as she said, I'm not using his money. He has plenty. That money is his. If I use his money, the meaning of the gift changes. Xia Bauer thought about it. That did make sense. This kind of romantic gesture was something a single woman like herself had no business giving advice on. However, knowing how little money Lin Hua had earned from working part-time, Xia Bauer decisively asked the clerk to bring out the cheapest pair of matching rings. This one. You have my dad's size. This is it. Lin Hua looked at her best friend with deep emotion. Asterisk, what a true best friend. She even knows how to save me money. Asterisk. This one is too crude. Get another. My dad likes crude things. You literally just said his watch cost more than 37 million. Million. Xia Bauer immediately slapped her own cheek. That's a watch. Rings are different. With matching wedding bands, the simpler and cheaper they are, the more meaningful they are. I know you're trying to save me money, but you can't go this far just to save my money. We agreed we'd empty out his fortune together. How can I let you lose money first? After saying that, Xia Bauer turned to the clerk again. Can you engrave them? Of course. Hua. It's the thought that counts. Think about what you could engrave that my dad would like. Lin Hua had heard Xia Bauer say countless times that her father was basically a money-making machine with nothing in his head except his career and absolutely no interest in women. Since she wanted to give him something he would actually like, she and Xie Zhouhan didn't really have much of a relationship. If it weren't for his drunken rampage on the night they registered their marriage, they might still be strangers. Even now, that hadn't changed much. Although they had already experienced the most intimate physical contact possible, they were still essentially strangers. Lin Hua had observed Xie Zhouhan and noticed that his clothes were always simple and understated. A man as cold and refined as him probably wouldn't like anything overly elaborate. After carefully choosing, Lin Hua settled on a pair of elegant, minimalist platinum wedding bands without excessive decoration. The inner edge of the man's ring had a subtle matte finish, understated yet sophisticated. She turned to the clerk and said, Engrave, may he make a fortune every day inside the man's ring, and may she get rich soon inside the woman's. Xia Bauer, the clerk, are you sure? Chapter 11. No wonder Gu Zheng can't let go. Ahem. When it comes to drawing, I think you could carve words like beloved, only one, or dear, which would be more direct and passionate, and would also suit a newlywed couple like you and my dad. Lin Hua's cheeks flushed slightly, and she shook her head firmly. Be realistic. If such words were inscribed on the marriage agreement between her and Xie Zhouhan, it would be far too inappropriate. Xia Bauer shrugged. Fine, you're the female lead, so whatever you want. When it came time to pay, half of Lin Hua's savings were gone. Although she knew Xie Zhouhan didn't lack such rings and might not even wear them, it was her sentiment. Within the boundaries of her role as a wife, this is part of what she is obligated to fulfill. When Xia Bauer returned to Linshui Xiaoxia, she was invited out by her friends to drink and sing karaoke again. In the girl's own words, life is short, so I should enjoy it while I can. I need to make the most of this fleeting moment while my dad is too busy to pay attention to me. Lin Hua strongly suspected that Xia Bauer had deliberately brought her and Xie Zhouhan together, leaving them some space to be alone. The moment I entered, I was greeted by the enticing aroma of food. Aunt Fin would clean the house during Xie Zhouhan's work hours and would also cook meals before leaving if needed. Xie Zhouhan doesn't like having outsiders at home, so Aunt Fin goes to work when no one is home. After Lin Hua arrived, she cooked more often, because Xie Zhouhan doesn't work overtime or go on business trips much anymore. When Xie Zhouhan saw her return, he said in a low voice, Aunt Fin made your favorite dishes. Lin Hua nodded and went to wash her hands. Upon entering the restaurant, she saw the table laden with exquisite dishes, sweet and sour pork ribs, Westlake fish and vinegar sauce, pineapple rice, all her favorite sweet and sour flavors. She examined them all and found that the scallions in each dish had been carefully removed. She doesn't like eating scallions, but she likes their aroma. Apart from Gu Zheng, no one knew about her picky eating habit. Out of curiosity, she asked, how did Aunt Fin know I don't eat scallions? Bauer said it. Lin Hua was stunned. Xia Bauer, I brought her some steamed buns from the cafeteria today, covered in scallions. She doesn't pick at her food in front of outsiders. She also tries not to cause trouble for those around her, so even Gu Zheng's parents don't know that she likes sweet and sour flavors or that she hates scallions. Looking at the man's handsome face, she suddenly understood. Xie Zhouhan is a businessman, and he will definitely conduct a thorough background check on his partners before signing any important cooperation agreements. He chose to get the marriage certificate on his own, so he must have thoroughly investigated himself beforehand. The turmoil in my heart gradually subsided. All that remains is admiration for this powerful investigative method. After figuring out her position, Lin Hua stopped being coy and politely said, "Thank you for your trouble, Mr. Xie." The word Mr. Xie made Xie Zhouhan's face darken again. He suppressed his inner turmoil and said, "Let's eat." After finishing her meal, Lin Hua started cleaning up, putting the dishes and chopsticks into the dishwasher. Xie Zhouhan sat in the restaurant, drinking tea. After considering her words for a moment, she said, "Mr. Xie, I've been busy with graduation and job hunting lately. I'd like to move to a place closer to the company once I have a stable job. Are you leaving? I know you prefer quiet, and Bauer spends most of her time at school, so my presence here would be quite a disturbance." Xie Zhouhan narrowed his eyes. This is just another way of escaping him. She doesn't want to fulfill her marital obligations. I don't want to be intimate with myself. She still had Gu Zheng in her heart and couldn't settle down to be Mrs. Xie. He knew all of this perfectly well, but she was about to run away. Lin Hua didn't think that far ahead. She just felt that she was a contractual wife, and Xie Zhouhan didn't need to reveal her identity or deal with anything related to his work for the time being. She shouldn't occupy the position of the lady of the house for long. Habits are a terrible thing. What if one day she gets used to being Mrs. Xie? Xie Zhouhan swirled his teacup, remaining silent. Lin Hua took it as his tacit agreement, since they would have to wait until the job was finalized a month later anyway. She tidied up the kitchen, cut some fruit, and went to the study to find Xie Zhouhan. "Mr. Xie." She carried the fruit platter inside. Xie Zhouhan sat at his computer desk. The screen was black, and he seemed lost in thought. She took out the wedding rings she had bought, a little embarrassed, and placed them on the table. "This is for you. Thank you for taking care of me, and thank you, Bauer, for the wedding gift. I'm very happy, and I will definitely." Xie Zhouhan knew exactly what she wanted to say. This woman is always trying to distance herself from him. He interrupted her, "Whatever you like." After he finished speaking, he opened the box. A simple platinum men's ring came into view. He glanced at her ring finger. The same style of women's ring is slender and delicate. She put the tears of the sea god into a safe, but bought new wedding rings instead. Is this a form of recognition for him? A wife's acknowledgement of her husband? Realizing this, Xie Zhouhan's frustration instantly dissipated. He put on the ring without making a sound. "The size is just right." Lin Hua said, "Yes, I asked Bauer." Actually, Xie Bauer knew nothing. She determined the size of his ring finger from memory, recalling how he had repeatedly held her wrist the previous night and how she had unconsciously touched it. Xie Zhouhan naturally knew that his carefree daughter was just a shield. He curled his thin lips into a smile. It's a perfect match. That meaningful look left much to the imagination. He raised his left hand. "Rotate your knuckles in the light." Lin Hua scrutinized his strange actions, and when she suddenly met his burning gaze, her cheeks instantly flushed. An indescribable emotion spread through my heart. "As long as you like it." She turned to run away, but the man grabbed her wrist quickly and decisively. He gently but firmly pulled her into his arms. Lin Hua's body stiffened, and her voice trembled slightly. "No, no more. I was very tired last night." A muffled laugh came from the man's chest. "No rush," he said hoarsely. "We agreed to take our time and work things out." Lin Hua didn't understand what he meant and blinked her eyes in confusion. With that blink, her eyelashes seemed like butterflies that had flown to his heart, fluttering their wings and stirring his soul. Lin Hua realized that her body was gradually slipping out of her control. She was terrified, afraid that with each act of indulgence, she would crave things she shouldn't, and that she would become addicted to hysteria. She used all her strength to push the man away. "I'm sleepy. I'm going back to sleep." She ran very fast. It felt as if a wild beast was chasing us. Xie Zhouhan clenched his fist and moved his lips to breathe on her soft breath. Like a kitten, charming and alluring. No wonder Gu Zheng can't let go of it. But now that it's his, no one else has the right to covet it. Chapter 12: A Seductive, Immortal Man. Hua, you absolutely have to come to your brother's engagement party with Rongrong. You've been with your brother since you were little. You have to witness his happiness. When Lin Hua received a call from Gu Zheng's mother, when Xuelan, she froze upon hearing the words engagement banquet. The marriage alliance between the Gu and Li families is known throughout the industry. An engagement party is always necessary. As the adopted daughter of the Gu family, Lin Hua is required to attend not only the engagement banquet, but also the future wedding banquet of Gu Zheng and Li Serong. She couldn't refuse, so she said, "Okay, Auntie, I'll be there on time. Come back soon. I'll take you to pick out 2 dresses." "No need, I have clothes to wear. I still need to work on my graduation project, so I'll get back to work now. Bye, Andy." Looking at the phone that had just been hung up, when Xuelan couldn't help but complain, "This child has been so busy lately that she hasn't even come home." Gu Zheng came back from outside. "Mom, who were you talking to on the phone?" "Hua. I'll have her come back for your engagement party. Isn't this younger sister your favorite? Rong also said she likes her. Let her be a bridesmaid at your engagement party, and she can also get to know some talented young men in the circle." Gu Zheng frowned. What is she doing here when he's engaged? Bless him. No need. He'll do it sooner or later. Gu Zheng said coldly. "Didn't I tell you not to let her come? What's the big deal? She's like your own sister. She's 25 this year. It's time for her to start dating. After we finish taking care of your business, your dad and I will personally pick out a few blind dates for her." When Xuelan said proudly, "These days, blind dates are all the rage. Our Hua is beautiful and sensible, so I'm sure there are a lot of people who like her." As she spoke, she looked at Gu Zheng and said, "You always dote on Hua the most, and you know what kind of boy she likes. Why don't you choose one for her?" Gu Zheng's expression froze slightly. Did he choose a man for Lin Hua? She has always loved herself. Is there another Gu Zheng in this world? Faced with Wen Xuelan's complete ignorance, he could not say much. He could only say sullenly, "She's still young. She should think about personal matters after she has a stable job." When Xuelan found it strange. Isn't your son usually the one who cares most about Hua's feelings? He was also the one most worried about Hua. This time, Hua hadn't come back for a month, but he wasn't in a hurry. "Did you two have a fight?" When Xuelan asked. "No, she's busy, and so am I." Gu Zhengsheng was afraid his mother would ask any more questions, so he made an excuse and went out again. Xia Bauer lay on the sofa while Lin Hua massaged her shoulders and neck. "Hua, are you really going to Gu Zheng and Li Sirong's engagement party? Isn't this like stabbing yourself in the heart?" Antwan has called several times. "I am the Gu family's adopted daughter, so I have to be there for this kind of occasion. I think Li Sirong did it on purpose. She even wanted you to be her bridesmaid. She's just looking for trouble." After Xia Bauer finished speaking, she suddenly turned over and hugged Lin Hua. Lin Hua was startled by her strange behavior. "What's wrong?" Xia Bauer stared straight at her. "You take my dad with you." "No way." Lin Hua refused without even thinking. What is Xie Zhouhan's identity? A prominent figure among the elite families of Jiangbei. Take him there? Not only will it steal the spotlight, but it will also attract a lot of gossip and criticism. Why not? My dad and you are already married, and he's handsome, rich, and powerful. He'll definitely bring you honor. What's so special about good luck guy? How can she compare to a man as exceptional as her father? My dad will definitely agree to let me draw. Whether Mr. Xie agrees or not, I cannot ask him to attend such an occasion with me. Lin Hua pressed Xie Bauer's shoulder and said in a serious tone, "Bauer, Mr. Xie and I are secretly married, in a marriage of convenience. You should know that I am unwilling to make this marriage public unless absolutely necessary. But I can handle this kind of situation, don't worry, I trust Gu Zheng." Her throat hurt a little. She will stop overthinking. Gu Zheng is neither her way out nor her future. Xie Bauer's heartbreaking statement, on the verge of tears. "I understand that you still have feelings for Gu Zheng, but you can't ignore someone as exceptional as my dad. I feel so sorry for my dad, he feels guilty." Lin Hua, don't talk nonsense. How could she turn a blind eye? My best friend's dad has such a strong presence. Every time she's alone with him, she feels like the air is thick with tension and her blood is boiling. It's best to stay away from men with such alluring charm. The two best friends were chatting happily and didn't notice the tall figure at the corner of the door. He went downstairs and got into his car. His handsome face remained somber for a long time before he finally dialed a phone number. "Number. Is what I asked for ready? It will take some time. Brother Xie, you've prepared such a big dowry. If I were your sister-in-law, I would definitely be so moved that I would marry you." Xing Yi sighed with emotion. He never expected that Brother Xie would be even more obsessed with love than he was. This betrothal gift. Anyone would be dizzy from receiving that. I wonder how moved my sister-in-law will be if she receives the betrothal gifts. Xie Zhouhan smirked. Who would care about a man like me who doesn't even need to buy his own birth control pills? Xing Yi sensed something was wrong. Why does brother Xie, who is usually so arrogant and conceited, seem a bit insecure? Etc. Birth control pills? Brother Xie, you guys, aren't you wearing condoms? Xie Zhouhan. Is this the key point? Get your job done. But, brother Xie, don't hang up. I know a super effective brand. Medicine is too harmful to the body. I can't bear to let my Qiang take medicine. If it weren't for the need to carry on the family line, I would have gone to the hospital to get my tubes tied. I picked out this top-quality product from dozens of brands, you. Xie Zhouhan rubbed his temples. Shut up. Then, do you want it? Xing Yi asked hesitantly. Since it concerns brother Xie's bedroom pleasures, he still has to shamelessly ask, right? Xie Zhouhan's forehead veins bulged. Recalling the furrowed brows she had when taking her medicine, he blurted out, almost unconsciously, send it. Lin Hua went to bed early, but tossed and turned in bed, unable to fall asleep. She often thinks about confessing her feelings to Gu Zheng, and also about the 3 months they secretly dated. She felt that she belonged to the category of those who loved, but could not have the one they wanted. I don't feel worthy, but I still want to be worthy. To put it bluntly, it's just being a jerk. Lin Hua sighed over her sorrow when she suddenly heard the door open. The hairs on the back of her head stood on end. Xia Bauer went out for a late-night snack with her classmates, and Aunt Fan also got off work early. The male homeowner, Xie Zhouhan, also sent a message saying that he would be working overtime all night. She was the only one in the vast wooded pavilion. Will I be unlucky enough to run into a thief? The door was pushed open, and a faint smell of alcohol mixed with the familiar scent of agarwood wafted in. Lin Hua's tense nerves suddenly relaxed. She asked in surprise, Mr. Xie? He drank again, thinking of Xie Zhouhan's shallow alcohol tolerance and his adorable contrast after drinking. Lin Hua was quite flustered. The first time he drank, he used alcohol as an excuse to commit violence and turn her into a real woman. The second time we drank, I sneaked into her bedroom and childishly held her, and we slept naked. What will happen this third time? Lin Hua swallowed hard. Before she could figure out how to face him when he was drunk, he lay down beside her. A familiar masculine scent, carrying alluring hormones, appeared so vividly in her space. Lin Hua quickly pulled the blanket away to get a little further away. I'll give you the bed, she murmured, thinking he couldn't hear her. Unexpectedly, he reached out and pulled her into his arms as she nearly rolled off the bed. The man had well-developed pectoral muscles and a hot breath. Lin Hua was stunned the moment she bumped into his arms. Stop it. Mr. Xie, you're drunk again. Xie Zhouhan narrowed his dark eyes, his emotions unreadable in the darkness. He muttered, I'm ashamed to be seen by others. Lin Hua, I'm completely blank. She actually asked such a contrary question. Chapter 13, Her Waist Dimples. Mr. Xie, what are you doing? Lin Hua felt an inescapable sense of oppression. Xie Zhouhan, smelling the woman's scent, couldn't help but swallow hard. He asked, Mrs. Xie, am I not worthy to attend your ex's engagement party with you? Lin Hua's eyes widened. The two were very close, their breaths mingling, but at this moment, she could clearly feel the coldness in the man's words. She swallowed hard, then asked guiltily, Did you hear my conversation with Bauer? He acquiesced. She added, We're secretly married. Didn't we sign an agreement when we got our marriage certificate? We won't go public with our relationship unless absolutely necessary. If I take you there, it would mean telling the entire Jiangbei elite family that you, Xie Zhouhan, have been taken by me, Lin Hua. She's going to be in big trouble. Not only will Gu Jia be furious, but the socialite circle in Jiangbei will also condemn her. She's not stupid. She just wants to graduate and start working without getting caught up in the cutthroat competition for men within a wealthy family. Xie Zhouhan pondered for a few seconds. He suddenly hugged her tightly, his hand deftly pressed down on her lower back. On their very first night, he knew that his wife, Mrs. Xie, was a woman blessed by God. He has a beautiful back with a pair of dimples that are called Venus dimples. It is said that men are afraid of dimples and women are afraid of dimples, and he is unsurprisingly obsessed with them. Actually, Lin Hua wanted to explain, but this person interrupted her. He suppressed a smile, and the intoxication in his eyes made flames flicker even in the darkness. I know you're afraid I'll feel embarrassed. Oh, they're just trying to make me happy. Lin Hua really wanted to ask him how he came up with these answers. Xie Zhouhan said quietly. I'm very happy. Where are you, Bestie? I can't believe my eyes. Lin Hua never expected this. Xie Zhouhan would go on a drunken rampage every time he drank, and each time it was different. He didn't have that unexpected charm last night. It's brimming with the possessiveness and cunning of a domineering CEO. That's terrible. If she hadn't begged him with red eyes not to leave any marks above her collarbone, it wouldn't just have been her waist and legs that suffered. When Xie Bauer was choosing a battle outfit for her in the wardrobe, she saw that she was wrapped up tightly in a bathrobe and couldn't help but ask curiously, "Don't tell me you caught a cold from being so sad last night." Lin Hua wanted to roll her eyes. Even best friends can say things like that. She really wanted to shove her best friend's head down and ask her why she lied to her. Isn't her dad impotent? How come I always end up committing a foul? Lin Hua suppressed her impulse and sighed. I had a dream that I was beaten up. How old are you to still have such dreams? Xie Bauer said dismissively, choosing a bright red strapless dress, which Lin Hua rejected. She can't wear any dress that shows off her figure. Besides not wanting to steal the spotlight from Li Serong, I also didn't want to expose someone's quirky achievements to outsiders for discussion. Lin Hua ultimately chose a conservative cheongsam, which was just enough to cover up everything she wanted to hide. Xie Bauer stared at her best friend with shining eyes, practically drooling. Hua, you look so traditional in that cheongsam, but it's so abstinent. Should we unbutton these two buttons? I'm going to be late. Family-oriented. Inside the banquet hall, the lights were dazzling, and the atmosphere was filled with the fragrance of fine clothes and elegant figures. The marriage between the Gu and Li families is undoubtedly one of the most eye-catching events in the business world recently. After Xie Bauer sent her best friend's abstinent photo in a cheongsam to her father, she became her protector. She looked around. Didn't her dad say he'd be there shortly? If she forces a smile while drawing, but secretly finds a place to cry, her dad can take advantage of the situation. What a great opportunity. Lin Hua was unaware of Xie Bauer's complicated schemes. She simply stood in the corner and watched Gu Zheng from afar. Her older brother whom she has watched grow up since childhood. He was also the only man she liked after she understood the feelings between men and women. At this moment, he was wearing a custom-made black suit, and his handsome face was full of smiles. Gu Zheng kept searching for Lin Hua in the crowd. He saw her come in with Xie Bauer, but she disappeared in the blink of an eye. Hua. When Xuelan finished dealing with the customers over there and saw her, so she walked over happily. You're finally back? You must have been so busy at school these past few days. Your brother said you were looking for a job. If you ask me, it would be better if you just came back home to work at the company. With your brother leading the way, your uncle and I would feel at ease. Lin Hua's eyes welled up slightly. When Xuelan treated her like her own daughter, and over the years she has come to regard Wen Xuelan as her own mother. Just as he was about to speak, Li Sirong's voice interrupted at an inopportune moment. Mother, Hua is very talented. She has already submitted her resume to SD. I'm afraid she won't be willing to start from the bottom at Gu's. These words were meant to tell Wen Xuelan that she looked down on the position at the Gu family. Lin Hua felt a sharp pain in her heart as she listened to Li Sirong's familiar use of the word mother. We're already family, and she's just an ungrateful outsider. Wen Xuelan was also stunned for a moment when she heard Li Sirong call her mother for the first time. She said awkwardly, It's great that Hua is so successful. I'll support you wherever you want to work. But there's one thing. You can't work yourself to the bone. Look at you. You've lost weight from exhaustion. SD? Isn't that the company of that powerful businesswoman from the Xie family? I didn't expect the adopted daughter of the Gu family to be so ambitious. She's good friends with the eldest daughter of the Xie family. Getting into SD wouldn't be a problem for her, would it? You're overthinking it. That strong woman is someone who clearly distinguishes between public and private matters and is decisive in her actions. Even if the old lady of the Xie family personally asked, she couldn't get anyone into her position. The conversation then shifted to SD and the Xie family. Lin Hua went to the restroom, and Gu Zheng, who had followed her there at some point, blocked her behind the door. If you're not going to listen to me, why did you come? Gu Zheng would rather she hate him than have her congratulate him. Lin Hua suppressed her bitterness and grievances, raised her eyes, and looked directly at the man. I've come to wish you well, brother. Gu Zheng clenched his fists, veins bulging on his forehead. Don't call me brother. Seeing Lin Hua's stubborn look, Gu Zheng softened his tone helplessly. Be good. I'll talk to you after the banquet. Good? What she hated most was Gu Zheng using that word to describe her. She said coldly, There's nothing to talk about. Since my blessings have been delivered, I won't bother you any longer. Hua, don't think that just because Xie Bauer vouches for you, you can really get into SD. Xie Jingshu is not as simple as you think. Lin Hua felt a pang of pain in her heart. He also felt that she got into SD through nepotism. No need for you to worry. Some people feel tired even if they say just one more word. Lin Hua had just gone out and wanted to call Xie Bauer to leave early, but she was caught by Li Serong. Hua, where did you go? I've been looking for you. Come on, let's cut the cake. Lin Hua tried to pull her hand away, but Li Serong held it tightly. Her fingernails were almost embedded in Lin Hua's skin. Gu Zhang came out of the lounge and saw Li Serong pulling her to the center of the banquet hall. He moved his lips. When Gu Zhang saw Li Serong shove the cake knife into Lin Hua's hand, his brows immediately furrowed. That's a mango cake. Li Serong looked sweetly at everyone. Thank you all for coming to my engagement party with Ajing. Now we're going to cut the cake. I hope the first slice will be cut by my and Ajing's most beloved younger sister. After saying that, she whispered, the cakes tonight were all specially prepared for me by Zhang. He knows I love mangoes, so they're all mango flavored. Lin Hua's hand gripping the knife hilt trembled violently. She suddenly looked up. They met Gu Zhang's eyes. Gu Zhang had always known that she was severely allergic to mangoes. Even a tiny bit of mango would cause her to break out in rashes. Once, the family's maid was careless and put some dried mango in the breakfast as a garnish. After eating it, she immediately developed a rash and had difficulty breathing. Gu Zhang carried her to the hospital. That time, he missed the citywide unified exam. He used to care about her so much, but now he doesn't care about her at all in order to please Li Serong. The hidden agenda behind the arranged marriage? It's all a lie. Li Serong held her hand and led her to cut the cake together. Hua, I want you to have the first bite. With an innocent smile, Li Serong scooped up some cake with a spoon and brought it to her lips. In full view of everyone. If she refuses, she will be telling everyone that she opposes this marriage. It makes people think that the adopted daughter of the Gu family is ill-mannered. It also makes people wonder if her opposition stems from ulterior motives towards her adoptive brother, Gu Zhang. Gu Zhang looked at Lin Hua. He hoped she would refuse. However, Lin Hua opened her mouth and swallowed the cake in front of her without hesitation. Gu Zhang's pupils shrank sharply. Hua. Chapter 14, Mr. Xie's Method of Giving Medicine. Hua. His lips trembled. However, Li Serong started the conversation, encouraging everyone to eat cake together. No one heard him calling Lin Hua. Lin Hua didn't hear Gu Zhang call her either. She pushed Li Serong away and walked straight towards the restroom. The sweet cream and unique aroma of mango melt in your mouth. It's delicious. But for her, it felt like being burned by a raging fire. My throat started itching the moment the cake entered my mouth. Gu Zhang, consider this cake a favor I owe you. We're even now? How's your drawing? Xie Bauer went out to answer a phone call from her father. And when she came back, she saw that Lin Hua had actually eaten a mango cake. Isn't she allergic to mangoes? She followed her to the restroom and saw Lin Hua vomiting. While patting Lin Hua's back, she started cursing loudly. How could Gu Zhang, that big bastard, just stand by and watch you eat it? You idiot. You can't gamble with something like this just because you're angry. Shall we go to the hospital right away? Baby, I'm fine. Lin Hua maintained her last bit of dignity and said gently, let's go. Although Xie Bauer was usually oblivious, she could sense that something was wrong with her. She was in pain. It suppressed. She was forcing herself to accept that Gu Zhang was with other women, and to accept that Gu Zhang's fiancé would use her life to prove her loyalty to the Gu family. Okay, let's go. Xie Bauer's voice choked with emotion. Thankfully, Dad will be here soon. It's good to leave this wretched place, the Gu family, as soon as possible. Gu Zhang chased after him. As soon as Xie Bauer saw him, she was so angry that she swept her leg out with a whirlwind kick, which Gu Zhang barely dodged. Hua, are you alright? Gu Zhang asked anxiously. Lin Hua didn't even turn her head. Xie Bauer, you scumbag. Gu Zhang clenched his fist. After a while, he said, could you please take her to the hospital? She must have just induced vomiting. No, nothing will happen. She'll be alright. Xie Bauer said coldly. If you had any conscience at all, you should have come with us. Gu Zhang hesitated for a moment. Lin Hua said, Bauer, let's go. He's the leading man tonight. How could he abandon his beloved fiancée? Why bother for an unimportant adopted daughter? Lin Hua did not want to humiliate herself. A low-profile black Cullinan sped towards us. Sudden braking. It stopped in front of Lin Hua. Dad. Hua had an allergic reaction to mangoes. We need to get to the hospital right away. Xie quickly got out of the car and opened the door. When I helped her into the car, I noticed that her breathing had become rapid. He then examined her neck and arms, and his eyes darkened. This large patch of red rash. He said in a deep voice, "Go back." "Huh? Why go back?" Xie said, "On behalf of the Xie family." "But, don't worry, I'm here," Xie Bauer said. "Oh," and then looked at Lin Hua in the back seat, who was almost unconscious. "Dad, drive faster. It's okay to run red lights, but the artist's safety is more important." Before she could continue explaining, the car had already sped away. Xie saw Lin Hua clutching her chest in distress in the rearview mirror. He parked his car on the side of the road. "You'll feel better after taking the medicine." Lin Hua was extremely itchy all over, especially her throat. She opened her mouth, only to find that she couldn't say a word. She was very scared. "Don't be afraid. Everything will be all right," Xie gently reassured her, feeding her the medicine. She was in so much pain that she couldn't swallow. Xie held the mineral water bottle and fed her water. She shook her head and refused to eat anything. Seeing her increasingly red cheeks and the dense red rashes covering her body, Xie didn't care about anything else. He took a sip of water and then stuffed a pill into her mouth. He lowered his head. He moved closer. Lin Hua's hazy eyes reflected the man's cold and handsome face. His high, straight nose gently touched hers. Lin Hua felt this was completely unfamiliar. She wanted to escape, but he pressed on relentlessly. A long time. He sighed inwardly. He wiped away her tears with his fingers and said gently, "Sweetie, you'll feel better after taking your medicine." Xie told her to be good. Gu Zheng also told her to be good, but she didn't want to be obedient. But when she met Xie burning and deep eyes, she seemed to really behave. "I feel much better after taking the medicine." She lay down behind her, with the air conditioning set low to relieve the itching on her skin. "My mind is wandering, and a question is swirling in my head. Why would Xie carry allergy medication with him?" Upon arriving at the hospital, Xie carried Lin Hua and rushed into the emergency room. The doctors and nurses, seeing his decisive and imposing manner, all assumed that the woman in his arms was about to die. Fortunately, after the examination, the doctor prescribed medication and started in 4 drip. Lin Hua was much more awake by now. "It's good that you took your medicine. Otherwise, if you had delayed any longer, it could have caused the risk of suffocation." At Xie insistence, the doctor gave her a private room. Xie stood by the bed the whole time, looking at her with a complicated expression. "Now that you know the allergen, you can't eat random things anymore," the doctor advised. Lin Hua lowered her head sadly. "All right, the nurse will be here to start your force soon. If everything's all right, I'll be going now. If you feel unwell, just call the nurse." Due to Xie overwhelming presence, the doctor didn't want to stay in the ward any longer. The nurse quickly pushed the cart in. Xie noticed that Lin Hua's body trembled slightly. He frowned. A deep, husky voice asked her, "Afraid of needles?" Lin Hua glanced at him awkwardly, then looked warily at the 4 needle in the nurse's hand. She was very scared. The worst time she ever suffered as a child was when Gu Zheng held her down while she was receiving in 4 drip. She was so scared that she cried out, her tears soaking Gu Zheng's clothes. Later, Gu Zheng bought her a lot of her favorite candies in an attempt to appease her. Gu Zheng isn't here right now, and there's no candy. How is she supposed to face that terrifying needle? Just then, my left hand was suddenly enveloped by a warm breath. Xie half squatted by the bedside. His tall figure suddenly lost its oppressive aura and instead exuded a strong sense of security. He gazed at her with his dark eyes. "Why do you like him?" Lin Hua was stunned. My mind was filled with Xie questions. I didn't even realize when the nurse lifted my right hand to disinfect it. Her family property was taken away by her uncle and aunt, who were unwilling to support her and sent her to an orphanage several times. When Xuelan found out, she took her to the Gu family. In the Gu family, both Xuelan and her husband, as well as her brother Gu Zheng, treated her extremely well. But living under someone else's roof, she was always very obedient and dared not be careless in the slightest. When she was in the first year of junior high school, a few hooligans chased after her and confessed their love to her. They would block her at the school gate every day, and she was very scared. But I didn't dare tell the Gu family. They could only endure it silently. Unexpectedly, Gu Zheng left school early one day and came to pick her up. Gu Zheng beat those thugs up badly, and he himself was injured in the process. He wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and looked at her gently. Don't be afraid. Your brother will pick you up and drop you off from now on. From then on, Gu Zheng kept his word, rain or shine. He picks her up and drops her off at school every day. Everyone knows that Gu Zheng treats the Gu family's adopted daughter very well, so well that he would give up everything else just to pick her up and drop her off. That was the first time Lin Hua felt important. Every time she saw Gu Zheng coming to pick her up, it was as if she saw her guardian angel. What do you like about Gu Zheng? A tall, handsome young man accompanied her throughout her youth. His warm, yet unwavering protectiveness won over her girlish heart. I just really like it. I really like it. Chapter 15. Not only is she old, but she's also a divorcee. She became absorbed in her own thoughts. Xie Zhouhan felt a pang of sadness and suffocation as he watched her wholeheartedly recall her past with Gu Zheng. He suddenly lowered his head and kissed the back of her hand. Lin Hua suddenly snapped out of her daze. Mr. Xie, you. She looked at the man in shock. The man looked up. Get up. He bent down and kissed her forehead. I'll be here from now on, he said. Since Gu Zheng occupied her entire childhood and adolescence. So, he will write their story for the rest of Lin Hua's life. Gu Zheng is a thing of the past. He told himself that. The soft, hot touch on her forehead left Lin Hua's mind blank for a moment. A slight stinging sensation suddenly came from the back of my right hand. She then realized that the nurse had already applied the dressing. Thinking of how Xie Zhouhan had just coaxed her, Lin Hua blushed deeply. The nurse blushed. It's so tingly. This handsome and assertive man really loves this beautiful woman. She pushed her bike out, eager to gossip with her girlfriends. At the Gu family villa, the engagement banquet has ended, and most of the guests have left. Ah Zheng, what are you angry about? Li Serong held Gu Zheng's hand tightly, wishing she could lean into his arms. Gu Zheng coldly pushed the woman away. His fist was clenched, revealing his white knuckles. He asked in a suppressed yet indifferent tone, why did you make Hua Hua eat that piece of cake? A flash of jealousy crossed Li Sirong's eyes, but she feigned ignorance. She's your most beloved younger sister, so of course I want to give her the best. You know I like you, so I'll treat her the same way, just like my own sister. Gu Zheng twitched the corner of his mouth. If you treat her like a younger sister, how could you not know she's allergic to mangoes? Li Serong exclaimed softly. I really didn't know. You didn't mention it to me. I thought she liked to eat it, and she could have told me she was allergic to mangoes. She didn't say anything and even ate it on her own. I thought. All right, Gu Zheng said calmly. No need to say anything more. Zheng, why are you reacting so strongly? Didn't you say she was just your sister? She's just an adopted daughter. Why is Gu Zheng so concerned? Gu Zheng said in a deep voice. Although Lin Hua doesn't have the surname Gu, she has been in the Gu family for 10 years and is a member of the Gu family. Li Serong, if you really want to have a peaceful marriage with me, please don't go too far in the future. After he finished speaking, he picked up his suit jacket and was about to leave. Li Serong quickly grabbed him. Where are you going? It's none of your business. Gu Zheng. Li Serong was thrown aside by him and almost fell to the ground. She watched Gu Zheng's departing figure with resentment and bitterness, a twisted hatred rising in her heart. In the hospital corridor, Xia Bauer carried the nutritious meal prepared by Chef C, which her father had instructed her to prepare, and headed straight for the inpatient department. She was walking in a hurry and didn't notice the person coming from the front. Bang! The food box in my hand almost fell to the ground. Luckily, the other person reacted quickly and caught the food box. Otherwise, if her dad found out she had smashed her best friend's nutritional meal, her card would have been frozen again. I'm sorry, thank you. Xia Bauer gripped the food box tightly in her hand, and when she looked up, she saw a face that was exactly what she considered beautiful. Be careful. The man's voice was unusually gentle. He was wearing a white lab coat, and he looked both energetic and composed. The collar was neatly buttoned, and a pair of thin-rimmed glasses sat on his nose. Abstinence. Uniform. So tempting. Xia Bauer's cheeks flushed. His lustful desires were aroused. She pretended to be lost and asked, Doctor, do you know where Ward 608 is? I'm going to see my friend. 608? Is your friend named Lin Hua? Yes. You know him. She's my junior from school, and I was just about to go see her. Let's go together. Xia Bauer's pupils contracted a few times. Junior? Wow, what a coincidence. Along the way, Xia Bauer kept asking about Lin's son. It turns out he went to the same high school as Lin Hua and was a year ahead of her. After graduating, I studied medicine, completing my bachelor's, master's, and doctoral degrees in 1 year. Upon graduation, I joined the best hospital in Jiangbei. I was on duty tonight when I heard from a colleague that a patient named Lin Hua had a mango allergy and almost had a serious accident, so I rushed over to check on her. After Lin Sin finished speaking, he had already taken Sieb Bauer to the ward. Sieb Bauer chattered on and on. Painting is my best friend. We have a very good relationship. So you were her junior in college. We're best friends. Lin Sin nodded. It's surprising that someone as introverted and gentle as Lin Hua would make such a warm and outgoing friend. In the ward, Xie Zhohan was sitting by the bed, wiping Lin Hua's hands with a warm towel. His movements were very gentle. When his fingertip accidentally touched the back of Lin Hua's hand, her face flushed red. I can do it myself, she said nervously. You're on in 4 drip. It's inconvenient for you, Xie Zhohan said in a deep voice, brooking no refusal. Lin Hua secretly glanced at his profile. The way he focuses on his work is so sexy. Who would have thought that this meticulous man, who is very good at taking care of patients, is actually the decisive and awe-inspiring president of the Xie Group? Drawl, I brought you something delicious. Xie Bauer pushed open the door and was stunned to see her father taking care of her best friend. Forehead. Is her dad possessed by a ghost? How did you end up working as a caregiver? Oh, maybe it's because he got married and suddenly realized he's a married man and learned to take care of his wife? Didn't Uncle Zeng grow up overnight after he got a fiancée? Xie Zhohan saw Xie Bauer and raised his eyelids slightly. 10 minutes late. Dad, don't be so precise with the timing, Xie Bauer muttered. Lin's son was slightly surprised. Dad? Senior Lin? Lin Hua exclaimed excitedly upon seeing Lin's son. You're at this hospital? Yes, I just got here not long ago. Lin's son greeted Lin Hua. Are you all right? It's all right, Lin Hua said. And this is? Lin's son looked at Xie Zhohan with an inscrutable expression. His behavior towards Lin Hua was intimate, unlike that of ordinary friends. Lin Hua didn't want people to know she was married, especially since her husband was the president of the Xie Group. This is my dad, Xie Bauer said quickly. Dad, this is Dr. Lin, my senior from high school who studies art. Xie Zhohan saw through Lin Hua's thoughts and felt somewhat displeased. He said casually, Hello, I'm Lin Hua's boyfriend. Since they don't want to acknowledge a marital relationship, they can at least be boyfriend and girlfriend. Lin Hua's beautiful eyes widened. Boyfriend? Xie Bauer gave a thumbs up. Great. Lin Sin's expression changed, and then he said, I didn't expect you to have a boyfriend at such a young age, Junior. The implication is that her boyfriend is too old. Not only is she old, but she's also been married before. Lin Hua gave an awkward smile. A cold glint flashed in Xie Zhohan's eyes. Xie Bauer quickly stepped in front of Lin's son. Damn it, don't start a fight. This Dr. Lin is really too blunt. Chapter 16, I don't want to suffer from love. Xie Zhohan stared at Xie Bauer's protective behavior towards her cub. His dangerous eyes narrowed. Suddenly, his phone started vibrating. He said coldly, I'm going to answer this call. As soon as Xie Zhohan left, the air in the ward instantly felt lighter. I have to go on duty now, Junior. Take care of yourself. Okay. Lin Hua breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, they were all gone. Xie Bauer was incredibly excited. Drawing. My heart was pounding all the way here. Tell me, should I eat this Tang monk's flesh, or should I eat it? Lin Hua's forehead creased with annoyance as she stared at Xie Bauer's unusually flushed face and asked awkwardly, You like Senior Lin? What? Am I not worthy of liking him? TCH, is it possible? You're just acting on a whim? After all, he's older than you. He's only 8 years older than me, and my dad is 10 years older than you, and you two still got married. Mr. Xie and I are not. It's not what she thinks. Baby, I hope you find someone suitable and someone you like, not someone you impulsively. Xie Bauer said in a serious tone. I just like him. It was love at first sight. My heart was pounding, and I was just short of pouncing on him. Lin Hua was amused by Xie Bauer's words. Okay, you've just met him. What do you like about him? So cool. Anything else? You look so cool in uniform. Is there anything else? Looks like it's easy to catch. Lin Hua was speechless. Anyway, her best friend was just having a whim, and she'll probably forget about Lin's son in a couple of days. Xie Bauer ate with Lin Hua for a while, and then Xie Zhohan returned. His gaze towards Xie Bauer was full of scrutiny, which made Xie Bauer tense up. Dad, could you please look after my best friend? I'm going back to school. Thinking of her father's special treatment of her best friend, Xie Bauer tactfully said, I'll be staying at school for the next couple of days, so I'll have to trouble you. Xie Bauer ran away. Before leaving the hospital, I wanted to bother Lin's son in his office for a bit. Hey, anyway, Dad's mind is all on taking care of his wife. He won't be coming along. Lin Hua noticed that Xie Zhouhan's expression wasn't good, so she said sensibly, Mr. Xie, I'm almost done here. If you have something urgent to attend to, you can go and take care of it first. I can come to get my 4 drip by myself tomorrow. I don't need anyone to take care of me. Xie Zhouhan frowned. He picked up a spoon, scooped up a spoonful of soft, sticky millet porridge, blew on it to cool it down, and held it to Lin Hua's lips. Continue. Lin Hua's lips twitched. I'll do it myself. He stared at her. His eyes revealed determination. Lin Hua had no choice but to obediently open her mouth and silently swallow it. I'm almost full, Lin Hua said. Bauer and I just ate quite a bit. Mr. Xie, you haven't eaten either. Why don't you go first? Don't you want me to stay here with you? Lin Hua froze. No, I just felt. Not drinking anymore. I'm full. He put down the spoon. He drank the rest of the millet porridge she had left in the bowl. His movements looked so elegant. But he was drinking what she left over. Lin Hua wanted to stop it, but, now you don't have to rush me to eat, he said. His tone carried a chilling, self-deprecating undertone. He took a candy jar out of his suit pocket, placed it in her palm. It was filled with candies of various flavors, but the mango flavor seemed to have been picked out beforehand. When she was little, Guzheng always gave her this brand of candy. The first time she had an allergic reaction at the Gu family home was when she ate a mango-flavored candy that Guzheng had peeled for her. Later, Guzheng would always pick out the mango-flavored ones in advance. He always said, life is bitter, but eating something sweet will make it better. Lin Hua also liked to comfort herself in this way. She asked in confusion, how did you know? Bauer said so. Lin Hua's forehead creased with annoyance. When did her carefree best friend become an intelligence agent? Regardless of how Xie Zhouhan found out about her little secrets, they were just a couple by agreement. Xie Zhouhan is the president of the Xie group. He shouldn't stoop to doing such trivial things. What he shouldn't have done was let her misunderstand time and time again that he seemed to care about her. Lin Hua looked at the man with a serious expression. Mr. Xie, I think we should make things clear. Xie Zhouhan stared at her nervous, pretty face. The tenderness in his eyes vanished instantly. You say? We're husband and wife, but we have an agreement that we won't interfere with each other and we'll just do our part. But this part doesn't actually include you taking care of me. I'm not that fragile, and you don't need to waste your precious time on me. Lin Hua, he called her name, his voice so deep it made Lin Hua's heart skip a beat. I don't think taking care of you is a waste of time. What I mean is, we are a couple by agreement, and we should have our own freedom and space, instead of being tied together all the time. So you think my presence is unnecessary, or even bothering you? Lin Hua, that's not what she meant. I think we should just be a normal contractual couple. You're so good to me. I'm afraid I won't be able to uphold my principles. What if I develop feelings? Lin Hua didn't want to suffer the pain of love anymore. Even if the other party is a distinguished figure like Xie Zhouhan. All she wants is to work hard, live well, and take back what her parents left her through her own abilities. My past feelings for Guzheng, my insistence on love, are all just memories now. Her marriage to Xie Zhouhan was merely a decision she made to cope with her bleak life. She can't be a burden to Xie Zhouhan, and she shouldn't have too much contact with him. In Xie Zhouhan's palm lay a crumpled candy wrapper. Oh, her obsession with Guzheng was so intense. So intensely, they didn't even want him to disturb their memories. Do you only want to be a contractual couple? Okay. He was silent for a few seconds. Lin Hua was surprised for a moment, then saw the man pack up the food box and leave. I feel a bittersweet feeling in my heart. I'm not feeling well. Squeak. The door was pushed open again. Lin Hua assumed that Xie Zhouhan had returned, and a smile immediately spread across her face. However, upon seeing who it was, her blood instantly froze. Guzheng changed out of the suit he wore at the engagement party and put on her favorite white casual clothes. His hair was messy and his eyes were anxious and worried. In his hand, he was also carrying a thermos, the logo of which was Lin Hua's favorite dessert shop. He understands her. When I'm sick, I like to drink sweet things. Lin Hua subconsciously gripped the candy jar in her hand, biting her lip as she asked, Why are you here? You're having an allergic reaction, he said, sounding very worried. I almost left the engagement party. Are you alright? Guzheng walked over, put down the thermos, and approached her familiarly, wanting to check the skin on her arms and body. Lin Hua bit her lip, her teeth digging into her lips. It hurt, but not as much as the pain in her heart. Don't touch me. Chapter 17, he gets annoyed whenever he's called Mr. Xie. Gu Zheng watched her eat the cake with his own eyes. I watched her leave the Gu family with my own eyes. She didn't understand why he was chasing after her now. She tried to calm herself down and not to harbor resentment. Where is your fiancé? She went back. Lin Hua said with a self-deprecating smile. Yes, only when Li Surong leaves will he spare a little time and energy for me. 10 years of relationship couldn't compare to his brief few months with Li Surong. She said, I'm fine. Don't come looking for me unless it's absolutely necessary. She couldn't sever ties with the Gu family. She owed them a debt of gratitude for raising her that she could never repay in this lifetime. But she could manage to avoid disturbing the Gu family, not ruining Gu Zheng's marriage, and even, she truly respected and loved him as her own brother. Hua, don't be like this, Gu Zheng said painfully, his eyes filled with distress. Lin Hua took a deep breath. He looked directly into Gu Zheng's eyes. Brother, I've grown up and I don't need your protection anymore. From now on, please don't worry about me anymore, okay? Gu Zheng's fingers trembled. She suddenly became so well-behaved and sensible. That's not what he wanted. Who doesn't need his protection? In his eyes, Lin Hua will always be that little girl who needs him. Hua, don't be like this. I didn't mean to make you feel wronged. Li Surong said she didn't know you were allergic to mangoes, and I was also preparing to. No need to say anything more. Lin Hua forced back her tears and looked at Gu Zheng with a forced smile. Brother, I understand. My sister-in-law didn't mean it, and you were worried about me too. I'm perfectly fine, aren't I? Please leave, okay? She was afraid she wouldn't be able to hold back her tears in front of Gu Zheng. But she had long since lost the right to shed tears in front of this man. Looking at her distant and obedient appearance, Gu Zheng felt as if his heart was being squeezed tightly by something, and he was in great pain. Xie Zhouhan, standing outside the door, reached out his hand. It's been a full 10 minutes. What are they doing? He watched Gu Zheng walk into the ward with his own eyes. He didn't stop it, because he knew that Lin Hua wanted to see Gu Zheng. But his patience and manners lasted only 10 minutes. He pushed open the door. Lin Hua had her head down, her lower lip slightly red, as if it had been touched by something. Gu Zheng stood before her, his face filled with guilt and affection. Others might not be able to tell, but he knew that Gu Zheng liked Lin Hua. His concern for Lin Hua was something that Lin Hua herself was unaware of. But so what? Lin Hua is already Xie Zhouhan's woman. Mr. Gu, we've said everything we needed to say. Shouldn't we be leaving now? Gu Zheng turned his head sharply, saw who it was, and exclaimed in shock, Xie Zhouhan. It's me. You she. I am her legal husband. Xie Zhouhan said each word carefully, then plunged the sharpest knife into Gu Zheng's heart. Gu Zheng's breathing stopped abruptly. A legal husband? He was so shocked by this sudden truth that he lost his mind. How could that be? Hua, tell me, he's lying, isn't he? Lin Hua looked at Gu Zheng calmly. It's true, we've already registered our marriage, so please don't bother me anymore, brother. She called Gu Zheng brother, once again. That brother was her resolute severance of all youthful beauty from Gu Zheng. But to Xie Zhouhan, it became a beautiful nickname they used to have when they were in love. He walked up to Lin Hua. He took Lin Hua's hand. He looked at Gu Zheng defiantly. Aren't you leaving? Gu Zheng stared intently at Lin Hua. Did they really get their marriage certificate? How could she do that? How could his girl become someone else's wife behind his back? Gu Zheng moved forward uncontrollably, trying to reach out and grab Lin Hua. A powerful killing intent shot out. He suddenly came to his senses. Xie Zhouhan is not someone he can afford to offend. Not at least not now. He gave Lin Hua a long look. Yes, she's liked him for so many years. Even if she really gets a marriage certificate with another man, she would never betray him. Yes, she only likes herself. She won't betray me. Gu Zheng met Xie Zhouhan's gaze coldly. President Xie, my Hua is well-behaved, but she is not someone to be bullied. I, Gu Zheng, will always be her support. It seems there's only one person who bullies her, Xie Zhouhan said meaningfully. Gu Zheng's face stiffened. Lin Hua was almost suffocated by the strange aura between the two men. You all get out. When the nurse came to remove the needle, Xie Zhouhan was still standing outside the door. Lin Hua was terrified and kept her eyes tightly shut. The nurse hesitated to act. Just as she was about to ask what was going on, a pair of warm hands grabbed her head, forcing her to bury her face in the man's arms. The scent emanating from him was very familiar. It's also very safe. Xie Zhouhan nodded slightly to the nurse, who quickly removed the needle. Lin Hua didn't even feel the pain before the extraction was finished. He gently took out a cartoon band-aid with a little star on it and put it on her wound. All done. Do you want to go home? Or stay at the hospital? Lin Hua bit her swollen lips. Let's go back. She doesn't like hospitals. She really doesn't. It wasn't just because she was afraid of injections, but also because she had witnessed her parents losing their lives in the hospital morgue. She hated the gloom and coldness of the place. Good. I need to use the restroom first, Lin Hua said, choking back tears, avoiding Xie Zhouhan's gaze as she prepared to put on her shoes. Xie Zhouhan held her down. I quietly put the shoes on her. Lin Hua's heart was pounding. How many times has this man lowered his noble head for her? Xie Zhouhan helped her to the restroom. His gaze fell once again on her swollen lips. He really wanted to ask her, what did Guzheng do to her? Lin Hua didn't lock the door, and just wiped her lips with a wet tissue in front of him. This action severely challenged Xie Zhouhan's rationality. Jealousy and anger welled up inside me instantly. He strode in with his long legs. Lin Hua suddenly saw the man in the mirror and gasped softly. She had just met Guzheng and was afraid of losing control of her emotions, so she kept biting her lip to suppress them. I didn't expect to bite so hard that it broke. Only afterwards did I realize that I was bleeding. It hurt so much. She wanted to wipe the blood off. But the man in the mirror had an unusually gloomy face, as if it were the eve of a storm. You. Before she could even speak, the man roughly grabbed her chin, lifted up and kissed it. He trapped her between his chest and the sink. His tall figure completely enveloped her. His sudden kiss was more terrifying than a storm in Lin Hua's eyes. Her appearance wasn't the kind that would make you look stunning, but it was definitely unforgettable. That one meeting alone became an obsession that he couldn't shake off in his dreams for the past few years. The crazy idea of hiding this woman away, allowing only me to admire her and touch her, also flashed through my mind. He held back, but she kept coming into his sight. Why should she be allowed to leave after barging in? And even be allowed to leave? He kissed her. His Adam's apple bobbed. Xie Zhouhan's rationality had been completely overtaken by his body's instincts. How could he possibly stop at just that kiss? His hand gently caressed Lin Hua's body. Her body was still very weak, and she was so breathless from being kissed that she was practically hanging on Xie Zhouhan. Mr. Xie. He gets annoyed whenever she calls him Mr. Xie. He applied more pressure. Chapter 18. Mr. Xie is a hypocrite. The man vigorously rubbed her lips. It looks like a layer is being wiped off. She was in excruciating pain. Yet this pain was mixed with an indescribable tingling sensation. Lin Hua's breathing grew weaker and weaker from the struggle. Xie Zhouhan swallowed hard, finally releasing her, and coldly said, Lin Hua, remember this. You are my wife, Xie Zhouhan's wife. Lin Hua was stunned. Is he asserting sovereignty? The man's possessiveness got the better of him. Just like Guzheng, who already has a fiancée like Li Serong, who is a good match for him, he still wants to control her. As for Xie Zhouhan, even if he doesn't like her, she's his wife on the marriage certificate, and he won't allow her to forget that identity. Just look at how he directly declared war on Guzheng. She certainly wouldn't allow herself to have any further entanglement with Guzheng. Bauer has already told us about her relationship with Guzheng. Xie Zhouhan's previous nonchalance and indifference were genuine, but now that his possessiveness has awakened, he's back to his old ways. Lin Hua sighed inwardly, feeling as if she had jumped from one pit into another. Xie Zhouhan noticed her distracted state and assumed she was still thinking about Guzheng. He lowered his head, screaming inwardly, Sooner or later, she'll like me. Lin Hua held her breath. She was taken aback by the man's suddenly sharp aura. His voice suddenly rang in my ears. Lin Hua, he said, his domineering presence frightening her. Remember this. You can only be mine. An hour passed. Lin Hua's pale face flushed with a post-coital blush. Tears still clung to her eyelashes. Xie Zhouhan carried her to the underground parking lot. Shifeng received a call from his boss and crawled out of bed in the middle of the night to be his driver. Seeing the CEO's smug and doting expression, the West Wind was frightened. Wait, the CEO who was destined to be single has actually found love? So, is his chance for finding a romantic partner coming soon? Return to the Linshui Pavilion. Yes, Mr. President. Xie Zhouhan's clothes were tightly held by the little woman in his arms. She cried. He is very afraid of women crying. Especially her captivating beauty made him want to possess more of her. He held Lin Hua's soft little hand. He gently patted her back. Lin Hua is really tired. She vaguely realized that she and Xie Zhouhan had gotten into the car, and unable to hold on any longer, she fell asleep. Xie Zhouhan looked at her sleeping face and couldn't help but chuckle. If it weren't for her frail health, he wouldn't have let her go like this. However, she still managed to ask that question when she lost control. She answered him without any warning. Gu Zheng didn't kiss her. She still belongs to him alone. All the frustration in my heart disappeared, replaced by a strange joy. Lin Hua opened her eyes groggily. Because I was so tired, I slept until noon. Looking at the simple black and white style of the room, Lin Hua suddenly remembered something. She actually slept in Xie Zhouhan's bed? I remember now. Yesterday in the hospital ward bathroom. He actually. Bad guys. Lin Hua gritted her teeth. Capitalists are all big bad guys. A super thug who refuses to suffer any loss. The phone was buzzing and vibrating. Lin Hua answered the phone. Bauer, where are you? I'm at school. I just wanted to ask you, when you went to the hospital for an 4 drip today, did you want me to come with you, or my dad? Xie Bauer actually wanted to find an excuse to flirt with Dr. Lin at the hospital. Lin Hua was still in a daze. Doesn't Mr. Xie go to work? Yes, my dad has to go to work. I'll go with you instead. I just woke up. I'll get ready and take a taxi to the hospital. If you're busy. My best friend is on an 4 drip. I can't be busy at all. I have to be with you. Lin Hua, so proactive. Nothing good is coming. Lin Hua got dressed and went out. Aunt Fin had already prepared breakfast and lunch for her. Madam, the master said that once you get up, you should eat something first, and he will personally accompany you to the hospital. Where are the others? Study. Aunt Fin was initially puzzled as to why her husband, a workaholic, would have his assistant bring all his work home to handle. They even held video conferences. Looking back, I realized that it was all because of his love for his wife, which far surpassed his passion for his work. Lin Hua said awkwardly. Actually, I can go by myself. I'll stay with you. Xie Zhouhan had already come out of the study. When Aunt Fin saw him come out, she quickly tidied up and left. She'll come back and pack up after they go to the hospital. As soon as Lin Hua saw Xie Zhouhan, she was reminded of the taboo scene at the hospital yesterday. She gripped the spoon tightly. No need. Bauer will stay with me. Xie Zhouhan looked at her nervous appearance with a meaningful expression. What are you afraid of? We are husband and wife. Lin Hua. I'm not afraid. So you really like it. The man teased her deliberately. Lin Hua pouted and snorted, ignoring him. After finishing their meal, Xie Zhouhan packed her bag, clearly determined to go to the hospital with her. Lin Hua had no choice but to secretly send a message to Xie Bauer while the man was driving. Xie Bauer, did my dad take the wrong medicine? He's skipping work. Lin Hua, you don't understand your dad. Dad. Xie Bauer swore to heaven that her father was so suitable for marriage and so pure and celibate. She's practically telling the whole world that her dad is impotent. But what is the truth? Lin Hua's legs trembled. They even prey on patience. What a beast. A hypocrite. Xie Bauer, even if my dad passes away, I will still be with you. Lin Hua had long realized why Xie Bauer insisted on accompanying her while she received her 4 drip. She was speechless, typing on the keyboard. You'd risk your life for beauty? I'm impressed by you beyond words. Xie Bauer, Dr. Lin is like Tang Sanzang's flesh. Have you ever seen a demon who wants to eat Tang Sanzang's flesh without putting in some effort? Lin Hua, all I know is that those demons not only failed to eat Tang Sanzang's flesh, but also lost their lives. Xie Bauer, that's not friendly. You and Dr. Lin are alumni. Quickly send me his information. Lin Hua, not familiar. Xie Bauer, you're so stingy. I've already given you my own dad, and you're giving me a senior in school, and you think that's a loss. Lin Hua turned off her phone. She no longer wanted to talk to this unreliable scoundrel. Xie Zhouhan had been keeping a close eye on Lin Hua's every move. Judging from her constant typing, she must be chatting with Xie Bauer. He asked casually, have you decided where you're going after graduation? Chapter 19, Why are your lips swollen? SD Group, Lin Hua said. I've received their email reply, and I'll have an interview next Monday. If the interview goes well, I can start working right after graduation. Xie Zhouhan raised an eyebrow slightly. You really like architectural design? Right. Xie Zhouhan turned his head to look at her. When she talks about architectural design, her calm eyes light up. I thought you would choose a more conservative approach. For example, by joining the Gu group, she could take her relationship with Gu Zheng to the next level. Alternatively, they could accept Xie Bauer's suggestion and join the Xie family directly. However, he denied this idea. She appears calm, sensible, obedient, and gentle, but deep down she is extremely aloof. She could neither join the Gu family nor accept the Xie family's offer of help. Lin Hua shook her head and said softly, "My dad once said that architecture is not just cold steel and concrete, but works of art that can hold different days." Oh, Xie Zhouhan became interested in her insights. Recalling her parents' teachings when she was a child, Lin Hua's eyes were filled with seriousness and nostalgia. She said, "In my opinion, architecture has warmth. When I'm designing, I consider the background and warmth of the architecture first." Xie Zhouhan looked at her with admiration. These words coincided with Xie Jingshu's. Xie Jingshu said something similar when she founded SD, Xie Zhouhan said in a cryptic tone. Lin Hua looked at Xie Zhouhan in surprise. "You?" "Back then, my whole family disapproved of her starting a construction company, but she insisted. In the end, my parents used their connections to get her a skyscraper project." Lin Hua quickly replied, "I know that. President Xie rejected this project and instead preserved the original cultural and creative park. This is also why she joined SD. Because in her mind, Xie Jingshu was the most suitable boss. Only Xie Jingshu's ideas are what she wants. She was looking for a job not only to support herself, but also to realize her dreams." Looking at the excitement in her eyes and her love for Xie Jingshu, Xie Zhouhan couldn't help but curl his thin lips into a smile. "Xie Jingshu will like you very much." Lin Hua was stunned. That statement sounds rather ambiguous no matter how you look at it. The boss likes sensible employees with principles, and she understands that. But Xie Jingshu is his older sister. Was he implying something with those words? Lin Hua feigned composure and said, "If I could get into SD, I could learn even more from President Xie, but I still hope to get in on my own merit. If I can't, it's because I'm not good enough." "Mr. Xie, please don't." "I won't interfere," Xie Zhouhan said. She emphasized this repeatedly because she was afraid of me getting involved. Her independence and clear-headedness are very much like Xie Jingshu back then. He respects Lin Hua's decision. The two chatted for a while, and after arriving at the hospital, Xie Zhouhan went to answer a work call. Xie Bauer brought Lin's son to see Lin Hua. Xie Bauer is quite experienced in pursuing men. Although he is a minor, he has read a lot of novels and is also quite shameless. Lin Hua never expected that she would become a tool for her best friend to flirt with men. However, the scene is quite pleasing to the eye. Lin Sin first sent Xie Bauer away, then said seriously to Lin Hua, "I know what Miss Xie is thinking, but Junior." "No, Hua, I wrote you 16 letters back in high school. Can't you see what I'm thinking?" He originally planned to go find her after he achieved success and fame. Anyway, she was also in Jiangbei, and the two of them often exchanged emails. But when I saw her at the hospital this time, she had a boyfriend. Lin's son didn't want to wait any longer. Upon hearing this, Lin Hua exclaimed, "Ah, what letter?" She had no idea that Lin's son liked her and had written so many letters to her. Could it be that Gu Zheng? "Okay, it's all right if you didn't see those letters. It's just a few years late." "Hua, actually I've liked you for many years. Back in high school, I knew you were the one for me." "Senior." Lin Hua suddenly interrupted Lin's son loudly. "Life is long. Never, ever say those 3 words lightly." Lin Sin's expression gradually darkened. "So is this a rejection?" "In my heart, you have always been a trustworthy senior. I don't want this friendship to be ruined by other things, so that we can't even be friends in the end." Lin Hua's refusal was straightforward and decisive. Apart from Gu Zheng, she has never been entangled in any romantic relationships. She said, word by word, "Bauer does like you. If you don't like her, you can make it clear, and she won't bother you." Lin's son gave a wry smile. "I understand. I'm sorry." Lin's son left the ward dejectedly. As soon as they went out, Xie Bauer came bothering them. "Dr. Lin, I sprained my ankle. Could you please take a look?" "Dr. Lin, I'm in so much pain. I can't walk. Can you carry me?" "Dr. Lin." Lin Hua was startled when she suddenly heard the door open. Thankfully, it was Xie Zhouhan. "What guilty thing have you done?" Xie Zhouhan teased leisurely. "No." Lin Hua couldn't help but think of last night when she saw Xie Zhouhan's gentle side, especially since they were in the same hospital room. She coughed and said, "If you're busy with work, go ahead, Xie Zhouhan frowned, about to send him away again. "You don't like him being with you that much?" "He insists." He caressed the woman's soft lips. Inch by inch, they encroached. Devour. Inside the room, the sound of panting filled the air, making one blush and their heart race. "Heh." Xie Zhouhan suddenly laughed. The laughter emanated from my chest. Lin Hua looked at him, panting, "What are you laughing at?" Xie Zhouhan looked at her blushing face. I really want to continue. But he knew that the occasion and timing were both wrong. He lost control last night, and although he doesn't regret it, he has been reflecting on it for a long time. His voice was hoarse and eager. I'll go to the company first, and let Bauer come and keep you company. If he stays any longer, something really bad is going to happen. There's no way around it. She's just too tempting. Lin Hua didn't know why Xie Zhohan had suddenly decided to go back to work, but she was quite looking forward to it. This man has been quite irritable lately. Not only is he unpredictable in his moods, but he also has a particular fondness for teasing her. She's a normal woman. She'll have normal reactions. But it's best not to get entangled with him anymore. Entangled. Xie Zhohan glanced at the fleeting ease in her eyes and sighed irritably. Looks like you're still afraid of me. Lin Hua, what did you say? I said, be good. I'll come back and have dinner with you tonight. This sounds like he's talking to his daughter. Xie Bauer, my dad doesn't talk to me like that. As soon as Xie Zhohan left, Lin Hua immediately buried her head in the blanket. Good heavens. What did she just do? She actually took the initiative. Never mind, I don't want to talk about it anymore. Her lifelong reputation is about to be ruined by this old man. She silently texted Xie Bauer, saying that Xie Zhohan had already left. Xie Bauer pushed open the door and came in looking dejected. My dad's finally gone. Hey, you scared me. How did you suddenly appear? I've been keeping watch outside the whole time. Dr. Lin is ignoring me, and my dad won't let me run away, so I have no choice but to be a gatekeeper. Xie Bauer looked dejected. Anyone who didn't know her would think she had just broken up with her boyfriend. She lay pitifully by the bedside, asking, what kind of girls do doctors like? He said I'm too young. Does that mean I'm too young, or that I'm not developing properly? You really dare to say that? Why are your lips swollen? Did my dad kiss you? Xie Bauer suddenly became interested. Pressing down on Lin Hua's shoulders, she couldn't be more excited. Ouch! Her fake best friend pressed the needle on the back of her hand. Chapter 20. Mrs. Xie is really enthusiastic. After finishing her 4 drip, Xie Bauer diligently escorted her best friend back to Lin Shui Xiaoxia. You're not fully recovered yet, so I'm going clubbing without you. Stay home and get some rest. My dad will be back tonight to have dinner with you. Lin Hua was dumbfounded. This girl had been going clubbing a lot lately. Wasn't she afraid her dad would punish her? Went clubbing again. Xie Bauer said in a serious tone. I tried to flirt with Dr. Lin, but he ignored me. Lin Hua shook her head helplessly. Fine. Anyway, the workload in the first year of college isn't too heavy, so you can play around if you want. Lin Hua felt sleepy as soon as she lay down on the bed. She slept for an unknown amount of time, and in her dreams, a pair of burning hands would always explore and wander over her body. She was dazed and confused, and no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't push away the owner of those hands. No, she muttered, but the other person continued to go too far. Lin Hua recalled the scene of being surrounded by thugs last time. Instinctively, subconsciously, she called out Gu Zheng's name. Gu Zheng, save me. As soon as he shouted that, the hand that had been causing trouble on his body suddenly disappeared. A light sheen of sweat appeared on her forehead. A little while later, someone came and wiped her sweat with a towel and seemed to say something to her. Lin Hua had no idea she wasn't dreaming. She turned over and tightly gripped the person wiping her sweat. I feel so bad, can you stay with me? She thought it was Xie Bauer. A hug will make me feel better, she added. Xie Zhohan's eyes darkened. She called out Gu Zheng's name. Right now, the only person I can ask for a hug is Gu Zheng. Although she had already registered her marriage with him and even become his legitimate woman, she still longed for the man she could never have. Gu Zheng was her ideal man. This realization spurred Xie Zhohan's male pride and his unfathomable possessiveness. Lin Hua, don't provoke me, he said in a hoarse voice. Lin Hua murmured, opening her eyes. Was someone calling her? The moment Lin Hua opened her eyes and saw the man's handsome face, she was stunned, and then all her sleepiness vanished instantly. Good heavens! She actually hugged Xie Zhohan's hand in her sleep, and it seemed like she was asking for a hug. She's completely lost face. Xie Zhohan slowly withdrew his hand from her forehead. No fever. I'm fine now. The rash has gone away. Mr. Xie, you're off work so early. Xie Zhohan gave her a forced smile and replied. It's not early. It's already 6 o'clock. I slept for so long. Lin Hua quickly got up and put on her shoes. You must be hungry. I'll wash up right away. Xie Zhohan's tone became increasingly sarcastic. I'm not hungry at all. I'm full of energy. Lin Hua. During their meal, Xie Zhohan casually mentioned, I'm going to SD tomorrow for business. Want to come along? No need. Lin Hua quickly waved her hand. It's such a small matter as my job interview, so I won't trouble Mr. Xie. What if someone they know sees Xie Zhouhan with a graduate student? She'll be spitting at you to death. Xie Zhouhan said calmly, I understand. The next morning, Xie Zhouhan was right. As soon as she entered the SD building, she saw Xie Zhouhan, dressed in a black suit, looking noble and aloof with a powerful aura, leading several high-level elites towards the private passage. They actually came to the meeting. When she arrived at the waiting area of the Human Resources Department, several graduates who had come for interviews were already sitting there, including 2 from the same school as Lin Hua. Jiangbei University's School of Architecture is the cradle of the construction industry in Jiangbei. SD is the top choice for architecture graduates. Next up, Lin Hua. The HR assistant called her name. Lin Hua immediately stood up, straightened the hem of her suit, and was stopped by a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses as soon as she reached the door of the interview room. You're Lin Hua from the School of Architecture at Jiangbei University? He looked down at Lin Hua. Lin Hua nodded. Yes. You don't need to go in. The man pushed up his glasses. Why? Lin Hua asked, puzzled. The HR assistant walked over and whispered, Manager Zhao, is there a problem with this graduate? Zhao Song said impatiently. Her resume is falsified. The interview must be cancelled. How could that be? We verify the information of every candidate who passes the interview. The HR assistant had only been in the position for a short time and couldn't tell what her superiors were thinking. Lin Hua narrowed her eyes. Forged? How could that be? That be? It seems someone is trying to stop her. Manager Zhao, right? If you think my materials are falsified, I can provide the original proof. I believe that a company as big as SD would never wrong any innocent interviewee. Lin Hua's words drew the attention of the interviewees. I'm also from Jiangbei University. Students from Jiangbei University would never cheat. Yes, if you can determine whether someone's resume is falsified with just a word, then wouldn't we be? You don't even want the interview qualification anymore? Zhao Song's words left everyone looking at each other in bewilderment. After all, no one wants to lose their interview opportunity because of a stranger. Zhao Song stared at Lin Hua. I'm sorry, your qualification has been revoked. If you're not satisfied, you can appeal. But after you appeal, we will not hire you again. Zhao Song's tone was very forceful. Lin Hua took a deep breath. It seemed someone was sabotaging her behind her back. But she won't give up. She was going to talk to other interviewers in the HR department. She refused to believe that such a large company as SD could be decided by a mere HR manager. However, before she could speak, a deep, cold female voice rang out. I had no idea that our company's HR manager had become the sole ruler of SD. Upon hearing this voice, Zhao Song froze. President, good heavens. Why would the CEO be passing by the HR department? The CEO doesn't even bother with hiring new employees each year. Lin Hua also looked over in surprise. A beautiful woman with a capable demeanor and features somewhat similar to Xie Zhouhan stood at the other end of the elevator. Several executives followed behind her. She stepped forward and looked Lin Hua up and down. From the School of Architecture at Jiangbei University? Lin Hua nodded. Yes, President Xie. Come in, I'll interview you personally. Xie Zhouhan took the elevator to the lounge area on the first floor. He waited there for 20 minutes before receiving a call from Xie Jingshu. Hello. Now I understand why you recommended her. Thank you so much. You found a gem for me. Xie Zhouhan's eyes warmed slightly. Baby? It's his. Xie Zhouhan had only mentioned one sentence to Xie Jingshu. Someone said something that reminded me of you when you were young. Architecture has warmth. It was because of this that Xie Jingshu took notice of Lin Hua and even interviewed her personally. However, Lin Hua was unaware of this. She excitedly shared the good news that she had passed the interview with Xie Bauer, and even said she would treat Xie Bauer to a meal. After agreeing to have hot pot at home, she looked up and met Xie Zhouhan's vast and deep eyes. Mr. Xie, you haven't left yet? Xie Zhouhan said. My assistant forgot to bring the documents. Shall we go downstairs together? But there's no one here. We can just go to the underground parking lot, and no one will see us. Worried that someone else might come into the elevator soon, Lin Hua simply grabbed Xie Zhouhan's arm and pulled him inside. He chuckled softly, his right hand naturally encircling Lin Hua's waist. Mrs. Xie is truly warm-hearted. She was so embarrassed that her ears turned red. Chapter 21. Put away your possessiveness. Xie Zhouhan looked at her flushed profile with great interest, his husky voice quite infectious. You passed the interview? Lin Hua lowered her head. not daring to look at him. President Xia let me join the director team and train under Wayne, the chief designer of SD. Wayne is a top-notch fighter that Xie Jingshu recruited from abroad. He served as the chief designer of SD. Wayne is a well-known genius in the industry. He is demanding and his words can be harsh, but he values talent. You can learn real skills by working with him. Yes. For Lin Hua, this result completely exceeded her expectations. Being able to learn from someone like Wayne is more enjoyable than earning a 5-figure salary. President Xia also said that manager Zhao seems to be connected with people from the Gu family. Do you think it was Gu Zheng's idea for him to disqualify me from the interview? Xie Zhouhan narrowed his eyes. Possibly. If Gu Zheng has already extended his reach into SD, then he really can no longer sit idly by and wait for his doom. Anyway, manager Zhao has already been fired, and I've passed the interview, so Gu Zheng can't interfere in my affairs anymore, Lin Hua said to herself. Xie Zhouhan curled his thin lips. You're oversimplifying things. What's the meaning? Where would you like to celebrate? Lin Hua didn't know why the man's topic changed so quickly, but she still honestly said, I made plans with Bauer to make hot pot at home tonight. I don't work overtime. Oh, let's celebrate with you. Congratulations on getting into your dream company and interning with a top-notch team. Lin Hua suddenly raised her head. Her eyes were filled with gratitude, and when she met the man's deep gaze, her heart skipped a beat. We're here. Xie Zhouhan suddenly grabbed her hand. Their fingers intertwined. He touched the platinum wedding ring on her ring finger, and his eyes heated up. As soon as he got in the car, Xie Zhouhan's heavy breathing came close to him. The assistant hasn't arrived yet. The parking lot was eerily quiet. Lin Hua nervously pushed against his chest, her voice trembling with nervousness, soft and warm. Mr. Xie? Xie Zhouhan's gaze swept over her face inch by inch. To celebrate you finding a job, I thought. Lin Hua. The man's breath grew hotter and hotter. Her wrist suddenly felt icy cold. Looking down, I was surprised to find it was a pink bracelet. I couldn't tell the specific material, but it had a warm and smooth texture and felt very comfortable to wear. Congratulations, Mrs. Xie, he said. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Lin Hua was enveloped by the man's gentle yet deadly aura. As if possessed, she returned the kiss, saying, Thank you, Mr. Xie. While having hot pot that evening, Lin Hua received a call from Wen Xuelan. Gu Zheng is sick. He stubbornly refused to go to the hospital, and even when he had a high fever, he kept calling her name. Wen Xuelan strongly urged Lin Hua to go back and see Gu Zheng, no matter what difficulties she had or why she was in a cold war with him. Lin Hua couldn't refuse Wen Xuelan, who had raised her. Gu Zheng was truly ill. Lin Hua looked at him, his face flushed red with fever and his brows furrowed, and felt a pang of pity. She used a warm towel to wipe his palms and forehead, hoping it would make him more comfortable. Wen Xuelan said that Gu Zheng had already taken his medicine, but he was still very confused and would probably have to stay with someone tonight. She could tell that her son and Lin Hua had argued. They are siblings, and there should be a limit to their Cold War. Therefore, I took the initiative to create opportunities, hoping that the two siblings could reconcile and return to normal. Lin Hua got up to go to the bathroom to change the water. When she came back, she saw Gu Zheng sitting on the edge of the bed, leaning against the pillow, looking at her weakly. Weakly. I thought he wasn't coming back. This is my second home. I will come back whenever the Gu family needs me, Lin Hua said calmly, avoiding Gu Zheng's eyes. Gu Zheng's voice was hoarse and strained. I need you. Brother. Lin Hua addressed him formally and coldly. Get well soon, or your future sister-in-law will worry. Gu Zheng's teeth were pressed tightly against the base of his tongue. Are you really with him? Lin Hua knew that Gu Zheng's possessiveness towards her was abnormal. He doesn't like her. She doesn't allow other men to like her. She was even forbidden from liking other men. She said in a deep voice, Yes, for some reasons I can't go public, but that doesn't mean I'm the kind of person who's fickle. So brother, please stop bothering me, or my husband will become suspicious. For some reason? He's clearly using you and doesn't want to make your existence public. Hua, do you know how many messes there are within the Xie family? Xie Zhouhan brought home a so-called daughter when he was only 18. Don't you know how dirty his private life is? You thought you married into a wealthy family, but it's actually hell. Lin Hua's expression grew increasingly grim as she heard Gu Zheng so obsessively smear Xie Zhouhan. That's all your opinion, not mine. I went for an interview at SD today, and my interview was almost canceled. Was that your doing? Gu Zheng frowned. What had he done? It really was you. Seeing Gu Zheng's silence, Lin Hua put down the towel in her hand and said in a deep voice, Gu Zheng, I don't like you anymore, so you have no right to control my life anymore. Hua. Gu Zheng saw her about to leave and immediately threw off the covers to chase after her. He held her hand. Please give me another chance, okay? I'll break off the engagement with Li Surong. He knew that if he didn't explain things clearly, his girl would leave him for good. My engagement to Li Surong is just a temporary measure to combine our two families' businesses and create a new brand. This is only temporary. Once I have control, I will. Gu Zheng. How? If you had told me from the beginning that you had to give up our relationship for the sake of your family, I would have understood you. But why did you wait until I got married someone you didn't love, to say such things? Do you think I'll believe you? Is Li Surong blind? Can't she see the effort he put into her? Hua, is it because of Xie Zhohan that you distrust me so much? Gu Zheng gripped her hand tightly, and Lin Hua frowned in pain. Gu Zheng asked urgently, have you fallen in love with him? At that moment, Lin Hua felt that this man was utterly ridiculous. Gu Zheng, put away your so-called possessiveness. She forcefully shook him off. Xie Bauer picked up Lin Hua in her new lover's latest Porsche. When Xuelan saw the car, she couldn't help but mutter, this young lady of the Xie family is very favored. She's so good to our Hua. Who knows, we might even be able to do business with the Xie family in the future. Gu Zheng staggered to the door and happened to hear her words. He said with a stern face, who wants to cooperate with the Xie family? Why are you in such a bad mood? Did someone in the Xie family offend you? You've been too strict with Hua. She wants to be independent now, but you still want to take care of everything. Of course, you two will argue. When Xuelan helped her weak son inside and advised, Hua has grown up and is a young lady now. You can't control her like before, or she'll think you're a control freak. Mom, I don't want to control her. I just don't want her to get hurt. The one she loves is Gu Zheng. Why did she marry another man so quickly? Chapter 22. Dad's a dating novice. Does she have feelings for Xie Zhohan? If there were, no, impossible. She has loved him for so many years. Her entire youth has been spent passionately loving him. She won't change her mind so quickly. Won't. Hua, you seem a bit off. Did Haoming say something to provoke you again? Xie Bauer was gossiping while driving. What lucky guy. The nickname I gave Gu Zheng. Isn't it lucky that he's got your affection? But when it comes to painting, I think my dad could be even luckier. Why don't you try liking my dad too? Lin Hua's lips twitched a few times. What nonsense are you talking about? No nonsense. My dad has been the poster child for being destined to be single for so many years. Even I thought he would grow old alone. I didn't expect him to be willing to get a marriage certificate with you. I think he has some feelings for you. Feel? For no apparent reason, images of Xie Zhohan flirting with her appeared in Lin Hua's mind. It wasn't just a feeling, it was like a beast with no self-control. Her face flushed, and Xie Bauer asked curiously, you're blushing? Admit it, do you have feelings for my dad too? That's not true. TCH, fine, there's plenty of time in the future anyway. Why did you come to pick me up? My dad said it was too late, and it wasn't safe for a girl like you to be out alone, so he asked me to pick you up. You're a girl too. In my dad's eyes, I'm the one who's the insecurity. Xie Bauer waved her fist, demonstrating her black belt strength. Lin Hua chuckled softly. Remembering Gu Zheng's words, she hesitated. Bauer, your dad and your mom. Huh, you finally asked me. Xie Bauer had a, I've been waiting for this for so long look on her face, which completely confused Lin Hua. Xie Bauer said as if reciting a familiar story. Outsiders say that my dad brought me back to Jiangbei from Africa when I was 18 and let me join the Xie family to recognize my ancestors. It's because he went to Africa to provide support and then became unfaithful, having affairs with women of unknown origin, which is how I came to be. Your dad brought you home when he was 18, so wasn't he a minor? And then you had a child? Hey, this proves one thing. Is my dad a promiscuous person? No. My dad is virtuous and abstinent. How could he do something reckless when he was a minor, especially abroad? Xie Bauer sighed. There were many things she only understood after she grew up. That's why she wanted to help her father escape his lonely life, and that's why she wanted to find a reliable and kind girl to have a good relationship with him, and ideally have several adorable babies. Drawing? My dad's a good man. He didn't do anything wrong. I didn't understand. To make a long story short, I'm not my dad's biological daughter. Xie Bauer shrugged, dropping a bombshell right off the bat. Seeing her best friend's shocked expression, Xie Bauer burst into laughter. Don't make that face. I'm not related to him by blood, but he really is my dad. Look how well he raised me. Bauer, if Mr. Xie isn't your biological father, then you. My biological parents were researchers supporting Africa. They encountered war, and my father died in the line of duty. My mother had a difficult childbirth when she gave birth to me. In order to give me a legal identity and for my future, my father and mother signed a marriage agreement and got a marriage certificate. So, Mr. Xie married your mother so that you would become the daughter of the Xie family. Yes, my biological mother left me a message before she died. I heard it when I was a child, but I couldn't understand it. That time, I secretly overheard my father talking to Uncle Zeng in his study, and that's when I learned the whole story. When you grow up, you'll be able to understand. Some members of the Xie family believe that I am really my father's daughter. After all, my father arranged a paternity test. But others know the inside story, so I am not well received in the Xie family. But it doesn't matter, as long as my dad likes me. I've told you this secret, so you'd better treat my dad well from now on. Of course, if my dad dares to wrong you, we'll take all his assets and leave him to grow old alone. Lin Hua said subconsciously. No, he's so good. He definitely won't end up alone. It has to be my best friend. I didn't choose the wrong person. Bauer, you lied to me about going on a blind date with your dad. Could it be? What? You won't let me choose a stepmother I like. You're my best friend. I wouldn't hurt you. If you're unhappy with my dad, I'll definitely side with you, not him. When Xie Bauer said this, her eyes darted around nervously, and she didn't dare to look Lin Hua in the eye. In crucial moments, she still had to stand by her father's side. After all, he was a complete novice when it came to dating. Lin Hua didn't know what Xie Bauer was thinking. All she knew was that Xie Zhohan and Gu Zheng were saying different things. A man who would use marriage and reputation as bargaining chips to protect and care for the children of martyrs would never scheme against an ordinary person like her. He's great, better than anyone else. From the bottom of her heart, she hoped that a good man like Xie Zhohan could have a good life and a happy family. Back at the woods and waterside pavilion, Xie Zhohan was still awake when Xie Bauer yawned and went back to her room. Lin Hua was also going to SD for a report the next day, so she went to bed early. While Xie Bauer was still sleeping in, Lin Hua had already changed into her business suit and was all dressed up, ready to go out. Xie Zhohan carried a breakfast box. I'll give it to you. No need. I can take a taxi. It's on my way. I need to go to a meeting at SD. When we get to the underground parking lot, you can go up first. Lin Hua didn't expect this person to see through her thoughts so quickly. She hesitated for a moment, but still got into the car with Xie Zhohan. On the bus, Xie Zhohan opened his breakfast box. Your mind will become sluggish when you're hungry. Have you got a meal yet? Have eaten. Lin Hua silently hugged the food box and began to eat. But eating breakfast in the car is really not my style, and the smell is very strong. She was quite embarrassed. After they finished eating, Xie Zhohan suddenly leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her earlobe. She shuddered, feeling a tingling, ticklish sensation in her chest. What? She stepped back, her breathing erratic. Xie Zhohan reached out his finger and gently wiped the rice porridge from the corner of her mouth. You've made a mess. His hoarse voice carried an alluring desire. No, your clothes will get messy. A faint smile emanated from the man's chest. Tonight, Chapter 23, she was confused and infatuated. She was confused and infatuated. She had no idea what she was thinking, but she honestly agreed to the man's invitation. Lin Hua arrived at the design department on time. In the parking lot, the driver asked, puzzled, President, SD and Xie's are half an hour's drive apart. You don't have a meeting here, so why are you taking such a long detour? Xie Zhohan, I like it. Driver, you like it? With so many cars at home, your wife can easily drive one, or at the very least, take a taxi. The CEO's time is paid for by the second. It took an hour and a half to get there, which was a huge waste. Xie Zhohan was in a good mood and didn't mind the driver's talkativeness. Instead, he said in a gentle tone, from now on, we'll have a meeting at SD every workday. Driver, you're the CEO, you know how to play the game. Wayne, the director of the SD design department, was recruited from abroad by Xie Jingshu. He was a stylishly dressed, well-groomed middle-aged man. He's very handsome, but has a somewhat effeminate air about him. If you look closely, the mixed-race features are quite obvious. Lin Hua didn't dare to look too much. After all, it was too impolite for a newcomer like her to stare at the director. Wayne, with his pinky finger raised, flipped through the materials and portfolio submitted by Lin Hua, his critical gaze sweeping over her. I never expected Mr. Xie to find me such an apprentice. Wayne's eyes crinkled into a smile. Even if you were someone the Crown Prince put in here, you still need to be smart enough for me to keep you, understand? Lin Hua was stunned. Crown Prince. What, you don't know? It's all over the company. They're saying that President Xia's brother recommended a graduate to her, and President Xia personally interviewed him. Lin Hua realized that someone was trying to ruin her reputation. It seems that since President Xia directly assigned her to work with Director Wayne, many people are watching her closely, waiting to find fault with her. She said humbly and confidently, "No matter what rumors are circulating in the company, please don't worry about them, Director. I will let my work and abilities speak for themselves." "Fine," Wayne said bluntly. "If you don't satisfy me, you can get out anytime." "Can you do that?" "No problem." That sounds quite confident. He doesn't need vases here. But if she's a pretty and capable vase, someone who's all looks and no substance, that's a plus. When Wayne saw Lin Hua still working overtime to organize data as he left work, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. He tapped lightly on her desk. "Clean up the mess from the last project in 2 days, and I want to see a perfect analysis report." The implication is that there are still 2 days left to complete this task. Lin Hua was stunned. This director was actually a stubborn person with a soft heart. She worked overtime until 7 p.m., and WeChat messages kept popping up on her phone, but she didn't see any of them. Xia Bauer rushed straight to SD to find someone. "Hey, you're working so hard like a beast of burden on your first day of work. Are you trying to kill all the other beasts of burden?" Lin Hua looked at the unread messages on her phone and immediately apologized awkwardly. "Sorry, I was too busy and didn't check my phone. I won't be going home for dinner. I'm working overtime tonight. I'll just order takeout later." Xia Bauer looked embarrassed. She doesn't go back for meals either. But her dad called her personally, asking her to pick up her best friend and take her home for dinner. How could she not answer? "I'm done." In this world, there's only endless work and people who work themselves to death, not people like you who only want to work themselves to death. Lin Hua was completely bewildered by her rambling remarks. "Go home and eat. That's a good boy." Xia Bauer drove as usual, while Lin Hua sat in the passenger seat looking at unread messages on her phone. "Boss Xia, what would you like to eat tonight?" "Boss Xia, shall I come pick you up after get off work?" "Boss Xia, Mrs. Xia, it's your first day at work. You don't have to be so dedicated." "Boss Xia, I'm waiting for you." For some reason, Lin Hua remembered the kiss in the car this morning. A kiss that almost made me lose control. She had a dry mouth. "I'm waiting for you. Are you waiting for her to come home for dinner? Or about that matter tonight?" For some reason, Lin Hua felt a little flustered and shy. Xia Bauer, being so carefree, didn't notice why her best friend was blushing at all, and was still complaining that Dr. Lin was too aloof and hard to pursue. Even the most virtuous woman can be swayed by persistent suitors, and the reverse is also true. "I plan to wait for him at the hospital every day after school to pick him up from get off work. What do you think of this approach, drawing? I'll win him over sooner or later." "Draw." Lin Hua snapped out of her daze. "Huh? What did you just say?" "I said, I want to pursue Dr. Lin." "Why are you blushing?" She didn't say anything offensive or lewd, did she? "It's too hot in the car. I turned on the air conditioning. If the temperature drops any lower, I'll catch a cold. Maybe I'm wearing too many clothes." Xia Bauer glared at her. A shirt and a pencil skirt, a very restrained and innocent look. "But this outfit shouldn't be that hot, right? You know what? You look really charming in this business suit." "Lin Hua, don't talk nonsense." After dinner, Lin Hua took the initiative to clean up the dishes and threw a bunch of things into the dishwasher. Xie Zhuan had disappeared, and Lin Hua thought he was angry, but the atmosphere during the meal was quite harmonious, and he even praised Xia Bauer a few times. Xia Bauer had to go back to school, so she left first. As she cleared the dishes, one thought kept running through her mind. Xie Zhuan is gone, so does that mean we don't have to cook tonight? A pair of hands encircled her waist from behind. The man's palms were slightly warm. "You look very attractive in your business suit." The man's hoarse voice, carrying an undeniable heat, came close to his. "Lin Hua, she should change." I haven't taken a shower yet." Xie Zhuan curled her thin lips. Very well, she hadn't forgotten their agreement for tonight. "No rush." Xie Zhuan supported her waist, and with his right hand around her shoulder, he helped her get the towel to wipe the table. Lin Hua's body was tense throughout the entire process. What did Xia Bauer say? Is her dad a complete novice when it comes to dating? Does her dad not know how to flirt with women? This family are all liars who can lie without batting an eye. Lin Hua quickly wiped the table, trying to escape the man's burning gaze. but he pressed himself against her, saying, Lin Hua, you look beautiful and smell wonderful tonight. Lin Hua thought about the smell of sweat all over her body and felt that this man probably had some kind of weird fetish. Mr. Xie, please stop fooling around. I'm going to take a shower first. Lin Hua was being too optimistic. She thought that by taking a shower and stalling for time, she might not have to do it tonight. But the man didn't give her a chance. He took her arm. He grabbed her shoulders and turned her around to face him. Her lower back rested against the kitchen counter. No need to wash, he said. Lin Hua was so aroused by the man that she could barely stand. No, not here. She was very scared. I was worried that Aunt Fin would come to clean up soon, and I was also worried that Xie Bauer might forget something and suddenly come back. Xie Zhouhan hummed in agreement, but showed no sign of stopping. Lin Hua bit the man's chest in anger. She didn't bite hard, but her teeth dug into his skin, bringing a strange stinging and tingling sensation. A crimson yet restrained flame flickered in Xie Zhouhan's eyes. You provoked me first. What? Lin Hua raised her timid, watery eyes. Chapter 24 Imperial Younger Brother versus Crown Prince. It wasn't until she repeatedly fell into the abyss that Lin Hua finally understood the meaning behind Xie Zhouhan's suppressed warning in the kitchen. How could this man be celibate? They're simply insatiable beasts. She rubbed her lower back, forced herself to get up, wash, and go to work. The man, who was full, prepared breakfast early and even conveniently drove her to the company. Lin Hua refused to speak to him all morning. He wasn't angry. After all, I really couldn't control myself last night and was a bit too wild. After dropping Lin Hua off, Xie Zhouhan instructed the driver, go to Gu's group. Lin Hua had just stepped into the elevator when she ran into Zhao Song, the HR manager who had been fired the day before. Miss Lin, I was blind to your true worth. If I had known you were Mr. Xie's person, I would never have believed the rumors and disqualified you from the interview. Zhao Song looked exhausted, with an unshaven beard, a typical case of being fired. Lin Hua didn't want to waste words with him, but he stopped her from entering the elevator. Isn't my apology enough? Please, go and explain to President Xie. This really is a misunderstanding. Lin Hua chuckled. Misunderstanding? Then Manager Zhao, can you tell me who asked you to disqualify me from the interview? It seems that Manager Zhao does not think this is a misunderstanding. No, I'll tell you. Hey, it was all Mr. Gu's idea. Mr. Gu's assistant came to the company to discuss business and mentioned to me that you are Mr. Gu's sister. And even if there are problems with your resume, don't expose them. Zhao Song solemnly declared that he was an honest employee and would never give anyone special treatment, which was why he insisted on canceling Lin Hua's interview qualification. Lin Hua's lips curled into a mocking smile. Zhao Song's words were half true and half false. Gu Zheng's involvement is true, but his integrity is a lie. It must have been Gu Zheng's assistant who hinted to him to ruin his interview. How much money did he give you? Lin Hua asked bluntly. Money? No, not a single penny. I already said it's a misunderstanding. Lin Hua thought for a moment. Since Gu Zheng has intervened, Zhao Song certainly wouldn't dare to implicate him. She didn't insist anymore. I can't change Mr. Xie's mind. I'm just a new employee, so please forgive me for not being able to interfere with the personnel department's transfers. Zhao Song grabbed her sleeve urgently, his face gradually hardening, his eyes flashing with malice. I've already begged you so humbly. What more do you want? Lin Hua, don't push your luck. I have elderly parents and young children to support. Without this job, my whole family will starve. If you force me, I'll just have to go all out. Lin Hua knew that his previous apology was fake. What are you planning to do? Hit me here or kill me? Lin Hua looked at the security camera in the corner of the elevator. Zhao Song understood what she meant. He awkwardly released Lin Hua and said, I told you, I'm ready to risk everything in this situation. If you don't help me, then you can expect my revenge. He left after he finished speaking. It seems they really are like stray dogs, starting to go berserk. Lin Hua felt somewhat uneasy. Oh, you must be Lin Hua, the newcomer? A mature woman's voice came from inside the elevator. The woman was wearing a blue shirt and gray trousers, and looked very capable. Her appearance was both elegant and charming, making her very eye-catching. Who are you? I'm also from the design department. I heard you're one of the Crown Prince's men. Bei Rua looks like someone who loves to joke around. She shifted the documents in her hand and said to the dazed Lin Hua, Why aren't you coming in? Oh, why do you all call Mr. Xie Crown Prince? You don't mind me joking with you? I don't mind. It's all just rumors anyway. Lin Hua's nonchalant expression surprised Bei Rua. The parties involved are so calm. It seems it really is just a rumor. First of all, Mr. Xie is the heir of the Xie family, and also the younger brother that our CEO Xie cares about most. Company employees privately call him the Crown Prince, since there is indeed a throne to inherit in his family. Secondly, Bei Ruo looked at Lin Hua with a profound gaze. It's true that the Crown Prince's arrival at the meeting that day was too sudden, and he also suddenly wanted to tour the company with President Xie, and even took the initiative to mention the HR department. So, President Xie personally interviewed you, and everyone started talking about it. Lin Hua nodded. If it were me, I would have misunderstood too. Oh, it seems it really was a misunderstanding. Lin Hua remained unfazed. Of course it's a misunderstanding. How could an ordinary girl like me dare to aspire to the esteemed Crown Prince? Bei Ruo raised an eyebrow slightly. After the elevator arrived at the design department, Bei Ruo refuted the rumors about Lin Hua in the group chat. Lin Hua was also added to their department's small group chat, the one without their boss, Wang. Lin Hua felt a sense of relief when she saw the chat logs where Bei Ruo had refuted the rumors for her, and other colleagues had echoed her sentiments. Fortunately, she had done background checks on everyone in the design department before starting work. Bei Ruo is beautiful, capable at work, and adept at navigating social situations with her colleagues. The most time-saving and effortless way is to start by refuting the rumors from her. If she can produce results, people will stop treating her like a pretty face. Bei Ruo was kind to Lin Hua, proactively helping her find some data and information, and even revealing the preferences and work habits of many of her colleagues. Let's have dinner together, Lin Hua suggested before leaving get off work. Bei Ruo smiled knowingly. I spent the whole day being honest, and in return, I got a meal from you. Lin Hua, Dajiang restaurant. Bei Ruo ordered several of the restaurant's signature dishes, and then asked Lin Hua what she wanted to eat. Lin Hua noticed a familiar figure not far away, but didn't hear her say anything. Bei Ruo followed Lin Hua's gaze and scoffed. The Crown Prince of the Gu family. Oh. Looking at Lin Hua's innocent appearance, Bei Ruo couldn't help but laugh out loud. You really are a fresh graduate, you don't know anything. Although the chairman and president of Gu's group are both heads of the Gu family, this general manager Gu has already gained considerable influence among the board members. It is said that at the year-end board meeting, many people will propose that he be appointed as the group's president. Lin Hua hadn't expected Gu Zheng to be so ruthless and so good at winning people over. For some reason, Uncle Gu was always reluctant to hand the company over to him. The two even argued about this at home. His sudden assertiveness and desire to challenge his father for power feels a bit off. What are you thinking about? It's nothing. It's probably because he got engaged to the Li family's daughter. With the two companies joining forces, the board members will naturally side with him. You know quite a lot, Bei Ruo said mysteriously, pouring Lin Hua a glass of water. I'm not very familiar with the elite circles. Some people in the company say, you're from the Gu family? Why don't you join the Gu group? Mrs. Gu is my mother's best friend. After my parents passed away, she adopted me. But I've grown up and don't want to trouble them anymore, nor can I continue to accept their care. Besides, SD is the Eden where I realize my dreams. Bei Ruo burst out laughing. Now I believe you. You really are not the Crown Prince's man. How come we still can't escape this situation? The Crown Prince of the Gu family is very outstanding. You've been spending every day with him. Haven't you ever been tempted? Lin Hua's throat tightened slightly for a moment. She retorted with a forced smile. I'm the younger sister. What could I possibly be interested in? You, a great beauty, are the one who's interested, aren't you? You've been talking about him the whole time. Bei Ruo. Yeah, I do like you a little. To be honest, I approached you not only because I like your personality, but also because you come from a family-oriented background. Lin Hua, so blunt? Aren't you afraid I'll block you? Be honest, and friendships will last. Lin Hua sighed helplessly. It really is true. She got up and went to the restroom. They didn't notice a tall figure following them. Bei Ruo sat in her seat and sent a voice message. This girl is too trusting. Luckily you asked me to keep an eye on her. Otherwise she would have been taken advantage of by those people in the company sooner or later. Chapter 25, Are Men and Women Different? Arranged Marriage, Love Later. Lin Hua had just turned into the restroom when she hid behind the door. She sensed someone was following her and couldn't help but feel a chill run down her spine. Dajiang Restaurant is a very famous restaurant with good security, but the other party dared to follow us into the restroom. What if? Gu Zheng stood at the door for a moment, and just as he was about to turn around, a bag hit him on the head. Abnormal. The girl's angry, shrill voice came from behind. It's me. Gu Zheng, enduring the pain in his head, grabbed her wrist. Hua, it's me. Lin Hua looked puzzled. Wasn't Gu Zheng out having dinner with clients? Why was he following her? She withdrew her hand, straightened her clothes and bag, and said coldly, Please be more mindful of your image in the future, Mr. Gu. Following others like this can easily lead to misunderstandings. Gu Zheng originally wanted to come in. Lin Hua kicked him in the knee. What you do? Men and women are different. You should go to the other side. Lin Hua quickly closed the bathroom door and pressed her ear against it to listen for Gu Zheng's movements. Zheng, what are you doing here? Lin Hua's pupils contracted. Li Surong had arrived too? I've been looking for you for a long time. Mr. Chun is still waiting for us. Let's go over first. Gu Zheng pondered for a moment, then said, Okay, I'm going to touch up my makeup, you go ahead. Let's go together. Gu Zheng grabbed Li Sirong's arm and forcefully pulled her away. Be gentle, it hurts a little. Lin Hua couldn't hear anything else in Li Sirong's sweet voice except for affection and seduction. She felt that Gu Zheng was really conflicted. He clearly likes Li Sirong and is engaged, so why does he still care about her affairs? Is it possessiveness at play? Or is he just a control freak? Lin Hua sighed. I opened the door and was suddenly confronted by a cold, hard chest. This aura, it feels familiar. Looking up, she met Xie Zhouhan's vast eyes. Xie Zhouhan has been here the whole time. Seeing Gu Zheng chasing after him, he was worried that something had happened to Lin Hua, so he came over as well. Her eyes were slightly red because she had seen Gu Zheng and Li Surong together. Xie Zhouhan felt a dull, sour, and restless feeling in his heart. Mr. Xie, what are you doing here? Mrs. Xie, I'm here to discuss some business. What about you? Lin Hua, sarcastic? I came to eat with my colleagues. Seeing her helpless expression, Xie Zhouhan softened his tone. Let's go home together when it's over. I don't know when. Or do you want to go back to the Gu family with Gu Zheng? I heard that Mrs. Gu has been saying lately that you should go back and stay for a while. I thought. We'll go together. Lin Hua said decisively, when Xuelan did call her and asked her to go back to her place. His words implied a desire for her to make up with Gu Zheng. She didn't want to go back and face Gu Zheng. She agreed too readily. Xie Zhouhan's expression turned even more sour. Lin Hua had no idea what this person was angry about. She returned to her seat and saw Bei-Ru staring at her phone screen, laughing gleefully. She asked curiously, What interesting news did you see? No, it's just a friend who asked me to do something, but then thought I was being too nosy. What's the meaning? Bei-Ru gave her a knowing look. Who did you run into in the restroom? You look a little pale. Lin Hua coughed twice. Let's eat. After eating for a while, Lin Hua couldn't help but start a conversation. You know Gu Zheng? This young master came to our company to discuss cooperation once, but was rejected by President Xie. I was in charge of receiving him at the time. Is the Gu family planning to enter the real estate market? It's not really a good thing to have a business that's too big, Bei-Ru said meaningfully. Otherwise, why would Gu Zheng have to compromise himself by getting engaged to Li Surong, a rich heiress who only knows how to spend money and be jealous all day long? You're his sister. What kind of girl does he like? Lin Hua raised her chin, gesturing for Bei-Ru to look over there. Li Surong sat next to Gu Zheng. If it weren't for the important client sitting opposite them, she probably would have sat right into Gu Zheng's lap. That kind of thing? Impossible. Are you so sure? Bei-Ru said mysteriously. It's just a marriage alliance. It's either a mutually beneficial arrangement or a one-sided love. There are also couples who are mutually in love and eventually get married. Bei-Ru blinked. She gracefully brushed a stray hair from her forehead. That makes sense. Marriage before love is very romantic. Lin Hua repeated the phrase, marriage first, love later in her mind. She and Xie Zhouhan got their marriage certificate and had that kind of relationship. Will this prove the point? Shall. What marriage of convenience that blossoms into love? They were just getting what they wanted. How could she possibly fall in love with Xie Zhouhan after an arranged marriage? That's just too far-fetched. Seeing that Lin Hua was distracted, Bei-Ru offered to leave. Gu Zheng dismissed Li Surong and made an excuse to chase after her. But then she saw a low-key black Cullinan parked in front of Lin Hua. Lin Hua got into the car. The car window slowly rolled down. He revealed a handsome face that looked like a sculpture, cold and aloof. His hand rested on Lin Hua's shoulder. He leaned closer and whispered something in her ear, their posture appearing unusually intimate. Gu Zheng clenched his fists tightly. The veins on his forehead were already bulging uncontrollably. Boom! The car sped away. Gu Zheng felt as if half of his heart had been ripped out by a knife. Li Serong also came out, wearing a coat, and looked at Gu Zheng with a puzzled expression. Zheng, what are you doing? Gu Zheng glanced at her sideways. I know why you're here. I can handle Mr. Chen, but if you want a piece of the pie. No, I just wanted to help you. Gu Zheng said coldly. If you want to help me, don't overreach yourself. What's the meaning? Zhao Song is one of your men, isn't he? You think I don't know what you've been doing? Upon hearing this, Li Sirong's pretty face darkened slightly. He still found out. Does it matter whether you did it or I did it? We are one. Gu Zheng pressed his back teeth together, suppressing the urge to lash out. Li Sirong is right. As long as the marriage between the Gu family and the Li family remains, what Li Sirong does is no different from what he does. Xie Zhuan came to the company to see me and gave me a dressing down in front of many board members. Xie Zhuan? How could he? Could it be that Xie Bauer did this to avenge Lin Hua? Li Sirong was unaware of Xie Zhuan's relationship with Lin Hua. They assumed that Xie Bauer was trying to help Lin Hua by taking advantage of Xie Zhuan's influence. She glanced guiltily at Gu Zheng. No wonder he was in such a bad mood. It turned out he had been threatened by Xie Zhuan. She feigned composure and said, What are you afraid of? Can Xie Zhuan really manage the internal affairs of the Gu group? Gu's group wants to enter the real estate market. In addition to cooperating with the Li family, it also needs to conduct the next round of financing. However, Xie Zhuan's appearance has made the board members doubt my abilities and connections. Xie Zhuan's Xie Group is the leading enterprise in the entire Jiangbei region. Not to mention, SD is Xie Jingshu's company. Gu Zheng said coldly. Li Serong, if you dare to interfere in my affairs again, or offend people you shouldn't in my name, I think. Zheng, I didn't mean to. I just wanted to. She just wanted to sabotage Lin Hua's work. It could even damage Lin Hua's reputation. Who knew that Xie Zhuan, this god of death, would show up? No matter what you're thinking, you can't touch her. Chapter 26 My sister-in-law is also here. In the luxurious private room, Xie Zhuan finished his discussion with his partners, and the starry sky outside the window was already dazzling. Zheng Yi nestled lazily in the leather sofa, flipping through photos of himself and his fiancée. Such a big project, you really aren't taking Fanqing along. Although Wei Fanqing is the son of an official, he did not want to inherit the family business, so he followed Xie Zhuan to learn how to do business. Business? Now he can be considered a successful boss. Xie Zhuan's thin lips moved slightly. He hasn't finished what he's doing yet. Forcing investment in this project will only increase the risk. Zheng Yi shrugged. He sat up, picked up the whiskey on the table, and said playfully, Hey Xie, how long are you planning to keep this mistress hidden away? We've had our marriage certificate for over 10 days now. None of the brothers have formally met their sister-in-law yet. Xie Zhuan glanced at him. His expression was somewhat cold. It's not appropriate. What do you mean by not suitable? Wei Fanqing and I are almost dying of curiosity. Even my fiancé asked me what kind of celestial beauty could conquer an iceberg like you, brother Xie. The ancient iron tree has blossomed. If word gets out, the Xie family elders will be able to go to the ancestral hall to worship their ancestors. If you don't let us brothers have a look, one day we'll get too curious and go straight to the Xie family to expose you. Xie Zhuan didn't even lift his eyelids, continuing to scroll through the WeChat messages Lin Hua had sent him on his phone. He came over to discuss some business and asked the driver to take her home first. She said she was too tired today and wanted to go to bed early, and sent a good night emoji. Was it because of seeing Gu Zheng that she felt so exhausted? Xie Zhuan couldn't help but wonder. Brother Xie, what are you staring at on your phone? Is there a beautiful woman or some gold on it? He nodded, which was rare for him. Zheng Yi rolled over and landed next to him. Beautiful lady? Xie Zhuan locked the phone screen too quickly, and Zheng Yi only saw a WeChat profile picture, which appeared to be a photo of an oil painting. Brother Xie, let me tell you the truth. Why are you so reluctant to bring your wife to meet us? Is it because she hasn't taken a liking to you yet? The atmosphere around Xie Zhuan instantly became tense. It was bound to happen sooner or later. Sooner or later. Brother Xie, is your confidence from Fish Liang? I heard with my own ears that your wife gave you the friend card. It's been so long, and you still haven't won her over? She's a girl who just graduated, and you're so good-looking, rich, and powerful. How can you not win her over? Zheng Yi got more and more excited as he talked. How about I get you some more of that kind of wine, and you and your sister-in-law can have a candlelight dinner? Then things will definitely fall into place. Xie Zhuan frowned. He and Lin Hua, At least in bed, we're very harmonious. We don't need those random kinds of alcohol, he said coldly. It seems I have to suggest that Shi Qiong consider marriage with another family, instead of hanging herself on the Zeng family. Hey, you can't mess with someone's marriage like that. Don't take it out on your brother just because you're sexually frustrated. He finally managed to win Shi Qiong's heart, and they've only been engaged for 6 months. He hasn't officially become her fiancé yet. The door to the private room was suddenly pushed open. What nice guy card. Who's sexually frustrated? Wei Fanqing was eavesdropping outside, but she couldn't hear very clearly. He was wearing a flashy pink shirt and sat down right next to Zeng Yi. What brings you here today? Is your fiancé too busy making money to spare your time? Ever since Zeng Yi got engaged to Shi Qiong, this guy hasn't attended any of their brothers' gatherings. They said they were going to go ashore and couldn't hang out with them anymore. With Brother Xie around, who would dare to fool around? Zeng Yi. Brother Xie. Receiving a warning look from Xie Zhouhan, Zeng Yi quietly changed the subject. Why aren't you playing with your female students? What are you doing here? We broke up. The schoolgirl is innocent, but she's too stubborn. He wouldn't dare to get too involved. If he gets entangled with her again, resorting to crying, making a scene, and threatening suicide, he won't be able to handle it. Brother Xie, when are you going to introduce your wife to us? We're an inseparable trio. You can keep it from your family, but it's not fair of you to keep it from us. We got this information directly from Bauer, so we can't be stingy. The emperor isn't worried, but the eunuch is. Zeng Yi punched him on the shoulder. Mind your own business, Brother Xie's business. Wei Fanqing, did you take the wrong medicine? Zeng Yi coughed a few times and said in a serious tone, Brother Xie, I have a small, immature suggestion. Xie Zhouhan looked at him expressionlessly. He boldly said, You can't hide a woman's feelings from you. You have to let her into your circle and let her get to know you better. Otherwise, how can feelings develop over time? Wei Fanqing blinked. Damn, is Wild King going to impart his experience to Brother Xie? He chimed in. In terms of experience, I'm the most experienced of the three of us. I've dated women of all shapes and sizes. Xieji, you have to listen to me. Bring your girlfriend out. We'll help you out. She'll definitely fall for you. Xie Zhouhan had considered integrating her into his circle, but her eyes were so clear. He didn't want her to see anything shady or calculating. Moreover, she was distant and polite to him, treating him solely as a contractual husband. Seeing Xie Zhouhan remain silent, Wei Fanqing assumed he had listened and was about to continue offering her advice when she heard a commotion outside. Damn it! How dare they cause trouble on my turf? This starry night club is Wei Fanqing's territory. It's a high-end club that he runs, catering to the powerful and famous. Cause trouble? This is the first time a young woman has ever done this on her wedding day. Zeng Yi frowned as well. Let's go out and take a look. These days, there aren't many people who dare to cause trouble in the brothers' territory. Wei Fanqing, holy crap, it's a little princess. Zeng Yi's curiosity was piqued. Why is Bauer here? Xie Zhouhan paused slightly as he stroked the wine glass with his fingers. Oh my god, my sister-in-law is here too. Wei Fanqing's tone became increasingly horrified. Xie Zhouhan, who had been sitting calmly like a mountain, suddenly stood up and led Zeng Yi and Wei Fanqing out of the private room. Zeng Yi pinched his chin. Holy crap, not a contractual wife, but the dragon's reverse scale? Wei Fanqing looked puzzled. What are you muttering about? You don't understand, Zeng Yi said sagely. Our brother Xie has a story to tell. When did brother Xie ever run out of stories? All right, I'm not going to waste my breath on you anymore. Hurry up and go help the little princess fight. Xie Bauer doesn't need anyone's help. She's a black belt expert. She was personally trained by Xie Zhouhan. Although Xie Zhouhan was strict with her over the years, he taught her self-defense and rescue skills. The Xie family is not short of money, but they lack a girl with a genuine personality like Xie Bauer. But Xie Zhouhan once said, true character requires strength. Lin Hua never expected Xie Bauer to throw a tantrum in such a high-end club. She couldn't sleep after she got home, so Xie Bauer asked her to go out and play. She said this club was owned by one of her uncles, which was very interesting, and she wanted to bring her there to broaden her horizons. As soon as she lay down, her mind was filled with Xie Zhouhan's restrained expression, as if he wanted to say something but couldn't. She didn't know what Xie Zhouhan was restraining. Was it because she had dinner with Beirua? Or did she run into Gu Zheng by chance? Needing to release her chaotic emotions, she readily agreed to Xie Bauer's suggestion and came to this club. At first, things were going well. The two best friends were chatting and enjoying themselves. But then a clueless playboy suddenly appeared and asked Lin Hua if she wanted to keep him company. Sieb Bauer panicked. Go back to your mother. You stupid idiot with eyes only for knives. Do you even know who she is? Chapter 27, All Sizes Are Yours. The man was completely overwhelmed by Sieb Bauer, and his nose started bleeding. Apologize. How dare you flirt with my best friend? You're asking for trouble. The man's female companion screamed. Who are you? Do you know who my boyfriend is? His dad is the mayor of Jiangbei City. Bang! A wine glass smashed at the woman's feet. The woman was so frightened that her face turned pale. My dad is Xie Zhouhan, Sieb Bauer said arrogantly, raising her chin. I can walk sideways in Jiangbei, can you? Lin Hua awkwardly stepped forward and grabbed her best friend's hand. Bauer, if your dad finds out you got into a fight outside, your bank card will be frozen again. What are you afraid of? It's not like you've never been cold before. Besides, if he bullies you, it's a slap in the face to my dad. He'd be overjoyed if I protected you. Even if things don't go well, she's already working and gets a salary, so providing for her food and drink won't be a problem. Besides, Dad is very generous to his wife. She and Hua are best friends, and Hua wouldn't just stand by and watch her run out of money. Sieb Bauer stomped on the lewd man's instep. You little brat, you better remember this. Next time you see me, Sieb Bauer, go around me, or I'll kill you. With Sieb Bauer's dashing appearance, any man would be surrounded by countless women. Seeing her display of power and authority, the crowd began to whisper among themselves. Mr. Xie does have a daughter, and it's her. She's so unruly. She's not a rich heiress at all. She's clearly a street thug. Don't talk nonsense. I heard that President Xie dotes on this precious daughter of his. Mr. Xie is only 35 years old, and his daughter is so big. Could she be an illegitimate child? Lin Hua's pretty face darkened as she listened to these comments. She was about to confront the guy who was spouting nonsense when Sieb Bauer grabbed her sleeve. Drawing my dad. What happened to your dad? Even if he were here, it's not your fault. This is all my fault. My dad's here, Sieb Bauer said in a trembling voice. Lin Hua turned her head. Sure enough, a tall and imposing figure appeared, drawing everyone's attention. That powerful aura completely overwhelmed everyone. Even the two men who had just been discussing Sieb Bauer's background lowered their heads. Xie Zhouhan's gaze lightly fell on Lin Hua. Her white shirt was soaked with wine, making her look somewhat disheveled. Sieb Bauer was used to fighting, so this kind of scene was all too familiar to her, but Lin Hua rarely saw it, so her eyes revealed a hint of unease and panic. She was just trying to confront those two people and protect Sieb Bauer? Xie Zhouhan curled his thin lips into a smile. Sieb Bauer, I'm doomed. My dad is laughing. Not only am I going to get my card frozen, but I'll also have to kneel in the ancestral hall. Lin Hua mustered her courage and boldly stood in front of Sieb Bauer. Mr. Xie, this whole thing was caused by me. Bauer was just trying to protect me. No, Dad, I wanted to teach that guy a lesson. It has nothing to do with drawing. It's me. I dragged you out to play. I'm the one who's to blame. You did this to avenge me. It's my responsibility. Xie Zhouhan raised an eyebrow slightly, took 2 steps forward, and startled the two girls so much that they clenched their hands and retreated in unison. Wei Fanqing had already dismissed all irrelevant people. She had never expected to meet her sister-in-law like this for the first time. Zheng Yi crossed his arms, sized up the two who were vying to confess, and laughed out loud. Bauer, aren't you going to introduce them? Sieb Bauer then noticed that Zheng Yi and Wei Fanqing were both there. She breathed a sigh of relief. With 2 uncles around, her father probably wouldn't punish her, right? Uncle Zheng, Uncle Fanqing, this is my best friend, also my dad's beloved wife. Beloved wife? Lin Hua's face flushed. Xie Zhouhan strode up to her, looked down at the wine stains on her chest, and said, Go change your clothes first. Lin Hua, huh? Xie Zhouhan grasped the woman's slender wrist, and said to Zheng Yi, Take good care of my daughter. Sieb Bauer, Uncle Zheng, did I hear that right? My dad isn't punishing me, and he's even asking you to take care of me. Zheng Yi, your dad is busy with your stepmother. He doesn't have time to punish you. Wei Fanqing was extremely excited. What are they going to do? Sieb Bauer glared at Wei Fanqing. Don't worry about my dad. I got beaten up on your turf. Shouldn't you compensate me? Little princess, you were the one who beat her up, weren't you? You think you were the one who got beaten up? Are you trying to scam me? I don't care. You have to take responsibility. Okay, I'll take responsibility. First, tell me, how did your dad and your best friend get together? Can you use a different word? It's terrifying to be uncultured. Wei Fanqing. Xie Zhouhan led Lin Hua to his private bedroom. When Wei Fanqing opened this club, he and Xing Yi both invested in it, and they each had their own private suites on the top floor. As soon as the man opened the door after they stepped out of the elevator, Lin Hua stopped in her tracks. She nervously took off her expensive suit jacket and handed it to the man. Mr. Xie, there are no clothes for me here. I'd better go back and change. Xie Zhouhan took his coat and forcefully pulled her into the room. Go take a shower, he said. I've prepared your clothes. Lin Hua's eyes widened. You prepared my clothes? Or other girls' clothes? He had no idea he would be coming to play with Xie Bauer. Why would I prepare her clothes for no reason? Impossible. It seems he brought other women to this suite before, which is why he prepared this. A deep, hoarse laugh suddenly came from above. What are you thinking about? The size is all yours. Xie Zhouhan did indeed have someone prepare Lin Hua's clothes here well in advance. He knew exactly what style and size she liked. However, even with the care of her family, she rarely spends money recklessly. Therefore, he didn't choose any big-name clothes. He had them designed by designers from his own company. No logo, no price. Lin Shuixiao's house also had a lot of her clothes, but she only wore the ones she had bought before. He asked Xie Bauer to help her, and she reluctantly selected a few sets to put in the closet in her second bedroom. Xie Zhouhan felt helpless about her aloofness and politeness. Perhaps Xing Yi and Wei Fanqing are right. He needs to help her learn to integrate into his own circle. Otherwise, she will always consider herself an outsider. Lin Hua took a shower and made sure she didn't smell of alcohol or sweat before coming out in a bathrobe. Xie Zhouhan was sitting on the sofa by the French windows, making a phone call. A set of loungewear was laid out on the soft stool by the bathroom door, and she also noticed light-colored underwear. Lin Hua felt comforted and moved. Blushing, she quickly changed into her new clothes. She tiptoed to pour 2 glasses of water and brought one to Xie Zhouhan. Xie Zhouhan had heard her come out a long time ago, but he pretended not to hear, afraid of putting pressure on her. Looking at her flushed cheeks, filled with a mixture of nervousness and shyness that stirred a man's heart, his Adam's apple bobbed involuntarily. Thank you. He drank the entire glass of water in one gulp. My throat is still a bit dry. Chapter 28. Mrs. Xie, please put your heart into it. Mr. Xie, tonight's incident was my fault. Xie Zhouhan grasped the cup in her hand. Do you mind? Oh. Lin Hua didn't quite understand what this person meant. She's explaining it to him right now. She shook her head, and Xie Zhouhan drank the rest of her half glass of water. Lin Hua's lips parted slightly in fright. Bauer once said that her dad is a super germaphobe. If someone uses his cup without knowing it, that person will be blacklisted, and that cup will disappear from the market after that. Although she thought it was an exaggeration at the time, it also indirectly showed that Xie Zhouhan was a germaphobe. During the time she lived with him in Linshui Xiaoxia, she had personally witnessed his germophobia. Why are you drinking from her water glass? She drank from that glass. What happened tonight is not your fault. Bauer did the right thing. When we CF family members are away from home, the most important thing is to protect our family members. She did a great job. If Xie Bauer heard Xie Zhouhan praise her like that, she would definitely be so excited that she would cry. Lin Hua was also a little excited, but she was too embarrassed to be excited in front of Xie Zhouhan. She coughed and said seriously, "Thank you for being so wise. Change the wording. Oh, I allow Mrs. Xie to praise me, but could you please put your heart into it?" He moved closer to her, his breath hot and seductive. Lin Hua blushed. "You are the best dad in the world." After she finished speaking, she immediately turned around and ran into the bathroom. Xie Zhouhan curled his thin lips into a smile, a rare tenderness appearing on his cold, hard features. The best dad? Wayne was cursing people in his office early in the morning. Lin Hua arrived early, but her boss arrived even earlier and seemed to have a very intimidating temper. Who's in charge of this project? Get out here. Bei Ruo shrugged and stepped forward. It's me. Lin Hua frowned and looked at her. Wasn't this project handled by Dahu? Bei Ruo shook her head at her. Wayne gritted his teeth and said, I don't care what methods you use, but within 3 days, correct all the mistakes here and personally go to the Gu family to get their approval. Lin Hua was stunned. How did this project have anything to do with the Gu family? Bei Ruo agreed. After leaving the office, her carefully constructed spirit collapsed immediately. Oh no, you guys might have to throw me a farewell party next week. I'm sorry, it's all my fault. Should I go and explain the situation to the supervisor? Dahu was both nervous and guilty. He was the oldest member of the team, and perhaps because he had too many family matters to attend to, he lacked the energy to focus on his work and kept making mistakes. However, he is an honest person and will not offend anyone at the company. Lin Hua couldn't understand why a shrewd woman like Bei Ruo would take the blame for Dahu. I've already admitted it and promised to get it sorted out within 3 days. Bei punched Dahu on the shoulder. Don't go looking for trouble. The director only cares about the results, not the process. Go back and take care of your family matters. Dahu choked up and apologized a few more times, finally saying that he had been kicked out of the office by Bei Ruo. Lin Hua asked, puzzled, why did you take the blame? Bei Ruo took a cigarette from the drawer and smelled it. She looked at Lin Hua with a wistful gaze. You've just entered society. You don't know how treacherous it is yet. That's right. Someone as beautiful and pure as you will always have someone who protects you wholeheartedly. You can't possibly understand the hardships of people at the bottom. The lower classes? SD is a top-ranked construction group in the country and one of the best in Jiangbei. Getting into SD's design department means you get an annual salary, which is enough to make you practically financially independent. Bei Ruo said mysteriously. Dahu didn't make a mistake with the data on purpose. He's been in charge of this project for 3 months. Why is he suddenly willing to give me the credit that he's already got? It's because he can't handle the pressure of balancing family and work at the same time, and he can only choose one. Dahu chose family and gave up this project. But he didn't expect that the preliminary data for the project would contain such a big error. Bei Ruo also trusted Dahu's work ability and did not continue to check the previous content after taking over. She said, if I accepted it, then it's my fault. I deserve the credit, and I should also take the blame. Bei Ruo, you are so righteous. This isn't called being righteous, it's called assigning responsibility. Do you think the director doesn't know who's in charge? He just sees it but chooses not to say anything. What would happen if we said it out loud? Dahu will be expelled. If he loses this job, his family will fall apart. Lin Hua didn't understand. What happened at Dahu's house? His wife has breast cancer. His mother has Alzheimer's disease, and his mother-in-law just died in a car accident last year. Lin Hua's eyes widened. How could so many misfortunes all fall on one person's head at once? Does he have enough money? Money is only one aspect. The mental pressure is something that no one else can replace. Does he have children? Yes, my child is 7 years old and was just diagnosed with depression. Boom. Lin Hua's mind was buzzing. Bei Ruo patted her shoulder. All right, stop worrying about others. You need to do your job well, otherwise the director will really fire you, and even the crown prince can't protect you. Oh, I understand. Thank you. Lin Hua was about to open the door and leave when she remembered something. Are you confident about going to Gu's? Gu Zheng was surprised that Lin Hua would take the initiative to ask him out for dinner. He had his assistant cancel the afternoon meeting, changed into a light blue suit, and booked her favorite trendy restaurant. As dusk settles and the city lights begin to twinkle, Lin Hua left work an hour early, thinking she could go home after eating. Who knew Gu Zheng would arrive so early? It was the restaurant she had seen online before and always wanted to visit with him. She stood at the restaurant entrance, gazing at that gentle and beautiful figure in the romantic booth. A slight throbbing pain in my chest. It's all in the past now. He didn't have time to come back then. Nowadays, there's no need to do such superficial work anymore. Lin Hua took a deep breath, trying her best to calm herself down. Hello, ma'am. Do you have an appointment? Mr. Gu. Okay, this way, please. The waiter led her to Gu Zheng's seat. From the window seat, you can see the amusement park that Lin Hua used to frequent as a child. The towering Ferris wheel moved slowly through the field of vision. Gu Zheng looked at Lin Hua with gentle eyes. Her clothing choices have always leaned towards light colors, prioritizing comfort. He had never seen her work, but seeing her wearing a white shirt with a black pencil skirt, a very simple combination, yet it exuded a unique elegance and gentleness on her. He said, Hua, you look beautiful today. Lin Hua didn't look into his eyes. She knew Gu Zheng's eyes could deceive. They always seemed so affectionate, but in reality, profit is paramount. Mr. Gu is too kind. Lin Hua put down her bag and said carefully, I invited Mr. Gu out today because there is something I would like to ask you to do. Chapter 29. Your brother got his marriage certificate. Gu Zheng narrowed his eyes. The project proposal in collaboration with SD? Lin Hua was somewhat surprised. Gu Zheng readily agreed, saying, I have been looking for opportunities to cooperate with SD. President Chun has provided a great opportunity. Gu's group will have a place in their cooperation with SD. Lin Hua's pupils contracted slightly. I didn't expect Gu Zheng to act so quickly. Indeed, No project he sets his sights on can escape its allure. Besides, he is now the son-in-law of the Li family, so President Chun will naturally give him face. Now that you know, I hope you can give my colleague a chance. Gu Zheng looked at Lin Hua with a complicated expression. She actually swallowed her pride and begged him for a colleague. You just started work. Did you run into any trouble? Mr. Gu, you're overthinking it. My colleagues treat me very well. If it weren't for him causing trouble. Gu Zheng could tell she was still wary of him, so he said helplessly, I can agree to extend the project's timeline and understand the basic mistakes your colleague made, but... Lin Hua suddenly looked up. His eyes were full of hope. Gu Zheng's heart trembled violently. How long has it been? How long has it been since he saw his Hua look like that? From their breakup to her self-destructive behavior and making a deal with Xie Zhouhan, she never looked at herself properly again. He could clearly feel his breathing becoming erratic. Hua, can you move back home? Lin Hua was taken aback. She asked coldly, is this Mr. Gu's condition for letting my colleague go? If she doesn't get Gu's understanding, Bei Ruo will be fired because of that project. And Bei Ruo was once again taking the blame for Dahu. Regardless of who she helps, Lin Hua doesn't want the worst outcome to happen. She instinctively clenched her fist. Mr. Gu, could you please change your request? Hua, don't call me President Gu, Gu Zheng said gently. The two remained silent as the waiters served the food. After the dishes were served, Gu Zheng put some food on Lin Hua's plate and said, although I don't know why you would plead for a colleague you haven't known for long, I know that since you've stepped in, you must hope for a good solution, right? Lin Hua said, are you forcing me? Gu Zheng's voice was low and carried a hint of disapproval. I'm trying to persuade you. My mother misses you a lot and has always thought we had a fight, hoping we can make up. She hasn't been sleeping well lately. Lin Hua shook her head self-deprecatingly. So that's why? That's true. He already has Li Serong, so there's no need for him to pester her. If you're willing to help, I'd like to move back home for a week to keep Annie company. Gu Zheng's eyes darkened. Hua, what I mean is, you move back. Cut ties with everyone and everything in the Xie family. Looking at the variety of food on her plate, Lin Hua recalled something Gu Zheng had once said to her. You are a blank sheet of paper. How could you possibly like to eat things with such vibrant colors? She replied to Gu Zheng. Childhood is pale. When you grow up, you like colorful things. Her life now is colorful. It's what she loves. Mr. Gu, I'll only be staying there for a week. Of course, you can refuse. After all, this is a transaction, and it's all about mutual consent. Looking at her resolute expression, Gu Zheng couldn't help but sigh. As you wish. Lin Hua stood up. Thank you, Mr. Gu. I'll go back and pack my things. I'll move back next week. Hua, I promised you, and you won't even have a meal with me. The man's tone was pleading, his gaze both intense and restrained as he looked at her. He leaned forward slightly, his gaze fixed on her. Isn't even a meal allowed? Lin Hua took a breath and sat down again. The Xie family. Xie Zhouhan ended the last meeting early and said to his assistant Shifeng, take a detour and go to SD. Shifeng chuckled. These past few days, the driver has been complaining to me that he has to get up an hour earlier every day. Now I know why. Xie Zhouhan twitched the corner of his mouth. President, should we give the driver a raise? Xie Zhouhan glanced at him sideways. Do you want to add it? West Wind gave an awkward smile. He was just joking. In fact, since the president got married, although he has become more low-key, his temper has improved a lot, and he has even become more patient with his business rivals. The ruthless and decisive CEO has a weakness. West Wind felt it was both a good thing and a bad thing. It's hard to say for sure. President, are you and your wife planning to keep this a secret forever? What did Grandma say to you again? Grandma Xia was the person who most wanted Xie Zhouhan to get married, without exception. In order to make Xie Zhouhan a normal man, the old man bribed everyone around him, including Xingyi, Wei Fanqing, Xie Bauer, and Shifeng in front of him. Shifeng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. I didn't take any money from the old lady. He only took a few packets of tea. Xie Zhouhan said calmly. Wait a little longer. She hasn't accepted him yet. Let's wait a little longer. President, you're so kind. Your wife will definitely fall in love with you. Then you'll be able to bring her home to meet your mother in a legitimate way. Xie Zhouhan raised an eyebrow slightly. I fell in love with him. Yes. He opened WeChat and sent a message to the woman whose contact name was Mrs. Xie. Are you off work? I'm passing by. Want to go home together? No response. Xie Zhouhan raised his hand and glanced at his wristwatch. He dialed her number, but no one answered. Xie Jingshu felt that her younger brother had a problem lately. A very big problem. For example, he actually said that he had arrived at his company building and wanted to say a few words to her. Is he really here to talk to me? Xie Jingshu muttered to herself and asked her assistant to greet him. After she finished her work, her assistant returned. Where is she? Mr. Xie has passed away. Weren't you here to see me? What happened? The assistant was also completely baffled. We stopped at the design department floor for a while, and his assistant said he was going to talk to an old friend, but they couldn't find him. Then Mr. Xie said he had other things to do. Xie Jingshu. Something's fishy. She immediately dialed her friend Shiqiang's number. Did Zheng Yi tell you about Xiao Zhou? Xie Jingshu went straight to the point. Shiqiang, who had just come out of the conference room, exclaimed softly, you know? A few black lines appeared on Xie Jingshu's forehead. Got it. Tell me, why is he behaving so strangely? So you didn't know? Qiang. Shiqiang sensed the threat in her friend's words and coughed, saying, you can't tell anyone that I told you, or the kids won't share secrets with me anymore. Zheng Yi is such a blabbermouth. He says everything to you. Are you worried about that? Xie Jingshu said helplessly. I promise you, your brother got his marriage certificate. Xie Jingshu's knuckles turned white. Get a marriage certificate? Chapter 30 Best friend, you're getting too dramatic. Shifeng looked at the man in the back seat with a gloomy face and felt a little uneasy. Who knew that the wife skipped work to go see Gu Zheng? President, should we check where Madam is eating? No need. Xie Zhouhan suppressed his inner irritation. Go back. It's Mississippi. Shifeng's phone rang, and he quickly answered. Hello? Uncle Shifeng, could you come pick me up at Flying Bear Amusement Park? But I. Go pick her up, Xie Zhouhan said calmly. Okay, I'll be right there. Xie Bauer played with some classmates at Flying Bear Amusement Park. After playing a few thrilling rides, I felt a bit nauseous, so I found a place to rest. Xie Bauer was frustrated after sending Dr. Lin many photos and messages to harass him without receiving a response. Many people pursued her, but she didn't like any of them. She only liked the aloof and refined Dr. Lin. Uncle Zheng has a fiancé, and Uncle Fanqing has a group of female confidants. She searched for a long time in her contacts and finally found Shifeng, this single dog. After leaving the restaurant, Lin Hua and Gu Zheng prepared to go their separate ways. Unexpectedly, Gu Zheng acted unpredictably, suddenly gripping her hand tightly. Go and see. Let go. Don't move. No one will recognize us, Gu Zheng said. It's been a long time since we've been to this amusement park, hasn't it? Lin Hua struggled for a few moments, then deliberately poked at his heart. I confess to you, and we dated for 3 months. During those 3 months, you were busy with several projects, and you also had a few meals with your fiancé and drank alcohol 4 times. Mr. Gu, are you referring to the past 3 months when you say a long time? Gu Zheng's hand trembled slightly. Instead of letting go of Lin Hua, he gripped her hand even tighter. I know you still like me. Otherwise you wouldn't keep comparing yourself to Li Serong. Hua, Li Serong is just my arranged marriage partner. I regret it. He took a deep breath and promised her. I promise you, I will handle the matter between the two families as soon as possible. Lin Hua shook her head. No need. I brought up the relationship and breakup just to remind you that what happened between us is in the past. Mr. Gu, you are a rational man. You should know how much determination it took for me to marry another man. Marry. These 2 words struck Gu Zheng's heart hard. You just married any man you wanted. Wasn't it also to get revenge on me? Hua, I admit it. Your revenge was successful. I'm jealous, and I regret it. Gu Zheng didn't drink today, but he was even more terrifying than if he had. He hugged Lin Hua uncontrollably. He's an unfathomable man. Leave him as soon as possible, okay? All he can give you is money and status, which I have too. Just wait for me. Lin Hua angrily said. Gu Zheng, how can you be so shameless? What does he think he is? She repeatedly believed that she married Xie Zhouhan for his fame and fortune. Hua, I urge you to watch your words. You have a fiancé, and I am a married woman, Lin Hua said through gritted teeth, enunciating each word clearly. Please, let me go right now. The more distant and polite she was, the more frustrated and restless Gu Zheng became. He pulled Lin Hua into his arms tightly. To him, her struggles were no different from a tickle. No matter how much she hates him, he'll stop at nothing to get her back. Xie Bauer's eyes widened. At this moment, I wish I could gouge out my own eyes. Good heavens. What did she just see? What did she see with her dad? West Wind also wanted to gouge out his own eyes. Good heavens. To see the CEO's wife hugging and kissing another man right in front of him. Will he be silenced? Xie Zhouhan exuded a terrifying chill. Xie Bauer and Shi Feng both took a few steps back without hesitation. A few more steps back. This aura is deadly. Put yourself in his shoes. Any man would kill someone if he saw his wife being so intimate with another man, right? Being cuckolded is just too much. Xie Zhouhan clenched his fists, the back of his hands covered in terrifying blue veins. Anger surged within him, but in the end, he calmly withdrew his gaze and turned away. Walk. Xie Bauer looked at Shifeng with a face full of question marks. Shifeng looked at her in surprise. Go. Lin Hua returned to the Lin Shui Xiao Xie and sensed that something was off. Xie Bauer, who usually either goes back to her room early to scroll through Douyin or goes out to have fun with her friends, was actually sitting obediently on the sofa in the living room, guarding the door for her. Baby, why aren't you asleep yet? I'm a night owl, why would I sleep? Xie Bauer wiped away a cold sweat when she saw her best friend come back. Hua, where did you go today? My dad and I wanted to pick you up for dinner. Oh, I only saw your dad's WeChat message later. I was outside talking about something and had my phone on silent. In the past, when she sent messages to Xie Zhouhan, he would always reply instantly. Even if they're in a meeting, they'll only reply a few minutes later. But this time, a whole hour has passed, and he still hasn't replied. Lin Hua assumed he was busy and didn't think much of it. Has Mr. Xie returned? Went to work overtime. Seeing her best friend's indifference, Xie Bauer couldn't help but chime in. Hua, my dad hasn't had dinner yet. Aunt Fan left him some for dinner. For dinner? Why don't you go and bring him some late-night snack? Lin Hua asked, puzzled. Doesn't he have an assistant? She was delivering late-night snacks to Xie Zhouhan, in case someone saw her or took photos of her secretly. She was reluctant to take that risk. Misunderstandings are bad for both of them, especially for Xie Zhouhan, who is the CEO of a large corporation. Hua, you're acting really strange tonight. Do you dislike my dad? What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Hua flicked her forehead. I'm not used to you being so filial all of a sudden. She used to advise Xie Bauer to be more filial to Xie Zhouhan and to offer him small acts of kindness from time to time. What did this girl say? There are plenty of people who care about my dad. He doesn't need me. Xie Bauer pitifully grabbed Lin Hua's hand. My dad hasn't been doing well lately, and I'm worried that the stress is affecting his health. I'm always causing him trouble, so he definitely doesn't want to see me. But you're different. He really wants to see you. Please. I've packed up the food and parked my car downstairs for you. Just drop it off and leave, okay? But, I asked Uncle Shifeng, there aren't many people in the company right now. You can take the private elevator and just enter a password to go up. Xie Bauer didn't give Lin Hua a chance to refuse at all, and had already stuffed the food box she had prepared into her hands. Lin Hua glanced at the time, 9:30. It would take an hour to go and come back, not too late. Are you coming with me? I'm not going to be a third wheel. Xie Bauer waved her hand. I'm going to play games with my friends, so I won't go. Thanks, Mommy. Lin Hua's lips twitched. Mommy? My best friend, you're getting too into character. Chapter 31. Mr. Xie wouldn't be such a beast. Lin Hua didn't even change her clothes before driving straight to Xie Zhouhan's company. She used to deliver late-night snacks to Gu Zheng when he was working overtime. When Xuelan always made them. She had tried to cook them herself twice, but her cooking skills were too poor, and Gu Zheng disliked them. Aunt Fan is a good cook, Xie Zhouhan shouldn't mind. Half an hour later, she entered the private elevator, and sure enough, the password allowed her to go directly to the president's floor. The office door was closed. She knocked twice, and a deep, cold male voice came from inside. Come in. Xie Zhouhan didn't even look up, his gaze fixed intently as he flipped through the documents in front of him. This was the first time Lin Hua had seen Xie Zhouhan at work. His cool and serious demeanor was particularly captivating. No wonder everyone says that men who work hard are super handsome. Xie Zhouhan thought that Shifeng had come to his senses and wanted to come back to work overtime. But when he found that the other party hadn't said a word for a long time, he looked up and his eyes froze instantly. Lin Hua noticed him looking over and quickly said, Bauer said you didn't eat dinner, so I brought you some. Xie Zhouhan raised his chin slightly. Cold and tough, yet sexy. Lin Hua's heart inexplicably quickened. She actually found Xie Zhouhan's appearance quite charming. When did she become obsessed with looks? She said awkwardly. I'll leave my things here and won't bother you anymore. Won't. Xie Zhouhan closed the document. He strode over to Lin Hua. Lin Hua's heart was pounding so hard it felt like it would jump out of her chest. Aren't you busy? I appreciate it because you brought me food. After the man finished speaking, he sat down at the coffee table. Open the food box. He said casually, you didn't come home for dinner tonight. Yes, I went out to do something and had dinner with a friend. What friend? Lin Hua's silence intensified Xie Zhouhan's irritation. He brought it on himself by asking such a childish question. Lin Hua thought for a moment. I'm moving back next week, for about a week. Xie Zhouhan's eyebrows suddenly sharpened. With a thud, the chopsticks in his hand were placed on the coffee table. The Gu family? His sudden change to a cold aura made Lin Hua nervous. Even if she were naive, she would know that Xie Zhouhan was angry at this moment. Aunt Wen misses me a lot, and she's not feeling well, so I want to go back and keep her company. Xie Zhouhan pursed his thin lips as he looked at the girl's uneasy expression. It's true. Aunt Wen and my mother are very good friends. I was almost sent to an orphanage back then, and it was she who found a way to bring me to the Gu family. I owe her. Okay. He didn't want to hear her say anything about owing the Gu family anymore, even though it was true. How long? Oh. Looking back home, how long? Lin Hua said seriously, 1 week. If when Xuelan has no other health issues, she will stay for a week, and then Bei Ruo and the Gu family's project should be able to proceed smoothly. Xie Zhouhan suddenly stood up. The tall figure loomed over Lin Hua's body, and an intense sense of oppression instantly descended upon her. Mr. Xie, what are you doing? He was bent over. He looked at her with burning eyes. She was so nervous that her palms were sweating. Mrs. Xie is going back to her parents' home. His voice trailed off. What do you think I'm planning? His tall, muscular body blocked the light. In a daze, Lin Hua saw a fleeting look of gloom and grievance in the man's eyes. Feeling wronged? She must be crazy. The idea of going back to one's parents' home is a bit strange. How could Xie Zhouhan, a super big shot, become gloomy and aggrieved just because his wife is going to stay away for a week under this agreement? Xie Zhouhan took her hand. My fingertips are burning hot. His meaning was quite clear. Lin Hua felt she should say or do something, at least to refuse. But somehow, when this person gripped her tightly, her throat was blocked. His hands have magic. When he touched her skin, she felt as if she were being electrocuted. Xie Zhouhan. The woman's voice was soft and alluring. Xie Zhouhan took in her emotions. Even if she still had feelings for Gu Zhang, at least she had feelings for him. This is a good sign. Xie Zhouhan withdrew his hand from inside her clothes. This is an office, not a nice place. Even if he was feeling so bad he felt like he was about to explode, he couldn't stay in this place. Let's go home. He didn't give Lin Hua any chance to refute him and pulled her outside. Wait, the food box. Someone will come and clean it up. And your computer, it's still on. Xie Zhouhan was helpless. How much did she not want to go home with him? Don't worry about it, he said. As the man pulled her into the elevator, Lin Hua's heart pounded even faster. Actually, Before she could speak, the man grabbed her chin. He chuckled softly. Why are you so nervous? I'm not such a beast as to do anything to you at the company. Lin Hua lowered her head. Her face flushed red. That's not what I meant. Mr. Xie is a gentleman. Of course he wouldn't do anything to me. What I meant was, I came to bring you a late-night snack. You haven't eaten. Faced with the man's burning gaze, Lin Hua began to ramble incoherently. Xie Zhouhan didn't want to waste time either. He lowered his head. You weren't wrong either. Huh. She looked up, puzzled. Xie Zhouhan's throat bobbed. I do want you. After saying that, he grabbed Lin Hua's lips while she stared blankly at him. It wasn't until the passionate kiss deepened that Lin Hua realized what was happening. Xie Zhouhan actually kissed her in their company elevator? Xie Zhouhan, don't do this. There are surveillance cameras. Nobody will watch it. And nobody dares to watch it. He knew she was shy, so he deliberately blocked the camera. His tall figure obscured her shy and charming appearance. On the way back, Lin Hua didn't look at the man once. They almost got caught. There were people in the underground parking lot who had just finished working overtime. If she hadn't reacted quickly and pulled them into the car, they would have been exposed. Xie Zhouhan patiently coaxed her. I'm sorry. I just couldn't help it when I thought about you leaving for a week. Lin Hua said seriously. Although we've registered our marriage and done it, didn't I say that these kinds of things require adjustment? I thought we had worked well together after the previous few times. Xie Zhouhan said to himself with self-reproach. It seems I need to try harder. Lin Hua's forehead creased with exasperation. Xie Zhouhan, do you want to hear what you're saying? She was too embarrassed to speak anymore. You shouldn't say anything either. They remained silent the entire way. Back at the Linshui pavilion, Lin Hua quickly slipped into the second bedroom. Unexpectedly, Xia Bauer came in right after Lin Hua finished showering. She tugged at Lin Hua's pink pajamas and said, "Hua Hua, I'm heartbroken." "Hua, heartbroken? When did she and Lin's son get together? My great unrequited love has ended so cruelly. Look, this is the text message Dr. Lin sent me." Xia Bauer handed over the phone. "Thank you for your kind offer, but my heart belongs to another." "Dr. Lin, who is your sweetheart?" Xia Bauer stared intently at Lin Hua. Feeling guilty under her gaze, Lin Hua's phone vibrated, and without even looking at the screen, she said, "Mr. Xia needs to see me. I'll go over now." Chapter 32. I used to like it very much. Lin Hua had originally intended to find an excuse to avoid Xia Bauer's questions, but she didn't expect to see Xie Zhohan standing leisurely at the door of the master bedroom as soon as she came out. He held out his hand. "Come here." "No, no need, actually, Bauer." Xia Bauer opened the door and said, "Since my dad is looking for you, I'll be sensible and not be a third wheel. I'm going to draw now and go to sleep." Lin Hua stood there, at a loss. Xie Zhohan pulled the stunned woman over. "Lock the door with your backhand." "Mr. Xie, I don't want it tonight, I think." He lingered. The whispered voice was incredibly sexy. Lin Hua tugged at the man's clothes, her soft tone making one want to devour her soft lips. "Your daughter is heartbroken, and you're still in the mood? It's not like this is her first time being dumped." "Oh." Xia Bauer used to be a fan of many celebrities, and she even went so far as to use my name to get their autographed photos. Lin Hua was shocked. There was such a scandal? "Ignore her." His voice was hoarse. "I've endured it all the way, but I can't take it anymore." When Lin Hua went to work the next day, there were dark shadows all over the corners of her eyes. Bei Ruo immediately teased her. "Did you have a male model dancing with you last night? You look so tired." "No, I'm working overtime late into the night." "Wow, so dedicated." Lin Hua chuckled to herself. "Yeah, the agreement didn't specify how many times a week. He's the client, so of course I can't refuse." He had many tricks up his sleeve and great stamina, and she really couldn't refuse him. "Has there been any turnaround in your project?" Lin Hua asked, seeing that Bei Ruo was in a good mood. "The Gu family called and expressed their understanding and willingness to work with us to finalize a new plan." As Bei Ruo spoke, she made coffee for Lin Hua. "Let me tell you, I've been having good luck lately. I need to take advantage of this trip to the Gu family to get to know the young master properly." "You want to get to know Gu Zheng?" Lin Hua asked in shock. "Didn't I just say last time we ate that I'm interested in him?" "But he has. She's just a fiancée, not a wife. Even if she has a wife, she can get a divorce. I don't mind that she's been married before." Bei Ruo's philosophy completely defeated Lin Hua. She gave a thumbs up, speechless. "All I can do is wish them good luck." Lin Hua returned to the Gu family home with her suitcase over the weekend. When Xuelan was overjoyed and prepared a huge feast. Gu Zheng also finished work early and returned home. "Welcome home, Hua Hua." When Xuelan raised her glass. "First of all, congratulations to Hua Hua on graduating with her master's degree and becoming an outstanding employee of SD. That's fantastic." Gu Yuan is a man of few words, strict and calm. He is a respected director of the Gu family and has not yet handed over the reins of power to Gu Zheng. He looked deeply at Gu Zheng, whose face was beaming with joy, and said in a deep voice, "Yes, Hua Hua has grown up. She can make any decision independently from now on." When Xuelan was puzzled, "No matter how much you grow up, you'll always be our little Hua Hua. Hua Hua, if you ever feel wronged outside, you must come back and tell Andy. Andy treats you like her own daughter, so you can't let yourself suffer." Gu Zheng's eyes slowly darkened. Gu Yuan said, "Although Lin Hua is not on our family's household register, in front of relatives and friends, she is no different from our Gu family's daughter." Lin Hua gratefully raised her glass. "Thank you, Aunt Wen. Thank you, Uncle Gu. And thank you, brother. Thank you for taking care of me all these years. I am very grateful for your kindness. No matter where I go in the future, as long as the Gu family needs me, I will come back." Gu Yuan glanced at Gu Zheng, who remained silent, and said in a subtle, almost admonishing tone, "Gu Zheng, you've treated Lin Hua like a younger sister all these years. Now that she's gone, you still need to keep an eye on her." Gu Zheng's mouth was full of bitterness. When Xuelan smiled and said, "Our Azheng is so good to Hua Hua. He's been good to her since she was little." Gu Zheng said, "Let's eat." Lin Hua had a bad feeling. It seemed that Uncle Gu knew something. His words implied that Gu Zheng should be mindful of his words. After finishing her meal, Lin Hua quickly returned to her room. Her bedroom was still the same as before, clean and tidy. She only brought one suitcase back, which contained her work clothes and 2 sets of pajamas. I had just found a set of pajamas and was about to take a shower when I heard a knock on the door. Hua, are you asleep? Auntie brought you some warm milk. Drink some before you go to sleep. Upon hearing Wen Xuelan's voice, Lin Hua lowered her guard and quickly went to open the door. Wen Xuelan told her to rest well and then left. Lin Hua, holding the milk, turned around to close the door. The door was being held open by another hand, preventing it from closing. Closing. Gu Zheng, what are you doing? I want to talk to you for a while. I don't want to talk to you. Lin Hua leaned against the doorframe. You should go back quickly. If Uncle Gu sees you, he'll definitely think. What did you think? Did you think we were having an affair? Or did you think you liked me? Lin Hua retorted angrily. How can you be so shameless? Gu Zheng pushed hard and came in. Some of the milk in Lin Hua's hand spilled onto her clothes. Gu Zheng pulled out a tissue, preparing to wipe the milk off her face. Hua, you're back this time. I can do it myself. Lin Hua dodged his hand. Gu Zheng sighed. What I'm trying to say is that now that you're home, we can live like we used to. Hearing these naive words, Lin Hua couldn't help but laugh out loud. Gu Zheng, you're really childish. I remember you used to pester me to chat before you went to sleep. Gu Zheng took her sarcasm as a complaint about him and sat on the small sofa by the bed, speaking gently. Lin Hua gazed at Gu Zheng's figure under the dim wall lamp. There was a moment of distraction. She almost thought she had returned to her childhood. She liked to pester Gu Zheng to talk about things at school, and she also liked to listen to his interesting stories about university. She dreamed of getting into the same university as him, becoming an outstanding graduate, and fighting alongside him. She also dreamed of confessing her feelings to him, even if the whole world opposed it and thought that she, the adopted daughter, was coveting her own brother. As long as he liked her, even if it was just a little bit, she would try her best. He agreed. But not long after, he regretted it. Lin Hua bit her lip, choking back tears. Gu Zheng, is it fun to play with me like this? She's been giving me the cold shoulder ever since she came back. Except for being slightly gentler towards Wen Xuelan and Gu Yuan. He was cold and aloof the rest of the time. But now, her eyes were red and her voice was choked with sobs. Their pitiful appearance pierced Gu Zheng's heart with waves of pain. Hua, I'm not playing you. I just want to go back to the way things were before. You used to really like. I don't like it anymore. I don't like it now. Lin Hua interrupted him. She pointed towards the door. Please leave. If you continue to harass me like this, I'll move out permanently and never set foot in the Gu family's house again. Gu Zheng suddenly stood up. What nonsense are you talking about? Lin Hua said, get out. Gu Zheng's Adam's apple bobbed as he grasped her fingers. Is it because of him? You're so heartless to me because of him. Chapter 33, She only behaves after drinking. He had seen Xie Zhouhan and her being intimate. She also knew that Xie Zhouhan would drive her to work at SD every day. They even knew she had moved into Xie Zhouhan's house. If it weren't for Xie Zhouhan, how could she be so heartless to me? She wouldn't even give me a chance to explain. Lin Hua clenched her fists tightly. Is it because of Xie Zhouhan? Maybe there is. Xie Bauer was there for her during her most painful time. When she needed someone to rely on, Xie Zhouhan appeared. Xie Zhouhan's kindness to her, whatever his motives, is simply kindness. She accepted it, so we should be grateful. She did not deny Gu Zheng's accusations. Gu Zheng roared angrily. You admit it, don't you? What's so good about Xie Zhouhan? Lin Hua said, he's good in every way. We're in the past, Gu Zheng. Why don't you just be with your fiancé? I understand that you want to become the chairman of the Gu group, and you want to be respected by everyone. Your abilities match your ambitions. I wish you well, and please leave me alone. Gu Zheng's body stiffened. Your abilities match your ambitions. In that case, Li Serong will never be able to say it. Hua, only you truly understand me. You are my soulmate. Gu Zheng excitedly pressed down on Lin Hua's shoulder. He lowered his head, wanting to kiss her. Looking at the handsome face so close to hers, Lin Hua felt resistant. She thought she had liked Gu Zheng for so many years, and that she had only liked this man throughout her youth. Even if she doesn't accept it, she wouldn't resist it. Every cell in my body screams resistance. She was even afraid that Gu Zheng would actually touch her. Fear. They will do something that will betray Xie Zhouhan. With Xie Zhouhan's abstinent yet alluring face flashing in her mind, Lin Hua pushed Gu Zheng away with all her might. Gu Zheng, calm down. Xie Jingshu drove to Lin Shui's Xiaoxia late at night. Come out. I'm downstairs at your place. She exuded the aura of a queen. A short while later, Xie Zhouhan came downstairs. He was wearing a black t-shirt and looked somewhat gloomy. Looking at her younger brother's aloof, devilish, and arrogant demeanor, Xie Jingshu couldn't help but think of Lin Hua's gentle and tender appearance. Could it be? Overcoming strength with softness? She shook her head. Get in the car. Xie Zhouhan, sitting in the passenger seat, said coldly. Did Shi Qiong say that? Shi Qiong is Zheng Ye's fiancé. He pursued her for 3 years before finally winning her over. Zheng Yi tells Shi Qiong everything, including the fact that he secretly registered their marriage behind the Xie family's back. Xie Jingshu snorted. You're still pretty clear-headed. I got my marriage certificate with her. It's for real. Really serious? Xie Zhouhan glanced at his assertive older sister. Xie Jingshu tightened her grip on the steering wheel and said in a deep voice, should we appease our family, or, like? She had been mentally prepared before coming, but hearing her brother, who was not interested in women, say such a sentimental word as, like, still made Xie Jingshu nervous, and she stepped on the wrong brake. She swallowed hard. What do you like about her? Xie Zhouhan raised an eyebrow. Did you seriously consider why you liked Huang Fulan back then? Xie Jingshu's face darkened. Xie Zhouhan knew he had said the wrong thing. That person, and even those 3 words, were the only indelible scar on Xie Jingshu's strong heart. He took a deep breath. She's fine. Very good. She is quite outstanding, but not irreplaceable. Jiangbei is so big, with so many daughters of wealthy families. Why did you choose one of them? Orphaned and entangled with the heir of the Gu family? Xie Zhouhan frowned. Even if she was his own sister, he shouldn't treat her with such contempt. He said coldly, Xie Jingshu, she is my wife. I ask you to at least show some respect in your words. Where did I disrespect you? Xie Jingshu met Xie Zhouhan's deep eyes and felt a little guilty for a moment. You know, Grandma only introduces you to wealthy young ladies from similar social classes. Aren't you worried? Marrying someone of equal social standing is just an excuse for incompetent men to betray women. Xie Jingshu took a breath and said, word by word. Then when do you plan to bring him back to the Xie family? Or do you mean that the Xie family will only be entitled to know after you have a child? Xie Zhouhan's fingers lightly tapped the phone. The phone. Xie Jingshu softened her tone. Xiaozhou, I know you still harbor resentment. I'll find an opportunity to say it. Xie Zhouhan interrupted Xie Jingshu and said in a deep voice, now that you know she is your sister-in-law, don't let anyone plot against her in the company in the future. Xie Jingshu could see that her younger brother was rejecting her, so she couldn't help but throw up her bad attitude and said sarcastically, I thought you would let me give her special treatment. Unnecessary. Lin Hua tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Since tomorrow was the weekend, and she had promised to go shopping with Wen Shualan, she figured she wouldn't have to get up early. She took a taxi to Maple Leaf Lake. She skillfully entered her birthday password, and the gate to the rose garden opened. She took the observation elevator to the top floor. I didn't get to properly enjoy the scenery here last time I came. I was busy with interviews and work afterwards. For some reason, I really wanted to come here. Maple Leaf Lake holds her parents' final blessings, and this rose garden was built by him. Her heart was burning with anxiety. At the Gu family home, when Gu Zheng almost forcibly kissed her, he was all she could think about. She knew that a relationship with Gu Zheng was impossible. Her naive confession was merely a tool that pushed her and Gu Zheng toward their eventual end. How could someone as aloof and arrogant as Gu Zheng know how precious her sincerity and confession were? But Xie Zhouhan. He was also born into a wealthy family, a proud and arrogant person. Why would he repeatedly bow his head, bend his back, and even respect every decision she made for him? Xie Zhouhan. She murmured the name as she gazed at the rose garden under the moonlight. You called me. A deep, suppressed, and restrained male voice came from behind. Lin Hua thought she was hallucinating. She gripped the railing tightly, too afraid to turn around. Footsteps approached. The man's hand rested comfortably on her waist. Lin Hua looked up in surprise. Not a hallucination. A muffled thud came from Xie Zhouhan's chest. Why are you here in the middle of the night? Didn't you also come here in the middle of the night? Lin Hua said. Xie Zhouhan thought for a moment. Well, I couldn't sleep, so I came out for a walk. I just ended up here by some strange twist of fate. That's perfect, me too. His gaze swept over Lin Hua's face inch by inch. Did you suffer any injustice at the Gu family's house? Lin Hua quickly shook her head. No. My uncle and aunt are very good to me. And him. He didn't want to say that name. But she also wanted to know what that person was trying to do by going to such lengths to get her to move back in. Lin Hua bit her lip. I have nothing to do with him anymore. Xie Zhouhan looked at her intently. Want a drink? People will only tell the truth after drinking alcohol. Chapter 34 Lin Hua. Are you drooling over me? Drinking? Lin Hua's first thought was that Xie Zhouhan had come back drunk and had terrible drinking manners. Not only do they want kisses and hugs, but they also want to sleep naked. That's just outrageously childish. You can't hold your liquor, so you shouldn't drink. Lin Hua firmly rejected the man's suggestion. Xie Zhouhan lowered his eyes and quietly looked at her. A few minutes later, he asked, Are you hungry? Lin Hua was surprised again. This person's thinking is very jumpy. Xie Zhouhan seemed to have been prepared, as he actually produced barbecue and beer. You actually eat this kind of junk food? Lin Hua was stunned. These barbecue items looked like they came from a food street, since she and Xia Bauer had frequented them quite a bit. Xia Bauer used to complain that her father was a god. I never eat at roadside stalls, let alone barbecue, which is a smoky and oily food. The first time she ate there, Zhang Yi secretly took her there. Afterwards, she was punished by copying the 3-character classic, while Zhang Yi was beaten up. Later, she became addicted to it, and for some reason, her father stopped punishing her. Xie Zhouhan calmly sized her up. I'm human too. I just think that a domineering CEO like you should eat Western food or food made by a professional chef. Even a domineering CEO wants to indulge himself occasionally. Xie Zhouhan handed her a grilled sausage. Lin Hua looked at the pile of beer bottles. Do you get drunk from drinking beer? Won't. He unscrewed the beer and poured it into a glass. Mr. Xie, what made you think of bringing barbecue and beer here? If you hadn't run into me, wouldn't you have been drinking alone? Xie Zhouhan paused for a moment. He certainly hadn't expected her to come to the Rose Garden. Logically speaking, she should have been very happy to return to the Gu family and see that person. Even if I have a falling out with that person, I won't go out late at night. He was in a terrible mood just from seeing Xie Jingshu. Going back to the empty bedroom. I can't help but miss her again. Xia Bauer always says that when young people like her are in a bad mood, they go out and have fun. There's nothing a barbecue and beer can't fix. If there is, go clubbing. The last time she broke up with that person, it was after Xia Bauer took her out for barbecue and beer that she ended up appearing in front of him drunk. He suddenly wanted to experience her fireworks too. Lin Hua felt uncomfortable under his gaze. He lowered his head and ate his barbecue. The gloom in my heart vanished the moment I saw this man. Instead, there is an indescribable warmth and tranquility. Xia Bauer likes Lin's son. What do you think? Xie Zhouhan's question was unclear. He didn't know if he wanted to get information from his daughter's best friend or if he was just making conversation. Lin Hua choked for a moment. She's just enthusiastic for 3 minutes. She used to like a handsome guy in our department, but she got tired of him after a short time. Yes, that's her personality. Xie Zhouhan's eyes were tinged with a thin layer of intoxication as he gazed deeply at her. Lin Hua's heart raced. We've eaten enough, let's go back. You can't drink and drive. Although the man was drunk, his mind was still sharp. Lin Hua, I just took a taxi here, but it's very late now, and I'm afraid I won't be able to get one. Tomorrow is the weekend. Oh, Xie Zhouhan, I'll stay here tonight. Lin Hua's voice sounded a little panicked. But there's nothing here, and I smell like barbecue and alcohol all over me. Have. He looked at Lin Hua with unwavering determination. Once in the room, Lin Hua realized just how comprehensive the facilities at Rose Garden were. From the rooftop observation deck to the private elevator, and then to the dining room, bedrooms, gym. This place is practically a huge estate built next to Maple Leaf Lake. Xie Zhouhan led Lin Hua to a cozy bedroom. In the walk-in closet, Lin Hua saw many clothes for the season, and most of them were in styles she liked. Did you prepare all of this? Prepared for Mrs. Xie. After he finished speaking, he staggered out and thoughtfully closed the door behind him. Lin Hua felt a warm feeling in her heart. Prepared for Mrs. Xie. Her heart was pounding. What are you thinking? She's just Mrs. Xie, not me. Lin Hua went into the bedroom to take a shower, still thinking. If she's Mrs. Xie, why are all the pictures her size? It must be because he's a perfect husband. No matter who he marries, once she becomes Mrs. Xie, he will always be this considerate and thoughtful. Lin Hua kept trying to convince herself not to fall into Xie Zhouhan's trap of gentleness. After putting on her pajamas, Lin Hua thought about how much beer Xie Zhouhan had drunk earlier and felt a little worried about him. She arrived at Xie Zhouhan's bedroom door. The door wasn't locked. I knocked on the door, but no one answered after several knocks. Asleep? Lin Hua muttered. Suddenly, I heard a thump. Xie. Lin Hua rushed in without hesitation. Xie fell onto the carpet by the bedside. He was lying on the ground, his brows furrowed, looking like he was in great pain. He wasn't wearing any clothes on his body, except for a pair of black pants on his lower body. His well-defined chest heaved. His jawline was taut and hard, exuding an aura of asceticism. Lin Hua quickly averted her gaze, knelt down to help him up, and asked, "Are you all right?" Xie squinted. With a large hand, he pulled. He met Lin Hua's eyes. She has a pair of beautiful eyes. Her curled eyelashes trembled slightly, looking very alluring. At this moment, her eyes were covered with a thin layer of mist. Lin Hua. Xie voice was terribly hoarse. Lin Hua. Why are you calling me that? He curled his thin lips into a smile. Lin Hua suddenly remembered that the female students in college had discussed that men with thin lips were the most heartless and ungrateful. But Xie lips are very thin. They look so approachable. Sure, she must have been changed by Xie recent training. How could she think of such a thing? Lin Hua's throat moved. She wondered how moved the man was when he saw her like this. She protested in a low voice. Let go of me first, and I'll help you up. I'm hungry. What? Didn't we just eat? I'm not full, he said. Painting, I want to eat you. Lin Hua's pupils contracted. She stared at Xie in disbelief. When drunk, a certain man, who always acts childishly, once again lowered Lin Hua's standards. The contrast is just too huge. Lin Hua, are you tempted by me? He even childishly and bluntly teased Lin Hua. Lin Hua blushed furiously and pushed him away forcefully. You're being a pervert. She retreated step by step. As I turned to open the door, I heard a man groan. She couldn't help but turn around to look. Xie tried to stand up, but he was so drunk that his strength was intermittent, and he even had difficulty supporting himself to get up. As a result, he fell again. Lin Hua really fell? Forget it. It's not like we can't help him. Lin Hua turned back again. When she held onto his arm, he suddenly became very heavy, pressing down on Lin Hua so much that she couldn't breathe. Xie you. Sure, I'm sleepy. Go to sleep. The man's mumbling tone made Lin Hua's heart itch and tingle. Does he know how charming he is? Chapter 35 Mr. Xie's compromise is good. Lin Hua resignedly accompanied Xie to sleep in this strange position. He's really well behaved when he's drunk. He didn't move at all. He just held her tightly and wouldn't let go. Lin Hua thought she could give Xie a teddy bear so he could sleep with it in the future. She opened her eyes. It was still dark and she couldn't see the time. She tried to turn over to get her phone, but the person on top of her suddenly moved. She had just thought Xie was well behaved. Why did you suddenly become so irritable? Wait, Xie, what are you doing? Don't touch my clothes. Xie said in a low voice. I'm hot. Why did you take off my clothes if you're hot? Don't move, Lin Hua. His tone was reproachful and resentful. If you move me again, I'll feel even worse. Lin Hua was speechless. She shouldn't have felt sorry for him. Lin Hua pinched him lightly, hoping to wake him up, but unexpectedly, the pinch only aroused the man's possessiveness. She was so overwhelmed by the kiss that she felt dizzy. My head is spinning. They couldn't even comprehend why Xie had become so energetic after only sleeping for a short while. He touched her casually, teasing her. Xie, sweetie, call me husband. Are you a dog? Lin Hua slept for a long time. When I woke up, I found that my phone was turned off. Xie was no longer in the room. She quickly checked her phone. It was already 11 o'clock. When Xuelan made several phone calls, including one from Guzheng. Guzheng sent her a message. Hua, where are you? Hua, turn your phone on and reply to me immediately. Don't make me hire a private investigator. Lin Hua disliked Guzheng's controlling nature. Private investigator. He did indeed hire someone like that to secretly monitor her. He was going on a business trip abroad for half a month that time. In order to find out her whereabouts and under the guise of protecting her, he hired a private investigator to secretly monitor her. It was also during that time that her senior publicly announced his love for her, and soon after, he dropped out of school. I heard he was forced to drop out of school. He hasn't even received his degree certificate yet. She thought it was a coincidence. It wasn't until her second fervent suitor disappeared in Jiangbei that she realized how terrifying Gu Zheng's possessiveness was. Although she felt scared, she also felt fortunate and secretly pleased. He likes her. That's why he gets jealous and targets the men who pursue her. She was willing to forgive his naivete. Consider this naivete as her unique gift. Looking back now, that kind of naivete was absolutely poison. She sent Gu Zheng a message, "I'll be back later." Gu Zheng's call immediately popped up on the phone screen. She hung up. He called again. Lin Hua had no choice but to answer, "Hello." Her voice was unexpectedly hoarse. Lin Hua herself was startled. Gu Zheng's tone was even more subdued. "Where are you? Why does your voice sound so charming, sexy?" No, his Hua was chaste and virtuous. Even if she gets a marriage certificate with Xie Zhouhan, it's just a transaction. She won't stoop so low as to actually sell herself. Gu Zheng pondered for a moment and said, "I'll come pick you up." Lin Hua, "No need. I'll come back myself. Also, I'm independent now, so stop trying to control me. If I find out you've hired a private investigator to spy on me, I swear, I'll disappear from Jiangbei forever. Disappear from all of China." Beep, beep, beep. Gu Zheng stared at the phone that had just been hung up on for a long time, his face grim. Xie Zhouhan had breakfast delivered. Lin Hua was still holding a grudge, and she didn't even glance at him while she was eating. Xie Zhouhan patiently served her food. Her face was flushed and vibrant. Even when she's angry, she's exceptionally beautiful. He looked at Lin Hua quietly, a rare sense of peace settling over him. "Are you free tonight?" Upon hearing this, Lin Hua immediately looked at the man warily. Xie Zhouhan smiled helplessly. "Zheng Yi and Wei Fanqing strongly urged me to bring my family to tonight's gathering. Lin Hua, is it absolutely necessary to go? They are my best brothers, very easygoing. If we are not happy there, we can leave early." Seeing Lin Hua hesitate, Xie Zhouhan added, "Xie Bauer will also be there. If you don't go, they will all laugh at me for being destined to be single even after I get married. By the way, Zheng Ye's fiancée, Shi Qiong, will also be there. She is a very outstanding artist." Lin Hua knew that outstanding people naturally attract outstanding friends. In fact, she was using Xie Zhouhan's resources. You can learn a lot from meeting outstanding people. She firmly denied that she agreed to attend the party because she heard the phrase, "forever alone." "Hua, why did you run out last night? Did your brother make you angry again?" Xie Zhouhan took Lin Hua to the Starlight Shopping Center to meet up with Wen Xuelan. "No, I suddenly received a work call from the director yesterday, asking me to handle a very important document. You've only just started working, and they're already exploiting you. It's too hard. I really enjoy this fulfilling life. Okay, if you can't take it anymore, just come home. Auntie can take care of you for the rest of your life." Lin Hua's hand, holding the silk cheongsam, stiffened slightly. She smiled and said, "Auntie, this outfit looks good." "Is that Lin Hua?" Li Serong was out shopping with Li Xian when they unexpectedly saw Lin Hua and Wen Xuelan. Li Xian looked closely and exclaimed, "It really is. This bitch is so cunning. She's actually trying to curry favor with Madame Gu." Li Serong squinted. Last night, the Gu family's maid secretly sent her a message saying that Lin Hua had moved back home. The Gu family treated her very kindly, especially Gu Zheng, who didn't work overtime but stayed home with her instead. She was already holding back her anger. Seeing Lin Hua and Wen Xuelan so intimately together now, she felt even more jealous. That's her future mother-in-law. Lin Hua, that shameless slut. "Sister, should I go and teach her a lesson? What are you lecturing her about? In front of my future mother-in-law, you dare to lecture her best friend's daughter? Do you want to ruin my reputation?" Li Xian quickly lowered her head. "I'm sorry, sister. I didn't think of that. I just felt that Lin Hua was an orphan. Why should she be able to get my brother-in-law's protection? You are the only woman who deserves my brother-in-law." Li Serong felt much better after being praised by Li Xian. "Come here, I have something to tell you." Lin Hua made an excuse that she had to go to the company and sent Wen Xuelan home first. She went to the park behind the shopping mall. Li Serong elegantly held a small teddy bear and said haughtily, "I thought you wouldn't dare to come." Li Xian chimed in. "Looks like you do know who the future mistress of the Gu family is. Lin Hua, I'm giving you 2 days to move out of the Gu family, or don't blame me for being impolite." Lin Hua sneered. "I thought you had improved." Li Xian, you. Li Serong didn't bother with any more words. She walked over, raised her hand, and slapped Lin Hua across the face. Lin Hua was completely unprepared. Who would have thought that a rich young lady like Li Serong would slap people in broad daylight like a shrew? "What are you looking at? This is a small lesson. You want to seduce Gu Zheng without even asking for my permission. I know about your affair with Gu Zheng, and I know all about your dirty thoughts over the years, Lin Hua. If you won't listen to my advice, I'll have no choice but to expose your shameful deeds." The adopted daughter of the Gu family is coveting her nominal brother. Tell me, will your reputation be ruined faster, or will the Gu family lose face more? Chapter 36, He corrupted me. An adopted daughter living under someone else's roof falls in love with a noble heir. The Gu family, of course, cannot afford to lose face like that. Li Surong is very clever. She always knows how to manipulate Lin Hua, and she also knows that Lin Hua's weakness is not Gu Zhong, but the Gu family. Lin Hua was warned, and her cheek was swollen and red from being slapped. She didn't want to attend the party, but she had already promised Xie Zhohan and didn't want to break her promise. Her mind was filled with images of her entanglement with Gu Zhong and those intimate photos that Li Surong had in her possession. She returned to her car in a daze. She no longer loved Gu Zhong, but the Gu family. She owed the Gu family too much kindness and couldn't let them be disgraced because of her. Less sex winery. Lin Hua went straight into the restroom as soon as she got out of the car. The red mark on her face was still very obvious. If Xie Zhohan saw it, he would definitely ask about it. What you fear most is what happens. Suddenly, a clear and handsome face appeared in the large mirror. But that face, it looks a bit gloomy and uneasy. You got here so quickly? I'm going to touch up my makeup. Lin Hua deliberately raised her right hand to cover her face, afraid that he would notice. The man grabbed her arm without giving her a chance to refuse and pulled her into his arms. He lifted her chin. He forced her to look at him. Have you been wronged? Such a big handprint, he's not blind. Lin Hua bit her lip, and before she could speak, the man gently cupped her face, his hot breath covering the spot where she had been hit, making it itchy and numb. My heart ached. She held her breath as she looked at him, her gaze incredibly pure. The moment Xie Zhohan met that gaze, his innate protective instincts surged forth. He lowered his head and kissed her red lips. Force her to relax so she doesn't bite herself. He knew what she wanted to say. Don't ask. In fact, he wouldn't ask. Since Mrs. Xie was wronged, Xie Zhohan should get revenge. I married you not so that you would suffer, he said. These calm and detached words became earth-shattering love confessions in Lin Hua's world. She looked at him in disbelief. Hua, why are your lips swollen? Xie Bauer has no self-control when it comes to her words. Every time she opens her mouth, it's a fatal blow. Lin Hua blushed so deeply that she was too embarrassed to look at Zheng Yi, Shi Qiong, and the others. Fortunately, these people were all experienced, and, since it was their first time meeting Lin Hua, they gave her some face. Shi Qiong changed the subject. Bauer, where's your dad? I don't know. Xie Bauer took a bottle of good wine in each hand and sat down next to Lin Hua. Strangely enough, the first thing her dad did after finding Hua was to accompany her to get her makeup touched up. At Chateau Les Côtes d'Azur, high-ranking officials and dignitaries frequent the establishment, and a dedicated team is always on standby to provide makeup services. I must say, the makeup artist was very skilled. Her complexion looked much better after the makeup was done, and she even had a charming blush on her face, as if she had been pampered. Lin Hua took the wine Xie Bauer handed her, glanced at the label, and exclaimed in surprise, "This wine is older than you." "Hey, I finally found this," Xie Bauer said proudly. "This bottle is perfect for celebrating your marriage with Dad. Don't talk nonsense." These are Uncle Fanqing's exact words. Haha, but if he finds out I took his treasure, he'll definitely turn on me. You have to protect me later. Lin Hua smiled after being teased by Xie Bauer for a few moments. During their casual conversation, Lin Hua quickly got to know Xie Zhohan's friends. Wei Fanqing is a company president. His family members are all involved in politics, but he is the only one who went into business. He's handsome, with a pair of captivating eyes, a typical trait of a playboy from a wealthy family. He even brought a female student with him. Zheng Yi is a major. Handsome, upright, skilled, and a sharpshooter. He used to be a reckless and unruly person, but now he's been tamed by Shi Qiong. A dutiful fiancé according to the 24 filial piety principles. Zheng Ye's fiancé, Shi Qiong, is quite remarkable. She is an artist who owns an art gallery and travels all over the world year-round. So you're from the Lin family, in Rongqing. Shi Qiong suddenly realized. I exhibited some of my works in Rongqing before, and I even met your parents. Lin Hua asked in surprise, You've met my parents? Her parents really enjoyed taking her to the art gallery. My mother is a painting fanatic, but for some reason, her paintings are not famous. Yes, I have met her. Mrs. Lin is a very talented colleague, but her paintings contain some elements that others don't quite understand, which I quite like. Shiqiang knew that Lin Hua was the Gu family's adopted daughter and guessed that something must have happened to the Lin family, so she asked, "Are her paintings still there?" "Only a portion remains." Lin Hua lowered her eyes. "After my parents' accident, my uncle's family moved into the Lin family's villa and, as their guardians, took over my father's company. Later, Suwan accidentally set fire to the art studio, which caused a fire in the villa. After the fire, her uncle said she was cursed and would bring misfortune to her family, so he planned to send her to an orphanage. It was when Xuelan who appeared in Rongqing and took her to Jiangbei. She had been keeping a close eye on the movements of the Rongqing Lin family. Over the years, her uncle, who was not good at managing the business, had almost squandered the entire Lin family fortune. Shiqiang saw that Lin Hua was still caught up in the pain of the past and said guiltily, "I'm sorry, I just wanted to. Sister Qiong runs an art gallery. I am willing to give you all the works my mother left behind. I hope you can help me fulfill the wishes my mother could not fulfill before she passed away. You trust me?" Shiqiang looked at Lin Hua in surprise. Lin Hua picked up a glass of juice. "Trust." She thanked Xie Zhouhan. Xie Zhouhan's friends are naturally trustworthy. Xie Bauer insisted on riding a horse, so she went ahead with Shiqiang, Xing Yi, and others. Lin Hua couldn't ride a horse, but she was still persuaded by Xie Bauer to change into a riding outfit. When she was little, Gu Zheng taught her to ride a horse. She fell off once, and Gu Zheng was scolded severely by Wen Xuelan, who said that a little girl shouldn't learn to ride a horse. She should just learn some safe skills. After that, Gu Zheng never took her to the horse farm again. She actually quite liked horseback riding, but Gu Zheng refused to teach her and wouldn't allow other men to teach her, so she gave up this hobby. Lin Hua was changing into her riding outfit, but the zipper on the back was difficult to pull, and she couldn't get it right after several tries. "Mrs. Xie." A familiar voice came from outside the locker room. Lin Hua froze, extremely nervous. I'm almost done." She tried a few more times, but the zipper still wouldn't cooperate. Finally, she had no choice but to open the door and peek her head out from the crack. "Mr. Xie, could you do me a favor?" The man's deep gaze locked onto her flushed face, his eyes noticing the slit in the back of her clothes. A thin smile played on his lips. "Pull up the zipper." Lin Hua felt that his voice was husky and seductive, with a kind of nonchalant yet noble allure. Her face grew increasingly red, and she gave a soft "hm." Xie Zhouhan looked at her with a smile. "If you don't open the door, how can I go in and help you?" Lin Hua came to her senses and realized that because she was too nervous, she had been talking to him through a tiny crack in the door. She took 2 steps back, embarrassed. The man was tall and imposing. The moment he entered, the entire locker room felt oppressively large. She swallowed hard, turned around, and faced away from him. His hands were a little cold, long and slender fingers. When I stroked her skin, I felt a faint, tingling sensation, like an electric current. Lin Hua recalled that out-of-control kiss from before. If Xie Zhouhan hadn't been so rational, the two of them would have. Lin Hua couldn't help but curse under her breath. Had she been led astray lately? Why did she keep thinking about those inappropriate scenes whenever she was around Xie Zhouhan? Lin Hua was busy reflecting on her actions and didn't notice the man's fingers sliding over her shoulder blades and then down into her beautiful waistline. Chapter 37. Mr. Xie is addicted to kissing her. Xie Zhouhan was tall, and when he looked down at her, he happened to see her eyelashes trembling with shyness. It was supposed to be a simple zipper, but he wanted to tease her a little longer. She was in a bad mood and was easily affected by herself. He liked to tease her, and at least she always had him in her eyes and heart. The intense heat of their breath approaching made my heart race. Lin Hua's heart pounded as her fingers caressed her sensitive lower back. Feeling the man's increasingly daring advances, Lin Hua realized something was wrong and immediately turned around to grab his hand. "Just zip it up. Don't provoke her anymore. Otherwise, she really would become a bad woman." Xie Zhouhan calmly brushed her small hand away. "Just zip it up." After finishing his task with ease, he whispered in her ear, "Mrs. Xie, how will you thank me?" "It's just zipping up a zipper, and you want me to thank you?" Lin Hua instinctively looked at him in shock. The man gently kissed her lips. The kiss was fleeting, like a dragonfly skimming the water, and he quickly withdrew, saying, "That's enough." Before Lin Hua could react, the man pulled her out of the dressing room. "This person, are you addicted to flirting? Is he really destined to be single for over a decade? Doesn't he look a bit like a male demon from the underworld who bewitches people?" When the two arrived at the horse farm, the sun had already set below the horizon. Xie Bauer rode her horse freely around the field, looking very free. Free. Xing Yi and Shi Qiong were competing, while Wei Fanqing brought a short-haired girl to choose horses on the side. The short-haired girl, Xia Bauer, mentioned that she was Wei Fanqing's new girlfriend and a college student studying music. Want to give it a try? Xia Zhohan led a black steed to Lin Hua's side. Lin Hua's gaze was fixed on the man, unable to look away. He was wearing a perfectly tailored black riding outfit, which made his broad shoulders and narrow waist appear even more striking. He was tall, with long, slender legs that were the envy of many. The way he led the horse made him look like a noble and handsome prince from a comic book. He just like that, abruptly, barged into her life. Lin Hua pressed her hand to her heart. She had to admit that Xie Zhohan was indeed an exceptionally dazzling presence wherever he went. Xie Bauer's praise of him back then, except for the one about not being good enough, was all true. I'm not very good at it, Lin Hua explained in response to the man's questioning gaze. I'll take you, it'll be very safe, he said, his voice still deep and resonant. Lin Hua shook her head somewhat awkwardly. Let's forget it, there are so many people. Xie Zhohan glanced at the few people in the room. They're all on our side. He held out his hand, gesturing for Lin Hua to come over. Lin Hua looked at his hands, which had distinct knuckles and were covered in leather gloves, hesitated for a moment, but was still tempted. Since there are no outsiders around, why not give it a try? She also longs for that kind of freedom to roam freely. Xie Zhohan's hands were very strong. With a gentle lift, he helped Lin Hua gracefully mount the horse. His arm went around her waist and grasped the reins. Lin Hua felt as if she were completely encircled in her arms. While Xie Bauer rode over on her horse, Dad, your protective instincts are kicking in. Xie Zhohan glanced at her. She shrugged knowingly. But after Xie Zhohan and Lin Hua rode away, she secretly took out her phone and snapped a picture to capture the romantic moment. Wei Fanqing suddenly popped up. Bauer, your dad is serious this time. When did my dad ever fake it? I'm used to his arrogant and doting attitude towards everyone. So seeing him being so gentle and doting on a woman is a little strange. Xie Bauer scoffed. My best friend deserves the best. Wei Fanqing called out to his girlfriend. Little Belle, come here, brother will take you for a ride. I can't be worse than brother Xie. Zheng Yi looked at Shi Qiong excitedly. Fiancé, we should also. Get lost. The loser has no right to make demands. Let's have another match then. I went easy on you just now. Xie Bauer rolled her eyes. They're feeding her dog food one by one. Ugh, you heartless bastards. Xie Zhohan has excellent horse control skills. In no time, Lin Hua relaxed completely. A gentle breeze caressed her face, and with the view wide open, she unconsciously stretched out her arms, closed her eyes, and breathed in the free air. Xie Zhohan stared at her left cheek, which was covered by makeup, his gaze darkening slightly. You still have work today? Lin Hua suddenly asked. I saw you on the phone for a long time. To handle some personal matters. Personal matters? Some people are blind. He didn't want to say more, so Lin Hua didn't ask any further questions. After the gathering, Xie Zhohan insisted on taking Lin Hua back home. Lin Hua was afraid that he would be exposed, so she kept begging him to stop outside the villa area. Xie Zhohan had no choice but to listen to her. Thank you for bringing me back. You should go back and rest too. Lin Hua unbuckled her seatbelt and was about to open the door when the man forcefully pulled her back. What? Lin Hua felt flustered as he stared at her so intently. Xie Zhohan looked at the girl's clear eyes, which were filled with trepidation, and tugged at his thin lips. Am I that shameful to be seen in public? Lin Hua. Xie Zhohan sighed. He kissed the corner of her lips hard, crushing her defenses. Lin Hua's lips went numb. She let out a muffled protest groan. The man finished speaking with restraint. Get out of the car. Lin Hua froze for 3 seconds. Then she quickly opened the door and got out of the car. As soon as she stepped into the villa, she saw Gu Zheng, dressed in black, standing at the door, looking at her with a complicated expression. He saw Xie Zhohan's car. They stayed in the car for a long time. Lin Hua lowered her head, not wanting to look at him. As she brushed past Gu Zheng, he suddenly reached out and grabbed her. What are you doing? Lin Hua asked angrily. Gu Zheng noticed her slightly swollen lips. The jealousy burning deep within me was like a raging storm, spreading wildly and intensely. He brought you back? Lin Hua gritted her teeth and admitted. Yes. If you're so free, brother, you should spend more time with your fiancée and stop her from causing trouble. Lin Hua's words made Gu Zheng frown. Did Li Serong cause you trouble? You're her fiancé, and you're also trying to have something happen with your own sister. Don't you think she'll cause me trouble? Gu Zheng was somewhat in the wrong. He released Lin Hua. Next time she causes you trouble, just ignore her. Lin Hua smiled wryly. Useful. But it's okay, she'll be leaving here soon. The next morning, while eating breakfast, when Shualan sighed to Lin Hua, Si Rong asked me to go see a play today, but when I asked her just now, she found out she made a mistake and was punished by her father to kneel in the ancestral hall. Lin Hua's eyes widened as she knelt in the ancestral hall. She's usually very well-behaved and sensible, and Mr. Li dotes on her. I don't know what she did wrong. And her younger sister, she suffered even worse. Mr. Li used family discipline on her and gave her a good beating. Lin Hua gasped. Li Serong and Li Xian had both been dealt with? Would you like to go see her? What are you looking at? Family scandals should not be aired in public. The Li family certainly doesn't want others to know. It's only because of our marriage alliance that they've loosened their grip and said a few more words. When Shualan muttered, "What a sensible child." Lin Hua found it strange. Logically speaking, even if Li Serong was punished, she wouldn't have told Wen Shualan, her future mother-in-law. Mr. Li is a shrewd and cunning businessman, and he would never allow his in-laws to have a bad impression of his daughter. How did Wen Shualan find out about the Li family's inside story? Gu Zheng, who had been silent all along, seemed to see Lin Hua's doubts and said, Li Serong has offended people everywhere because of the Li family. It's time for her to be dealt with. His all-knowing sarcasm made Lin Hua even more puzzled. She blurted out instinctively, "Who did I offend?" When Shualan was also curious, "You know Asian? Tell me about it." Gu Zheng pondered for a moment. Li Sirong's dog is blind and bit the Xie family. Chapter 38. Full, soft lips. When Shualan exclaimed, "Oh, did they offend the Xie family? No wonder President Li is so angry. Their family also wants to cooperate with the Xie family." A thunderbolt struck Lin Hua's mind in an instant. The Xie family. Is it Xie Zhohan? She opened WeChat and sent a message to Xie Bauer. "I heard Li Serong offended the Xie family. What happened?" Xie Bauer got up early and was waiting in the hospital parking lot with bags of breakfast. He immediately replied, "You're not a member of the Xie family? My dad's getting revenge for you, but he's telling everyone her dog bit a Xie family bodyguard. You don't know? People in this circle are very gossipy. My dad's actions have directly caused many people to distance themselves from Li Serong." Lin Hua bited the bodyguard. Is he going to be punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall? Li Xian fared even worse. She was also beaten up. Xie Bauer, my dad wants to tell the Li family that even if they mess with one of the Xie family's bodyguards, they'll have to pay a price. Besides, they messed with you, so kneeling in the ancestral hall is the least they can do. Lin Hua did not reply for a long time. Xie Bauer got anxious. You're not blaming my dad for meddling, are you? Oh. Lin Hua quickly typed. I don't know. It was very unexpected. I was very touched. Hua, your brother is talking to you. What's wrong with you? You've been looking preoccupied lately. Lin Hua snapped out of her reverie, pursed her lips, and said, I'm done eating. I'm meeting up with a friend to go to an art exhibition. But, when Shualan hesitated, as if she wanted to say something but then stopped, Lin Hua asked, puzzled, Annie, is there something you need? When Shualan looked at her son, then at Lin Hua, you're not young anymore. Your uncle's idea is to introduce you to an outstanding young man. Could you go and meet him? Lin Hua was shocked. Gu Yuan asked Wen Shualan to arrange blind dates for her. Wen Shualan was unaware of her relationship with Gu Zheng, but Gu Zheng's unusual behavior was too frequent, which must have aroused Gu Yuan's dissatisfaction. Gu Yuan was trying to give her a warning, and also to give Gu Zheng a warning. Gu Zheng clenched his fist. Mom, Hua is still young. You're not young anymore. You're already 25. You always said you'd wait until Hua graduated and had a stable job. Isn't now the perfect time? But Lin Hua was afraid that if Gu Zheng and Wen Shualan started arguing, it would alert Gu Yuan, and if things got out of hand, the Gu family would lose face. She quickly stopped her, saying, Okay, I'm free at 3 o'clock this afternoon. Wen Shualan said excitedly, I knew our Hua was the best girl. She got up and took out a stack of photos from the drawer. This is the young master of Lingyu Group. He's handsome, has a clean private life, and just returned from studying abroad. People say, marry a virtuous wife. I heard you graduated from Jiang University and even joined SD. They've taken the initiative to ask to meet you. Lin Hua twitched the corner of her mouth. I didn't expect Gu Yuan to have put in so much effort. Otherwise, no matter how excellent her education and job are, she wouldn't be qualified to meet a blind date like Ling Hao. She couldn't tell when Xuelan that she was already married for the time being. I can only deal with today's blind date for now. Hua Hua, Annie has picked out a pretty dress for you. You should wear it this afternoon. Okay, Auntie, I'll head out now. After Lin Hua left, Guzheng looked at his mother in confusion. Why did you go on a blind date out of the blue? Your father said you've been acting strangely lately. When Xuelan put away her gentle expression and looked directly at her son. Even if she was slow to realize it, she could sense what her son was thinking. Hua Hua is a well-behaved girl. She knows her limits, when Xuelan said. Ajing, don't ruin her life. Ajing, don't ruin her life. Lin Hua took a taxi to the outside of Lin Shui's Xiaoxia. Wearing a white tracksuit, she rushed inside. She gasped for breath and pressed the elevator's up button forcefully. Standing at the door, Lin Hua took several deep breaths. Just as I was about to enter the password, the door suddenly opened from the inside. A man in a black suit stood tall and dignified before her. She swallowed hard. Did you do this? Xie Zhouhan was completely surprised. Who would have thought that she would appear in front of him so early in the morning? You mean, Li Surong has been punished. Xie Zhouhan did not deny it. No one can bully my Mrs. Xie. The man's arrogant and domineering demeanor was like a torch, igniting the long barren desert in Lin Hua's heart. She stood on tiptoe. She wrapped her arms around the man's neck. A clumsy yet unrestrained kiss covered his cold lips. Xie Zhouhan was dumbfounded. He had considered all her possible reactions if she found out, except, as their breaths mingled, reason was long forgotten. She was exceptionally enthusiastic today. He was also extremely anxious. Clothes fell all the way from the doorway into the bedroom. 3 p.m. After finishing her call with Wen Xuelan, Lin Hua looked up at the shirtless man beside her with a guilty conscience. In a moment of impulse that morning, she actually pounced on this man. How embarrassing. Mrs. Xie, you just slept with your husband and you're already going on blind dates with other men? Are you playing the field? Upon hearing the husky and sexy Mrs. Xie, Lin Hua's pretty face flushed crimson. Annie doesn't know I'm married. It wouldn't be right for me not to go to this blind date that she and uncle have carefully arranged. I swear, I'm just going to go through the motions. Just going through the motions. Xie Zhouhan's eyes darkened. What kind of person is your blind date? Ling Hao, the young master of Ling Yu Group. Xie Zhouhan narrowed his eyes. Can I not go? Lin Hua bit her lip and looked at him pleadingly. It was arranged by Auntie. Xie Zhouhan sighed. Go change your clothes. Oh, Mrs. Xie, aren't you going on a blind date? Or do you intend to go wearing this nightgown that reeks of my scent? Lin Hua blushed at his words and quickly ran into the dressing room. Auntie, I've arrived at Tinger Restaurant. I was dressed very formally, in a dress. Don't worry, I'll do my best. Wen Xuelan also wanted to send Lin Hua a dress. In order to make Lin Hua stand out in front of Ling Hao, she specially chose a champagne-colored long dress that complemented Lin Hua's skin. However, Lin Hua did not even go back to the Gu family. To reassure Wen Xuelan, Lin Hua specially sent her a selfie. She wore a pale yellow dress personally chosen by Xie Zhouhan, paired with a knitted cardigan that could barely cover the ambiguous hickeys on her collarbone and shoulders, making her look exceptionally pure and elegant. As she entered the restaurant, she quickly turned back to glance at the person who had insisted on bringing her there. She couldn't quite understand Xie Zhouhan. Why would he personally send her to a blind date with another man? Miss Lin? Hello, I'm Ling Hao. It's a pleasure to meet you. Ling Hao was dressed in a formal suit, looking handsome and imposing. Lin Hua said politely, Hello, Mr. Ling. I am Lin Hua. Hua. Ling Hao seemed to have already inquired about Lin Hua's preferences and had already ordered the dishes. His gaze lingered on Lin Hua, scrutinizing her inch by inch. Her face was flushed, full of collagen. Her eyelashes were long, covering her clear and serene eyes. The lips are full and soft. As for her figure, well, she's curvy and has a good figure, which is above average. His background is a bit poor, but Ling Hao doesn't necessarily need to find a wife who is his equal. Compared to wealthy heiresses who are well-matched in social status, he prefers obedient girls with simple backgrounds who are easy to control, just like Lin Hua in front of him. I know it's presumptuous of me to propose on our first meeting, but I still want to say. Ling Hao suddenly raised his glass, looking at Lin Hua with satisfaction. Miss Lin, will you marry me and become my wife? Ling Hao. Chapter 39. Is this random guy more handsome than my dad? More capable than my dad? He proposed before she had even finished 3 sentences. This was the first time in Lin Hua's life she had ever met someone so decisive. Xie Zhouhan's face inexplicably appeared in my mind. The word married struck her heart like a hammer blow. She quickly explained, Mr. Ling, you may have misunderstood. I came to see you today because I know we're on a blind date, and this is too fast, but I've always been a person who values efficiency. Ling Hua even produced a prenuptial agreement, saying, this is the agreement I've drafted. Take a look. If there are any changes needed, just let me know, and we can discuss them. He agreed to meet Lin Hua, having made 2 preparations. He fell for her, proposed, and they signed a prenuptial agreement. If you don't like someone, have a meal with them and then send them home. Lin Hua stared at the thick stack of documents, her lips twitching violently. She thought that her blind date and marriage with Xie Zhouhan was already incredibly fast, but she never expected that this Mr. Ling would be even faster. Are all men in wealthy families in such a hurry to get married? Hua, Gu Jing suddenly called her. Lin Hua froze and turned to look. Li Surong was seen holding Gu Jing's arm, the 2 of them standing outside the glass door, inseparable. Gu Jing's eyes were slightly red, swirling with an unfathomable chill. Li Surong looked at Lin Hua provocatively and tightened her grip on Gu Jing's hand. What a coincidence, Hua. Li Surong greeted her with ease. Auntie said she introduced you to a blind date. It turns out it's young Master Ling. You've really struck gold. Young Master Ling is the future head of Lin Yu Group. He just returned from studying abroad. He's a true young talent. Ling Hao looked up at Li Surong and said, Miss Li, you flatter me. Although Li Surong envied and was jealous of Lin Hua's luck, not only did she have Xie Bao's protection, but she also had the Gu family's care, and now she had even been set up on a blind date with a diamond bachelor in the circle. She thought that once Lin Hua got married, she would no longer compete with her for Guzheng. She became even more enthusiastic. Young Master Ling, you may not know how outstanding our Hua is. She's a top student at Jiang University, and she even got into the chief design department of SD. Plus, she's best friends with Miss Xie, even though her background isn't that great. Gu Zheng coldly interrupted Li Surong. Stop talking. Today is just a meeting. Since we haven't eaten yet, shall we eat together? Gu Zheng stared at Ling Hao. Young Master Ling, you don't mind, do you? Ling Hao knew that Lin Hua was the adopted daughter of the Gu family before he agreed to the blind date. It's just that it wasn't included in the Gu family's household registration. I heard that Gu Zheng takes good care of this adopted younger sister, and the 2 can be considered childhood sweethearts. Seeing Gu Zheng's strange attitude, he immediately understood what was going on. I don't mind, Ling Hao said. Mr. Gu and Ms. Li's marriage has been arranged. When will the wedding be held? Upon hearing this, Li Surong immediately began chattering away. Gu Zheng had no interest in paying attention to Ling Hao's provocations and hints. His gaze swept over the prenuptial agreement, then back to Lin Hua. Lin Hua treated these people as if they didn't exist. Anyway, she's just here to go through the motions. As long as Wen Xuelan and Gu Yuan don't lose face, that's fine. As for Gu Zheng and Li Surong insisting on showing off their affection in front of her, she'll just take it as dogs begging for praise. My brother and sister-in-law are a well-known golden couple in the industry. Mr. Ling can talk to them more, and we can cooperate in business in the future. Lin Hua's tone, which sounded like Gu Zheng's sister, pleased the 2 of them. Gu Zheng clenched his fists, his palms filled with barely concealed anger and bitterness. You guys keep chatting, I'm going to the restroom. She wisely withdrew. Ling Hao chased after him, saying, I'll go with you. After the 2 left, Li Surong whispered, I was wondering why you had time to invite me to dinner today, and even came to Ting's place. Are you afraid that Ling Hao will bully your sister? Or are you worried that she can't handle Ling Hao? Gu Zheng casually said, It's just a coincidence. That's right. She'll get married sooner or later anyway. Your parents are really thinking of her. They even got Ling Hao involved. Judging from Ling Hao's expression, he's taken a liking to her. Congratulations to the Gu family. You've gained another formidable business partner. Gu Zheng clenched his fist. She won't go through with the marriage. He will not allow his daughter Hua to go through an arranged marriage. If you can arrange a marriage, why can't she? The Gu family raised her. If she has any gratitude, she will agree to the marriage. Ling Hao was a gentleman. He escorted Lin Hua to the outside of the restroom and then went into the men's restroom. Lin Hua took out her phone, which was initially on silent, so she didn't see so many unread messages. Xie Zhouhan sent her a message. Mrs. Xie, I'm going to get jealous if you don't come home soon. Jealous? Lin Hua's heart was pounding. She and Xie Zhouhan had a marriage of convenience, and there was no love between them, so why was he jealous? She typed silently, It will be soon. Clicking on Sieb Bauer's list of unread messages, I found they were all accusations against herself. Baby, you actually went on a blind date. You went on a blind date behind my dad's back. That's so unfair. What's so great about drawing or blind dates? Isn't it more fun to stake out places with me? Mommy, please don't cheat on me, or Daddy will kick me out of the house. You promised to be my mommy, and together we'd empty my dad's pockets and travel the world. Instead, you went on blind dates with other men behind my back. Hey, you're drawing. At least give me a reply. If you don't reply to me soon, I'm going to come and cause a scene. Please, baby, reply to me. Damn, you didn't get hooked up with him, did you? Did you? This random guy is more handsome than my dad, and better than my dad. Lin Hua was afraid that Sieb Bauer would send some more hurtful messages to provoke her, so she quickly sent a voice message in reply. Your dad knows I went on a blind date, and I didn't fall for any other men, so don't worry. She walked out of the restroom and found Ling Hao waiting at the corner. She composed herself, walked over, and feigned weakness, saying, Excuse me, Mr. Ling, I'm feeling a little unwell and would like to go back. Ling Hao raised an eyebrow slightly, watching her gently support her lower abdomen with her left hand. I understand instantly. I send you. No need. Did my proposal scare you? It really is beyond my expectations, and I already have someone I like. I came to meet you today on a blind date only because I didn't want to disappoint Uncle Gu and Aunt Wen. So, please understand, Mr. Ling. Ling Hao looked at Lin Hua in surprise. I've looked into it. You never dated during college and went straight to SD after graduation. Logically speaking, you should be satisfied with my conditions. The person you just mentioned, is that just an excuse? No. Could it be that, as the rumors say, your sweetheart is Gu? Of course not. Lin Hua's voice unconsciously rose. Mr. Ling, you've guessed wrong. Gu Zheng is my brother, and my sweetheart is a very steady and caring man. I would never betray this relationship. After speaking, Lin Hua hurriedly brushed past him and slipped away. Before she even reached the elevator, a hand pulled her into the stairwell leading to the emergency exit. The familiar scent of agarwood wafted towards her, and the man's hot chest pressed tightly against her cheek. Chapter 40. Only men are allowed to have desires? Why are you here? Her voice trembled with nervousness. Xie Zhouhan held her tightly. His rough fingertips gently caressed the back of her neck. If I hadn't come, how would I have known that Mrs. Xie was so loyal to me? Oh my God. That was said to Ling Hao. Lin Hua wanted to raise her head and explain things to him properly so that he wouldn't misunderstand, but when she looked up, she saw the man staring at her. He raised his eyebrows slightly, his deep, narrow eyes revealing a somber gaze. Lin Hua's throat bobbed. Why are you looking at me like that? I'm very happy. Mrs. Xie, I'm so glad you have such principles. Although that guy proposed to you on our first meeting, it also shows that I have good taste. These ambiguous words seemed to be implying to Lin Hua that he had chosen her from the very beginning. He has a good eye? Lin Hua stammered. You were following me? I'm afraid you might suddenly want to leave and won't be able to find me. Who's looking for you? Don't you want to leave? The man asked. Lin Hua was only pretending to have a stomachache, but her lower abdomen suddenly really cramped. A surge of heat suddenly flowed out of my body. Lin Hua's pupils contracted and her body stiffened. Is this karma? Was I just jinxing it? Who would have thought that she indulged herself in the morning and then in the afternoon? Xie Zhouhan was a man who could see her awkwardness and embarrassment at a glance. He took off his suit jacket and tied it around her waist. He lifted her up with a gentle touch. Hey, what are you doing? Shoo. He lowered his head and kissed her forehead. Let's go home. He carried her to the parking lot and placed her in the back seat of the car. On the way out, I deliberately made a detour to a convenience store. Lin Hua didn't know what he was going to do, but after a while she saw him carrying a bag of sanitary napkins. Sorry, I didn't know what brands you usually use, so I bought a little of everything. After he finished speaking, he handed the bag to Lin Hua. There are disposable underwear inside. Lin Hua's beautiful eyes widened. You. Xie Zhouhan saw her shy, pretty face in the rearview mirror, and his Adam's apple bobbed slightly. If it's inconvenient for you to change it yourself, I can help you. Convenient. Upon hearing this, Lin Hua forgot all about being shy. Put the barrier down, she shouted. Xie Zhouhan curled his thin lips and slowly lowered the partition. There are spare clothes and pants in the back, all in your size. Lin Hua was filled with questions. Why was this person still keeping her clothes in the car? Forget it, let's change it first. Lin Hua quickly changed out of her dirty clothes. She tapped gently on the partition. The partition rose, revealing the man's charming yet gentle profile. Going home, Lin Hua hummed in agreement. He turned up the car's air conditioning temperature and then messaged Aunt Fun, asking her to make brown sugar ginger tea. Xie Bauer called shortly after. Hua Hua, do you need painkillers? I'm at the hospital. I can bring you some. Lin Hua, why would I need painkillers for no reason? When your period comes, don't you always have cramps? I remember once you were in so much pain, you almost fainted. Lin Hua looked at the man driving in horror. Lowering her voice, she asked, how did you know I was on my period? Aunt Fan asked me what brand of sanitary napkins I usually use, and also asked if I experience pain and what I need to prepare. I said, how unlucky can you be to encounter your period on a blind date? That's quite dramatic. I'm hanging up now, nothing else. This kind of best friend deserves to be blocked. Are you sure you don't need painkillers? You should just focus on pursuing your Dr. Lin. Lin Hua said with a sigh as she hung up. Unexpectedly, the most embarrassing thing happened to her. The car quickly pulled into the garage, and Xie Zhouhan, as usual, reached out to hug her. Lin Hua took a step back defensively. I can walk by myself. Doesn't your stomach hurt? The man asked her. Thank goodness. Yes, it doesn't hurt. Xie Zhouhan shook his head helplessly. Mrs. Xie didn't have so many rules when she pounced on me today. She gritted her teeth. I acted on impulse. I got up first thing in the morning. I had desires to release. Is that not allowed? Is it only allowed for men to have desire in the morning? Xie Zhouhan almost burst out laughing. Knowing her stubborn nature, he held back. Fine, I'm Mrs. Xie's punching bag. So, as compensation for this morning, shouldn't you let me hug you? Lin Hua was a little confused. Before she could react, the man had already embraced her. Alright, it's a free ride. Might as well take it. Gu Zheng overheard Lin Hua saying she had a sweetheart outside the restroom. She denied herself. Is the person she's talking about her sweetheart Xie Zhouhan? A good man. Does Xie Zhouhan deserve it? Donghe, help me find out what Xie Zhouhan went through in Africa back then. And what about his daughter Xie Bauer? As soon as possible. President Gu, don't we have a partnership with the Xie family? Why are we investigating them now? Go do it. Gu Zheng's face was terrifyingly gloomy. The Donghe River immediately flowed down. As soon as I stepped out of the office, I saw Li Surong carrying a dinner box. Miss Li, what brings you here? Here, I brought food to Beijing. He came to work overtime without eating anything in the afternoon. Gu Zheng probably doesn't want to see anyone right now. Am I just anyone? Li Surong retorted. Before Donghe could stop her, she had already pushed the door open and locked it from the inside. Donghe shrugged. Fine, you're asking for it. So don't blame me for not warning you. Gu Zheng assumed Donghe had returned. Is there anything else? I'm bringing you food. Li Surong's sweet voice provoked Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng looked up and saw Li Surong, whose makeup was simple and whose attire was very pure and elegant. He immediately realized what she wanted to do. His cold words carried a sharp edge. I don't want to be disturbed while I'm at work. I'll leave after I deliver your food, Li Surong said. Go out. Ah Zheng, don't be so heartless. This afternoon, I put in a lot of good words for you with Ling Hao. Gu Zheng clenched his fist. Li Surong, you're not even married to me yet, and you're already trying to interfere in the affairs of the Gu family. What are you trying to do? Li Surong looked at him, puzzled. I did all this for you. Why are you getting angry at me? Gu Zheng didn't want to waste words with her. Please leave. Li Surong didn't believe in superstition. She dressed up in Lin Hua style today, hoping to make him feel closer to her. She refused to believe that with her looks and figure, she couldn't win over Gu Zheng. She deliberately sat down at Gu Zheng's desk. Long, slender legs lightly touched the man's thigh. Ah Zheng, could you be a little gentler with me? I like you. I like you a lot. I don't want to marry you for the power and money of the Gu family. I just want to marry you and be your wife. Ah Zheng, everything I have is yours. Please just look at me, okay? Ah Zheng, you are the core of my youth. I like you. I like you a lot. Shall we be together? I swear, I will always love you. Lin Hua's voice kept echoing in Gu Zheng's mind. In a daze, he thought Lin Hua was right in front of him. He grasped the woman's wrist and placed it against his chest. Chapter 41. No princess's life, but princess's attitude everywhere. Li Surong's lips parted slightly in excitement as she stared in disbelief at Gu Zheng's response. He looked so devout and fervent. She knew that Gu Zheng had feelings for her. She raised an eyebrow and pressed her lips to his. Suddenly, Gu Zheng shoved her away. She lost her balance and almost rolled off the desk. Ah Zheng, don't call me that. Gu Zheng roared angrily, but no one could see the fleeting ferocity in his lowered eyelids. Li Surong clenched her fists tightly. What do you mean by this? Are you playing hard to get with me? Or are you just keeping me in suspense, and you've never really been interested in me at all? Yes. From beginning to end, I only wanted to cooperate with the Li family, not to get engaged because I liked them. Do you understand? Gu Zheng roared. The moment he stood up, the chair behind him lurched backward and crashed into the bookshelf. He stared at Li Surong, his eyes chillingly cold. Li Surong, please remember your place from now on. We represent the cooperation between our two families, not your damned love and vanity. Li Surong's blood froze at that moment. The veins on her forehead bulged, and all the grievances and resentment she had suffered over the past few days erupted at this moment. She questioned, It's Lin Hua, isn't it? You like her, and for her sake, you've rejected me time and time again, even going so far as to draw a line between us. Isn't that right? She rushed forward and grabbed Gu Zheng's clothes without regard for anything else. Gu Zheng coldly said, You are not worthy to mention her name. Li Surong stumbled. She glared at him resentfully. Gu Zheng, you are truly cold-blooded. I curse you to lose your love forever. Lin Hua took 2 days off. Xie Zhouhan's late arrivals and early departures these past 2 days have terrified the older employees of the Xie group. To everyone else, this was simply the calm before the storm. The CEO is definitely holding back his anger, preparing to do something big. Little did they know, Xie Zhouhan simply wanted to stay home and take care of his ailing wife. Lin Hua was drawing blueprints on her computer in her study, while he sat to the side reading a report brought by his assistant, Shifeng. She was so tired that her eyelids felt heavy. My head bobbed up and down, almost hitting the table. Xie Zhouhan kept a close eye on her. When he saw that she was tired, he got up, went over, put his arm around her, and packed her up to take her away. I'll draw a little longer. It's getting late. I should go to sleep. The man's burning hot body pressed against her. Lin Hua's small hands gripped the blanket tightly as he pressed against her. She's still on her period. Surely this person isn't so thirsty as to fight to the death? Lin Hua swallowed hard. Her slender waist was held in the man's hand. Don't move, he said hoarsely. Lin Hua responded with an oh. She was quite sleepy, but being hugged by this human-shaped furnace gradually dispelled Lin Hua's drowsiness. She started making small talk. Why hasn't Bauer been coming home lately? Xie Zhouhan. The schoolwork is heavy. No way. She's only a freshman. She doesn't have many classes. Xie Bauer had previously complained that her roommate was unclean, which triggered her OCD and almost led to a fight with her. She also said that her other roommate didn't have the life of a princess, but had all the problems of one. She was furious. Lin Hua advised her to go home, since it would be convenient to drive anyway. Xie Zhouhan said quietly. She wasn't used to living with other people, so I bought her an apartment near the school. So, she lives in an apartment? Lin Hua had a bad feeling. It was as if a pair of hands were silently pushing all of this forward. As I mentioned before, once my job is stable, I'd like to rent an apartment near the company, so it'll be convenient for working overtime. Xie Zhouhan's eyes darkened slightly, thinking she had forgotten about it. Yes, I bought a large apartment near your company. The two of us will live there. Oh, but it only takes him 20 minutes to drive to work from here. If you work near SD, it's about half an hour. Isn't the CEO's time calculated by the second? Don't you find it troublesome? Xie Zhouhan said in a strange tone. Zheng Yi and Wei Fanqing always say that I don't get involved in worldly affairs, but I also want to have a life of everyday life. But unfortunately, there's no one to accompany me. Now that I'm married and have a wife, I naturally want to be more down to earth, he said casually. Besides, I'm worried about Mrs. Xie living alone. Lin Hua felt a pang of sadness. Was he worried about her safety living alone? He's such a good person. Actually, my best friend is right. Her dad really is a good person. She's a perfect marriage partner. Overwhelmed with emotion, Lin Hua blurted out the truth. Mr. Xie, you are a good person. Xie Zhouhan. I've been friend-zoned again for no reason. He was stunned. Lin Hua's phone rang. It was Bei Ruo who called. Lin Hua, could you come to the company tonight? I'm working overtime. And Dahu is here too. Lin Hua. It's already 9 o'clock, and you're still working overtime? Well, the Gu family has made a new request. We're going over the details. Can you come over? Lin Hua knew that this project was very important to Bei Ruo and Dahu. Although they had already spoken with Gu Zhang, and Gu Zhang had agreed to extend the deadline, Bei Ruo and Dahu would receive a lot of project bonuses if they did well. The Hu family is in dire need of money. Lin Hua herself doesn't have much savings and can't help much, so she can only help in this area. She had learned about that project from Guzheng before, and knew Guzheng's requirements better than Bei Ruo and the others. Okay, I'll be right there. Lin Hua completely disregarded the fact that she had just given her husband a friend card, and immediately got up to go to work overtime. You're not allowed to go. Xie Zhouhan's face was so dark it could drip water. Come on, I'm really in a hurry. When Lin Hua tries to please people, she herself doesn't even realize how irresistible she is. She squinted, pouted her red lips, and touched the man's cheek with her small hand. The light in his eyes was bright and sparkling. Her voice was so soft that it evoked feelings of tenderness and affection. Xie Zhouhan nodded, as if by some strange twist of fate. He personally drove her to work overtime. Xie Jingshu was still working overtime, and Xie Zhouhan had nothing to do, so he went for a stroll in the president's office. As soon as Xie Jingshu saw him, she guessed why he had come. Did you bring your wife to work overtime? I knew it. You've been to my company 3 times so far, and 2 of those times were thanks to your wife, Xie Jingshu said in a cryptic tone. Shi Qiong told her that Lin Hua was indeed a good woman. She also observed Lin Hua at the company and found that she had strong work abilities. Aside from her background, she is a good match for her brother. So be nice to her. Xie Zhouhan, is this your way of showing off your love? I'm telling you, do you really like her? Isn't it about marrying a suitable wife? Or is it about liking someone? The heartless younger brother, the cold-hearted Xie Zhouhan, has he truly learned how to love? It's no wonder Xie Jingshu is so strange. His changes are so drastic, it's almost terrifying. I really like it. Xie Zhouhan admitted his feelings. Then you should marry her. It was a long-planned scheme. Xie Jingshu could only stare blankly, at a loss for words. Just then, Xie Zhouhan's phone vibrated. It was Bei Ruo. Senior, Lin Hua is in trouble. Chapter 42. She was kidnapped, and he bowed to the ants. Bei Ruo's voice was extremely anxious, and even trembled with tears. Xie Zhouhan exuded a chilling aura, his voice icy cold. Explain yourself. Bei Ruo, who considered herself usually quite composed, couldn't help but panic at this moment. Zhao Song just stormed into the office and kidnapped Lin Hua. Who even got his head smashed open while trying to save Lin Hua, and he's bleeding profusely. I've already called 120. Zhao Song was fired because of Lin Hua's incident, and he's been holding on to this revenge ever since. Xie Zhouhan knew Zhao Song. It was arranged by Guzheng. He said coldly, I understand. Xie Jingshu looked at the storm raging in his eyes. What happened? Your company is in trouble. Xie Jingshu realized something and immediately called Bei Ruo. As Xie Zhouhan drove away from the SD building, Xie Jingshu called. Should we call the police? No. He was worried that Zhao Song was going to lose his mind, and calling the police would only anger him. Sure enough, an unfamiliar number called Xie Zhouhan's phone. Hello? Is this Mr. Xie? I want 10 million. Otherwise, I'll kill the hostage. Xie Zhouhan's knuckles cracked as he gripped the steering wheel. Good. I'm at the port on the southern outskirts of Jiangbei. I need a ferry ticket to leave Jiangbei tonight. Okay, where are my men? Zhao Song was stunned when he heard the words, where are my men? Looks like I guessed right. She really did hook up with you. No wonder my business couldn't be contained and I was blacklisted by the industry. It was all you're doing, wasn't it? This is a case of the wronged being held accountable. Enough with the nonsense. Fine, I'll release her once I get the 10 million and the boat ticket. I don't want to kill anyone, but if you dare call the police or mess with me, I'll drag this bitch down with me, and we'll both die in the sea. Zhao Song's tone already showed the limit of his hatred. Xie Zhouhan tightened his grip on the steering wheel. I promise you. Lin Hua was surprised that Zhao Song was so bold, staking out the company area and waiting to kidnap her. But why would he call Xie Zhouhan? When she saw Zhao Song smash a fire extinguisher onto Hu's head, she knew that the man was close to going insane. She remained calm and didn't scream. Instead, she cooperated with him after being pulled into the fire escape. Zhao Song, if you turn back now, I can let you off the hook and not pursue criminal charges. Shut up, you bitch. Why do you think I kidnapped you? Lin Hua, isn't it for the money? Of course it's for the money. But if you get the money, you'll lose your reputation and innocence, and your family too. Aren't you afraid they'll be implicated by your crimes? Zhao Song said smugly. I've already sent them abroad. As long as this last thing is settled, I can leave too. Once I'm abroad, with money in my hands, I'll still be a superior person. Who would want to be a beast of burden? As long as you have money, it's good to live in a different place. Zhao Song's words aroused Lin Hua's suspicion. Could it be that Zhao Song kidnapped her, and someone was behind it? Lin Hua deliberately said, I have no relation to Xie Zhouhan. It's impossible for him to offer 10 million to ransom me. I think he's more likely to call the police. Zhao Song. No relatives or friends. You think I don't know? You hooked up with him, and Xie Bauer even acted as your matchmaker. You two have been having an affair for a long time. Otherwise, he wouldn't have sponsored De Hu's family in your name. He funded the Hu family in my name? Don't know? I've been keeping an eye on you these past few days, and I've seen everything clearly. Xie Zhouhan, that man who prides himself on being cold-blooded and indifferent, is actually quite thorough in his actions. Not only did he sponsor De Hu, but he also found professional doctors for his wife and children. Lin Hua's heart was pounding. Xie Zhouhan, did you do so much in secret? Zhao Song muttered to himself. If only it were a grant for me. That would be a huge sum of money. De Hu is really lucky. But I'm not too unlucky. At least I can get something from both sides. Lin Hua understood the meaning of taking from both ends. Who ordered you to kidnap me? Were your family members also sent abroad by the same person behind it? What do you know? With a little time, it's still possible to find out. Even if you run away abroad. Provoked by Lin Hua, Zhao Song slapped her across the face. You bitch. Don't try to intimidate me. Once I'm abroad, who will be able to find me? Blood seeped from the corner of Lin Hua's mouth. She stared straight at Zhao Song. Zhao Song, do you really dare to kill someone? Feeling guilty under her gaze, Zhao Song, in a fit of anger, slapped Lin Hua again. Stop looking at me with those innocent eyes. You're a woman. If you didn't get into the head design department through nepotism, would you have gotten in? And that guy from the Gu family, he's been flirting with you too. Who knows? You two might have had an affair while you were with the Gu family. You've seduced so many men, and you're not allowed to get revenge on them. A woman like you, who appears innocent on the surface but is promiscuous at heart, deserves to be punished. You'd better behave, or I might not kill you, but I could leave you half dead. Understand? Zhao Song's unshaven face was full of malice and threat. Lin Hua calmed herself down. Revenge? He also mentioned Gu Zhang. Could it be Li Serong? She had previously thought that Zhao Song was an informant bribed by Gu Zhang to sabotage her work at SD, but if Gu Zhang was really behind it, Zhao Song wouldn't dare to kidnap her. At most, Gu Zhang would help him find a new job or pay for him to go abroad to avoid the situation. How could they possibly be so audacious as to kidnap and extort money? What? Zhao Song kidnapped Hua. Gu Zhang spilled his coffee all over him. He gripped his phone tightly, veins bulging on the back of his hand. Xie Zhouhan, don't lie to me. Isn't Zhao Song one of yours? Gu Zhang, what tricks are you playing? Gu Zhang took a deep breath. It seems that he rejected Li Serong today, which pushed her to the limit. I will find out about this. What did Zhao Song ask for? Xie Zhouhan realized that Gu Zhang was unaware of the details, so he hung up. Gu Zhang dialed back urgently, but the call was disconnected. He immediately ordered his assistant. Go and fetch Li Serong for me. No, you arrange for her to come out in my name. And keep an eye on her. I'll go find her after I've finished dealing with this. Xiao Song is clearly going to international waters. You can't agree to his request. You have to call the police immediately. With such a big problem happening to Xie Jingshu's company, she also had to step in. She had Bei Ruo and the security guard take De Hu to the hospital and also had the relevant surveillance footage retrieved. This matter must be dealt with seriously. A suppressed panic flashed in Xie Zhouhan's eyes. I won't let anything happen to her. If we call the police, we're gambling with her life. Zhao Song's voice was frantic and distorted, clearly out of control. His resolute tone startled Xie Jingshu. Of the entire Xie family, only he could remain calm and composed in the face of any storm. However, the panic and ruthlessness in his younger brother's eyes still betrayed his feelings for Lin Hua. She took a breath. Okay, whatever you say. Don't worry, Lin Hua. We'll be all right. Xie Zhouhan took the cash and boat ticket prepared by Shifeng and drove into the port. Xie Jingshu pondered for a moment and said, Shifeng, continue tracking Zhao Song's location. Everyone, do not make any rash moves and follow Xiaozhou's orders. Yes, miss. Xie Jingshu shook her head self-deprecatingly. I'm hooked. Otherwise, when would her arrogant and domineering younger brother ever bow his head to an ant? Chapter 43. You three are having a lot of fun. Zheng Yi, it's me. Are you ready? Zheng Yi looked at his sniper rifle and said, Don't worry, with me here, your sister-in-law will be fine. Xie Zhouhan's voice was colder and more biting than the winter wind. I want her to be absolutely safe. Although Zheng Ye's gun never missed its target, and long-range sniping was his forte, he still said solemnly, "Roger." Soon, Xie Zhouhan saw Lin Hua. Her mouth was taped shut, her hair was disheveled, and her cheeks were red and swollen. Damn it, do you think Xie Zhouhan's woman is so easy to mess with? He suppressed the murderous intent in his heart, picked up his suitcase, and walked over. There's only one ship left at the port this late. It's already preparing to set sail. But Xie Zhouhan managed to get the tickets. Zhao Song, seeing her so calm, nervously looked around while pressing an old dagger against Lin Hua's neck and frantically said, "If you dare call the police, I'll kill her." Xie Zhouhan stepped forward steadily, his expression revealing a mysterious and chilling aura of the night. "Here's the money you wanted, and the boat ticket too." He put the things on the ground and then took a few steps back. "Release my men." "Huh, I was worried you wouldn't come, but I didn't expect her to actually hook up with you. I never thought our high and mighty Mr. Xie would actually succumb to a woman's advances." "Huh?" Zhao Song pulled Lin Hua back step by step. "Find someone to help me put my things on the deck. I'll release her once I'm on board." Lin Hua shook her head at Xie Zhouhan, but Xie Zhouhan only gave her a reassuring look. She didn't know what Xie Zhouhan had planned, but she knew that Zhao Song wouldn't let her go. He was sent by Li Serong. Li Serong hates her and will definitely not let her off easily. "Zhao Song, my patience is running out." "Really? So you want me to kill her? This woman is quite beautiful. Wouldn't you feel bad killing her, Mr. Xie?" As they were speaking, a tall figure came into view. Gu Zheng ran over quickly. He was also carrying a black leather suitcase. "Zhao Song, release Hua, and I'll give you 10 million. Zhao Song looked at Gu Zheng in surprise. This was unexpected, but money. No one would refuse. "Haha, I didn't expect the heir of the Gu family to be here too. Tonight's show is truly captivating." Zhao Song held a dagger to Lin Hua's neck with one hand and used his phone in the other to start recording. "Gentlemen, I just want to know, which of you is this woman's lover? It can't be both of you, can it? One is your adoptive brother, the other is your best friend's father. The three of you are having quite a wild time. Will this video get me enough views and make me a big profit? Fine, you want me to release her, don't you? Whoever kneels down before me, I'll hand her over to them." Zhao Song's eyes were bloodshot. There is a kind of euphoria and frenzy that occurs after taking the medication. Lin Hua sensed something was wrong from the start, but Zhao Song probably didn't even realize he'd been drugged. The other party wants to drive him crazy and make him commit crimes. Because the other party thought he had accidentally killed Lin Hua. Seeing Xie Zhouhan put down his phone, take off his coat, and even slightly bend his knees, Lin Hua stared wide-eyed in disbelief. She couldn't bear to see Xie Zhouhan bend over backwards for her sake. She struggled and shook her head. "Wah, wah." Gu Zheng stared sharply at Zhao Song. "Zhao Song, if you dare to harm her even a little bit, I swear, even if you run to the ends of the earth, I will make you wish you were dead." "Dead?" The crown prince of the Gu family is so domineering. "So, you're saying you refuse to kneel?" "Gu Zheng," Xie Zhou said coldly, "I'll kneel. Hand the person over to me." Gu Zheng looked at Xie Zhouhan in disbelief. Xie Zhouhan's expression remained calm and composed. They spoke as if discussing a very ordinary project, completely relaxed and at ease. Zhao Song became even more excited. "Kneel down. Kneel down now. If you kneel down, my video will go viral." "That bastard. How dare he force Brother Xie to kneel before him? I wouldn't dare." Wei Fanqing was furious and had already crushed several oranges. Xing Yi, who was also wearing headphones, had already arrived at his designated spot and chuckled. "This guy's playing with fire." Xing Yi quickly sniped that blind fool. "How dare he humiliate my brother Xie? He's got a death wish." Xie Jingshu flicked Wei Fanqing on the head. "Shut up. Don't slow down Xiao Ye's shooting speed." Lin Hua didn't know how to stop Xie Zhouhan. Her hands and feet were bound, and her mouth was sealed, so she couldn't speak at all. There was a dagger pressed against his neck. It pricked her skin and caused her waves of pain. She watched the two men in the night from afar. She believed that Gu Zheng wanted to save her. But what Gu Zheng values more is his dignity and the interests of the Gu family. Otherwise, he wouldn't have tolerated Li Serong repeatedly provoking his bottom line and targeting him time and time again. Her gaze lingered on that dignified and composed figure. "Thank you, Xie Zhouhan." She made up her mind and rammed into Zhao Song's body with all her might. The instant Zhao Song lost his balance, a bullet pierced the night sky, hurtling towards him with an unparalleled whooshing sound. Finally, the blow slammed into Zhao Song's shoulder. "Xie Zhouhan, whose knees had just bent, rushed towards Lin Hua. Zhao Song realized he had been ambushed. As he watched his phone fall into the sea, he gave Xie Zhohan a resolute look. If he fails, his family will be doomed. Since that's the case, why not drag this woman down with us and die together? It would be a way to give our family a final chance to live. He used his last bit of strength to pull Lin Hua back. They fell together into the surging sea. Darkness and seawater rushed in, engulfing everything in Lin Hua's life. In a daze, she heard Gu Zheng's voice. Hua. Thump. A dark shadow, like a rocket, crashed into the sea. Lin Hua could see nothing anymore. She could only feel Zhao Song pulling her tightly, as if he wanted to drag her into hell with him. She didn't know why Zhao Song was so crazy, wanting to die together with her. I could have given up. Before my eyes, I saw my parents covered in blood. Hua, we've come to pick you up. She was in a daze, and heard her parents calling her. But the scene before her was instantly replaced by a familiar handsome face. He was cold and composed. His emotions were stable, and he always patiently accompanied her, but he would also uncontrollably lead her astray. Xie Zhohan, I may not be able to express my feelings to you. Lin Hua's head felt heavier and heavier, and Xie Zhohan's face became increasingly blurry. Lin Hua opened her eyes, and the pungent smell of disinfectant filled the air around her. She lay in the hospital bed, her whole body aching terribly, and in a daze, she saw a figure also wearing a hospital gown from behind. The man sat at the table with his back to her, seemingly writing something. Lin Hua recalled the figure who jumped into the sea when she fell in. Is it Xie Zhohan? She clearly felt Xie Zhohan's heartbeat at that moment. She struggled to sit up. Woke up. The man had his back to her, and his voice was so hoarse that it was hard to hear clearly. I'll go get the doctor. He seemed unwilling to face her. Lin Hua couldn't help but call out, Wait. I want to say something to you. She paused, then said, Don't turn around, just listen. I like you a lot. Lin Hua clenched her fists tightly, her palms already soaked with cold sweat. Her voice was soft and gentle, like a kitten's. I don't know what our future holds, but I'm willing to take a gamble. I was once naive, foolish, and arrogant, but now I'm absolutely certain that I like you. I like you from the bottom of my heart. Even if you don't like me, I still want to express my feelings to you. Would you be with me? Chapter 44, I'm not good enough. She held her breath, waiting for the man's answer. Xie Zhohan, would you like to be with me? She repeated these words to herself. This was the most courage she had ever mustered in her life. She had never been this nervous when she confessed her feelings to Gu Zheng. Perhaps the moment she realized in the sea that the person she deeply loved was Xie Zhohan, she had already completely let go of her obsession with Gu Zheng. Whether her feelings for Gu Zheng were dependence or affection, she was certain that she had let go. Her heart is small. There's only enough room for Xie Zhohan. The pen in the man's hand suddenly fell to the ground with a crisp sound. His back was stiff. It's impossible to discern his true emotions. Feel sorry. The ward door had been opened at some point. A tall figure outside slowly disappeared at the end of the corridor. The man in the ward didn't turn around to look at Lin Hua. He walked out of the ward with indifferent steps, leaving all his disappointment and grievances to Lin Hua. Lin Hua's heart clenched painfully, and tears welled up in her eyes. Yes, they only had a marriage of convenience. She was perfectly fine, saying she liked him. Xie Zhohan must think she's arrogant and doesn't know her place, and that she really wants to be Mrs. Xie. I'm not worthy. Lin Hua choked and lowered her head, her nails digging into her palms, but she couldn't suppress the sharp pain in her heart. Zheng Yi and Wei Fanqing were stunned. Was the person in front of them, who had been drinking heavily, really their brother Xie? They witnessed Xie Zhohan jumping into the sea without hesitation, and they completely accepted Lin Hua as their sister-in-law. Brother Xie, it's not appropriate for you to be drinking so much instead of taking care of your wife at the hospital, Wei Fanqing asked boldly. Zheng Yi patted Wei Fanqing's head. Don't bring up things you shouldn't talk about. Have you forgotten who else is in the hospital? He knew it. How could brother Xie be so indecisive? Upon investigation, it turned out that my sister-in-law had a brother she considered a white moonlight, ideal love. It's still that kind of childhood sweetheart, the white moonlight. Brother Xie has already lost at the starting line. They have already reported Zhao Song's kidnapping of Lin Hua to the police, and the police are investigating. He was careful with his gunshots, and Zhao Song is not in mortal danger, but he has been submerged in the sea for too long and is unconscious. It is unknown whether he will wake up. Wei Fanqing was in charge of intelligence, and after being reminded by Zheng Yi, She immediately backed down. Down. Oh right, that annoying guy Gu Zheng is still in the hospital, staying right next to my sister-in-law's room. Brother Xia was also injured and needed to be hospitalized to rest, but he insisted on not being hospitalized because he wanted to investigate the truth about the kidnapping and take care of his wife. He had arranged to drink with Zhang Yi when this guy suddenly barged in, didn't say a word, and started chugging from the bottle. So Brother Xia is jealous? Drinking alone. Wei Fanqing rubbed against Zhang Yi's arm. Zhang Yi complained. How would I know? Brother Xia is too tolerant. If it were me, I would chop off the limbs of anyone who dared to covet my fiancée. You're just saying that. If Sister Shiqiong really went out drinking with a man, wouldn't you only dare to take it out on us? Xie Jingshu received a call from Wei Fanqing, asking her to pick up Xie Zhouan. How could you drink so much? Xie Jingshu arrived at the club and frowned when she saw Xie Zhouan unconscious. Brother Xie has a very high alcohol tolerance, so we drugged him a little. After saying that, Wei Fanqing immediately pointed to Zhang Yi. He came up with this method because he was afraid that Brother Xie would harm his health if he drank too much. Zhang Yi, you scoundrel. Xie Jingshu sighed. Move him to the car. Xie Jingshu drove back to her old house. Suddenly, Xie Zhouan called out Lin Hua's name. She slammed on the brakes. To be honest, what kind of storms hasn't she weathered in her life? But when she saw Xie Zhouan jump into the sea with her own eyes, her breath stopped. Her younger brother was a prodigy and had never been so humiliated for anyone, let alone risked his life for anyone. She was certain that his drinking was all for Lin Hua. But what's the reason? He saved Lin Hua. Even if Lin Hua didn't like him, it shouldn't have angered him to the point that he lost his usual calm and composure and went to a bar to drink alcohol. Xie Jingshu never hesitates to act decisively. If she has any doubts, she will resolve them immediately. She turned the steering wheel around and headed straight for the hospital. Xie Bauer looked left and right, but couldn't see her father. That's strange. Didn't he say he'd take care of his wife personally? Where is she? Xie Bauer is numb. Since there's only one person keeping watch anyway, I might as well pamper my best friend. Late at night, she was playing video games when she suddenly heard sobbing. She straightened her back with a start. Holy crap. A female ghost? A vengeful spirit? Dr. Lin, help. Hua, wake up. It's haunted. Escaping was the priority, but escaping with her best friend was even more important. Xie Bauer swiftly pulled back Lin Hua's blanket, grabbed her, and tried to run away. Lin Hua looked at her with teary eyes, her voice trembling. It's me. Xie Bauer's phone fell to the ground with a thud. Why are you crying in the middle of the night? She quickly turned on the light and saw that Lin Hua's eyes were swollen from crying. Damn, did you have a nightmare? Or is your wound hurting again? I'll go find Dr. Lin to change your dressing and get some painkillers. Xie Bauer was determined not to miss any opportunity to find Lin's son, and the weakened Lin Hua was no match for her. Lin's son arrived within minutes. Lin Hua's face was dark, her eyes were closed, and she had become withdrawn. Xie Bauer was still chattering away. Dr. Lin, has Hua's neck wound reopened? Has her lung problem been resolved? She's been in the seawater for so long. Are you sure she hasn't caught a cold? And what about the abrasions on her wrist? Should we change the dressing? Shall I help you? Hua, why aren't you saying anything? Is it too painful for you to speak? It's okay. I'm here with you. Lin Hua bit her lip. I'm fine. You can all go out. Lin's son could tell that Lin Hua was in a bad mood, not because her wound was hurting. He used his professional knowledge to persuade Xie Bauer to leave, and then sat down by Lin Hua's bedside. Tell me about it. It's nothing. Even if you don't like me, you can still treat me as a friend. Lin Hua, we're alumni, and now we're friends, aren't we? Friend? Gu Zheng drove away all of Lin Hua's friends. Some were genuinely friends with her, while others were simply friends with her because of the Gu family and Gu Zhengkai. To date, her only friend is Xie Bauer. Lin's son wants to be friends with her? Is it because of your brother, Gu Zheng? Lin Hua looked at him in surprise. That's not surprising. You went to the hospital with him, and he's been staying by your side ever since he woke up. Lin Hua suddenly lifted her eyelids. You've been watching over me all this time? Yes, he lives next door. Lin Hua lowered her eyes. It turned out that the man living next door was watching over her. She had thought that the man she saw in the ward before was Gu Zheng. Where is Xie Zhouan? Lin Hua's eyes flickered, not daring to look directly at Lin's son. Lin's son, so you really have fallen for Xie Zhouan. He stayed by your side the whole time. He was injured himself, but he refused to treat himself. He only went to the treatment room after you were out of danger, Lin's son said patiently. You've met a wonderful husband. He said with emotion that he had completely let go of his feelings for Lin Hua. Lin Hua, cherish it. Lin Sun got up and went out. Lin Hua clutched the blanket tightly. Cherish? She cherished it, but he didn't like her. They were only married by agreement. She was simply unworthy. Knock, knock, knock. Xie Jingshu's aura was so strong that Xie Bauer didn't dare to confront her directly. She could only hold Lin Sun and stand guard outside, afraid that her aunt would get angry and bully her best friend. If she can't beat him, she can drag Lin Sun along. 2 against 1 should be no problem. President Xie? Lin Hua was surprised. Why would someone as busy as Xie Jingshu come to the hospital to see her so late at night? Chapter 45. He wanted it, so he took it. Xie Jingshu took a chair and sat by the window. She looked Lin Hua up and down. With delicate features and picturesque eyebrows, she exudes both the gentleness of water and the resilience of bamboo. To be honest, she really admired Lin Hua. She was young, but capable and sensible. I'll get straight to the point, Xie Jingshu said. How do you feel about my brother? Lin Hua was unaware that Xie Jingshu's phone was recording. Even if she knew, she wouldn't truly answer Xie Jingshu's inner feelings. She looked directly at Xie Jingshu and said, I don't know if Mr. Xie has told you that we signed an agreement before we got married. I have to keep the contents confidential, but I can answer what you really want to know very seriously. She said, word by word. I never did it for Mr. Xie's money. In wealthy families, most beautiful women marry rich men. Isn't it all for the money? She is not. Your salary isn't high, and you don't have anyone to rely on. Do you think I'd believe you? This is a matter of character. Believe it or not, that's what I'll say. Xie Jingshu smiled with satisfaction. So, back to the original question, how do you feel about him? About him? Or to put it more directly, do you like my brother? Lin Hua's hands and feet inexplicably felt cold. Like. Of course I like it. She already liked him very much from the way he took care of her in the details of her life, his understanding and support for her work, and even when he risked his life for her when she was in danger. Not to mention, her body instincts told her that she liked this man's touch, his kisses and caresses, and the way he whispered her name in her ear every time. Lin Hua liked Xie Zhouhan. The following line of text appeared in her mind, but she still firmly shook her head. As you said yourself, my status and position do not allow me to be even slightly above Mr. Xie. Your answer was very tactful. It seems you've given me the answer I wanted. Xie Jingshu thought Lin Hua's reply was just sophisticated and never imagined that Lin Hua felt she was not good enough for Xie Zhouhan. Otherwise, she would already be Mrs. Xie and all right and proper. So what is there to deny? Xie Jingshu stood up and gave her a deep look. Take good care of yourself. Xie Bauer rushed in from outside. How are you, Hua Hua? My aunt didn't hit you, did she? In the Xie family, Xie Bauer was most afraid of her aunt, Xie Jingshu. When she was little, she was too naughty, so Xie Jingshu took her to the Buddhist hall and made her kneel there for a whole day and night. It can eat and sleep, but it can't speak. She was so enveloped in the smoke from the Buddhist temple that she regretted being born as a human. Her father was good at freezing money and physical punishment, but her aunt was good at mental suppression, completely crushing her. Thankfully, it wasn't as scary as I imagined. Lin Hua was actually a little disappointed. Why did my aunt come to see you in the middle of the night? Xie Bauer asked curiously. I'm puzzled too. Should we talk about work or relationships? Feelings? I'm mainly asking what your relationship is with your dad. Didn't my aunt already know you were married? Even if she doesn't treat you like a brother or sister-in-law, she can't use this to threaten you, right? My aunt isn't that kind of person. By the way, she didn't threaten you, did she? Lin Hua was speechless. Your aunt isn't that kind of person. Xie Bauer breathed a sigh of relief. My aunt is a strong woman. She can take things on and let them go easily. But when it comes to her father, she has absolutely no bottom line. Xie Bauer was worried that her aunt would be overprotective and that she would want to cause trouble after witnessing her father jump into the sea for Lin Hua. It has been all too common since ancient times for sisters-in-law to make things difficult for their brothers' wives. Baby, it's late. You should go and rest. It's okay. I'll play a few more games. You go to sleep. Lin Hua, I want to be alone. Why do you say the same thing as my dad? Where is your father? Mr. Xie? Xie Bauer said honestly. I was watching over you before, but suddenly I got angry for some reason and left. Lin Hua's fingertips were slightly cold. He must have felt that he wasn't mature and self-controlled enough, that he confessed his feelings so easily, treating the prenuptial agreement as a blank piece of paper, which went against his original intention of getting a marriage certificate with her. Perhaps he felt she would pester him and wanted a divorce. Why are your eyes red again, Hua? Oh, I stayed up late. My eyes feel a bit uncomfortable. Then you should go to sleep. The next morning, Xie Zhouhan woke up in the second bedroom of Xie Jingshu's apartment. Xie Jingshu had prepared breakfast and a recording of a conversation from last night. Xie Zhouhan already had little appetite, and after listening to the recording, he lost even more. Do you believe she feels she's not good enough for you? Xie Jingshu looked at Xie Zhouhan with a profound and inscrutable expression. Xie Zhouhan asked Shifeng to bring over a change of clothes, but they were cold, and he didn't even glance at Xie Jingshu. You don't need to worry about my affairs. Xiaozhou, if Lin Hua doesn't like you, there's no point in forcing it. Xie Zhouhan pondered for a moment. I insist. Xie Jingshu watched his confident back and curled her lips into a smile. This is the brother of Xie Jingshu. He can't lose his domineering aura just because of a woman. A woman, if he desires her, he will take her away. The news of Gu Zheng's hospitalization could not be kept from Gu Yuan and Wen Xuelan after all. Wen Xuelan has been taking care of Gu Zheng and Lin Hua at the hospital these past few days, while Gu Yuan has gone to the company to handle some work for Gu Zheng. Gu Zheng would occasionally visit Lin Hua next door. Each time, I would just quietly watch her for a while and then leave. Lin Hua thought he was sick, but he didn't say anything. He just looked at her like that, and she couldn't retort. The kidnapping case was quickly solved. It turned out that Li Serong was the one who instigated Zhao Song. From arranging for Zhao Song's family to go abroad to having money transferred to Zhao Song, everything was investigated. However, since it involved the marriage between the Gu and Li families, not only was the Li family mediating, but the Gu family also had to step in, so the matter ultimately fell to Lin Hua. If Lin Hua withdraws the lawsuit and expresses her understanding, this matter can be resolved privately. Otherwise, Li Serong would at least have to spend some time in jail. But she is the eldest daughter of the Li family and Gu Zheng's fiancé. Sending her to jail would not only go against the Gu family's kindness, but also offend the Li family. Everyone was urging Lin Hua to reconcile. Only Xie Bauer supported her to keep going. Anyway, she had Xie Zhouhan behind her, so she wasn't afraid of the Gu family or the Li family. Lin Hua had already given up on seeking justice, since Gu Yuan had made things very clear in her hospital room that day. Li Serong is the daughter-in-law of the Gu family. They couldn't just stand by and watch her be sent to prison. Lin Hua is neglecting her family. Wen Xuelan felt both sorry for Lin Hua and guilty, but she still had to persuade Lin Hua. Lin Hua said, I want to listen to my brother. Gu Zheng was still wearing his hospital gown, and his slender and elegant figure made Lin Hua feel somewhat dazed. The figure she saw that night looked a lot like Gu Zheng. That night, if I ask you to let Li Serong go, will you hate me? Gu Zheng interrupted her and asked helplessly. Lin Hua put aside her chaotic thoughts and returned to the main topic. No, but I have repaid the debt I owed the Gu family this time. Chapter 46. My dad's dead. You'll inherit $1 billion estate. Gu Zheng gripped Lin Hua's wrist, his gaze so intense it frightened her. Just as she was about to push him away, she heard him say hoarsely, Hua, this is the last time. Believe me, this is the last time. What did you say? I will handle Li Serong's matter. Gu Zheng gently stroked the back of her hand. Don't waste your time on Xie Zhouhan. That man has no heart. He can't possibly love you. You. Wait for me. At most a year, and I'll marry you. Gu Zheng said, I'll marry you in a year at most. But in Lin Hua's mind, another thought was on her mind. He could never love you. Xie Zhouhan brought Lin Hua some pigeon soup and yam porridge made by Aunt Fun. From the moment he entered the ward until the steaming soup was placed to her lips, Lin Hua was in a daze. Didn't he reject her confession? He's a businessman. If his business partner develops genuine feelings, he has to either sever the partnership or distance himself from the other party to let them know where to draw the line. But he's still being so considerate to her. Xie Zhouhan felt that Lin Hua was rejecting him. He said, eat your food properly, so you can get better sooner and go to work. Lin Hua, you aren't angry. Your kidnapping this time is also because of Xie Jingshu. Our Xie family owes you. Lin Hua, what is he saying? Xie Jingshu, what does this have to do with me? After regaining her composure, Lin Hua explained seriously, I offended Zhao Song first. It has nothing to do with President Xie, and besides, I was kidnapped this time. She took a deep breath and looked at the man with gentle, calm eyes. Regardless of what Mr. Xie thinks, I am very grateful for your life-saving grace. Thank you for bringing the money to ransom me, and thank you for the last. Although he didn't kneel down to Zhao Song, He diverted Zhao Song's attention, and if she hadn't resisted, she really didn't know if Xie Zhohan would have actually knelt down. Xie Zhohan frowned. He had jumped into the sea to save her, but she had realized her feelings for Gu Zheng. There's absolutely no need for that. He said quietly, President Gu's brotherly and sisterly affection for you is as clear as day. Mr. Xie, you should know a lot about me and him from Bauer. When you married me, didn't you not care about this either? Lin Hua tried to observe his true emotions. She wanted to see even a glimpse of Xie Zhohan's possessiveness towards her. But she was wrong. He merely raised an eyebrow slightly, looking at her with a half-smile, and then said something that left her completely bewildered. I have no regrets. Before she could speak, Xie Zhohan got to the point. What are your thoughts on Li Sairong's matter? Lin Hua let out an ah, as her voice met the man's vast and deep pupils. She immediately said, why don't we reconcile? After all, the Li family is related to the Gu family by marriage. For Gu Zheng, Xie Zhohan paused in his act of pouring her porridge. Lin Hua didn't detect the probing in the man's words. She said directly, the Gu family raised me, and I can't repay kindness with enmity. Uncle Gu and Aunt Wen both hope that this matter can be resolved peacefully. To be honest, Li Sairong instigated Zhao Song to kidnap me for Gu Zheng's sake. She was jealous because she thought I was with Gu Zheng. In short, she has already been punished by kneeling in the ancestral hall, and a lot of her property has been confiscated. She will be more restrained in the future. Xie Zhohan's eyes flickered. Wasn't all this explanation just for Gu Zheng? He placed the bowl on the table. Turning his head, he looked directly at Lin Hua. For Gu Zheng. Lin Hua didn't understand. Why does this person keep repeating this sentence? Yes, he must be confirming his own feelings. She confessed her feelings to him, but he didn't reply with a single word. She was repeatedly confirming her feelings for Gu Zheng, probably because she was afraid that if she really fell in love with him, it would have a bad impact on him. After all, they were in a marriage of convenience, and if she developed feelings for him, he would be in trouble. To put Xie Zhohan's mind at ease about her being Mrs. Xie, she obediently lowered her eyelashes, suppressed the bitterness in her heart, and said, word by word, I don't want the future young mistress of the Gu family to be a kidnapper who has been to prison. Xie Zhohan's eyes darkened. Even if Gu Zheng were to marry another woman, she would be willing to disregard past grievances and plead for him. Her love was truly profound and unwavering. The Li family needs to show sincerity in this matter. Their lawyer has already contacted me. Lin Hua looked up at him. So you agreed? He readily agreed. After all, he knew her too well. The Gu family came to her hospital room time and time again, just to try to convince her to convince herself. Li Sairong won't go to jail, but the Li family didn't raise their daughter well, so they have to pay a price. The Saiwei restaurant, which was acquired by the Li family, will be registered under your name as an apology. The lawyers are already handling the relevant procedures. As long as you sign, I will naturally sign the settlement agreement as well. Lin Hua was taken aback for a moment, then said, I can't accept this. Xie Zhohan stood up and looked calmly at Lin Hua. This is an apology gift from Mrs. Xie. But Xie Zhohan's tone was full of unyielding power. Either you take over the restaurant, and this matter ends here, or I will have my lawyers pursue this to the end and see how many years Li Sairong will have to spend in jail. His anger seemed to be threatening to spill over. He understood her inherent pride and persistence, which made him even more aware of just how humble and sincere her confession to Gu Zheng was when she was vulnerable. Even after all this time, she still can't let go of Gu Zheng. But he can't let go. Lin Hua bit her lip and could only compromise. Okay, I understand. Xie Zhohan handed her the soup, saying, drink it. Lin Hua suddenly noticed the faintly bleeding gauze on his arm, and a flash of white light went through her mind. Xie Bauer's words echoed in her ears. Hua, do you think my dad is a masochist? He's clearly injured, but he won't let the doctor bandage him. I'm so worried he'll get tetanus. Hey, if anything happens to my dad, you'll inherit his billions. I'll take advantage of you then. I was just joking about the drawing. My dad has an iron body. No amount of injury can kill him. Lin Hua gripped the man's wrist tightly. Why didn't you bandage your injury? It's nothing. Xie Zhohan tried to pull his hand away, but saw Lin Hua climb out of the hospital bed and hug his arm tightly. Her eyes were red, like a bullied little rabbit. She looked at herself pitifully. Xie Zhohan, even if you don't like me, I don't want to see you torturing yourself. She spoke with utmost seriousness. Mr. Xie going to work with his injury will arouse suspicion. Since we're going to reconcile this matter and keep the news under wraps, Let's do it as perfectly as possible. Xie Zhouhan's heart clenched slightly. He finally understood what Xie Bauer meant by a chill running through my heart. Lin Hua pressed him down and made him sit on the edge of the bed. Don't move, she said domineeringly, jumped off the bed, grabbed some disinfectant swabs and wound medicine, and forcefully rolled up his shirt cuffs to bandage him. Xie Zhouhan, as if possessed, obediently sat down. You know how to bandage? He asked. Lin Hua calmly disinfected his wound and said, Of course I can. After my parents passed away, my aunt always mistreated me, and I always disinfected and bandaged my wounds myself. Realizing she had misspoke, Lin Hua quickly said, Don't be nervous, I'll be gentle. She gently blew on his wound. Xie Zhouhan felt a sudden, tingling sensation in his heart. He turned and grasped Lin Hua's right hand, which was holding the cotton swab, his hoarse voice filled with intense protectiveness. Chapter 47 I Drug My Dad, Beer and Barbecue. Mrs. Xie will not suffer like this again. Lin Hua looked up in disbelief, her eyes welling up with tears. Xie Zhouhan, do you know what you're saying? I like you so much. But you clearly rejected me, so why did you say such touching things? Lin Hua forced herself not to let her mind wander. Xie Zhouhan is a man who has been celibate for many years and will not easily fall in love with a woman, let alone someone as ordinary as her with no background. She is self-aware. Lin Hua suppressed the bitterness in her heart and continued to bandage him. Xie Zhouhan frowned. What had he just caught in her eyes? Restraint? Questioning? Or even ignoring? All right, Lin Hua said. This medicine works very well. Change it again tonight, and there shouldn't be any problems. She's been using this medicine for the past 2 days, and it's been very effective. Mr. Xie, there's something I'd like to discuss with you. Lin Hua turned around to put her things down and casually mentioned, I've already settled on a job, and I'm thinking of renting an apartment near SD so that my commute will be shorter. Xie Zhouhan was looking at the place where she had bandaged him, his eyes still soft and warm. Upon hearing this, his handsome face instantly turned icy. You want to move out? It's a bit far from Linshui Xiaoxie to SD, so? Xie Zhouhan pondered for a moment, wondering if it wasn't to escape him. He mentioned before that he bought a large apartment near SD, and they lived together there. She did not refuse at the time. But this time, she was kidnapped, and everything changed. She wanted to escape from him. Mr. Xie, our agreement states that we will not interfere with each other's freedom. Lin Hua was afraid that this person would not agree, so she had no choice but to bring up the agreement. Xie Zhouhan's tone was unreadable. Whatever. Xie Bauer tried to bother Dr. Lin again without success, so she went to chat with her best friend. Hua, why are you looking so gloomy, just like my dad? Did you two have a fight? No, Lin Hua replied instinctively, her fingers pausing as she scrolled through her phone screen. Is Mr. Xie unhappy? Yes, I ran into my dad when I arrived. His dark face made me think I'd done something wrong and was going to get a scolding, but he completely ignored me. Can you believe it? After Xie Bauer finished speaking exaggeratedly, she carefully looked at her best friend's face and said, If I hadn't seen the video of my dad jumping into the sea to save you, I would have thought I was shipping the wrong couple. What? Didn't you know? Uncle Zeng and Uncle Fanqing recorded the whole process of my dad saving you. Oh my god, lucky guy. No, Guzheng, he was there too. When he and my dad jumped in one after the other and pulled you out, the expressions on their faces. Xie Bauer's arm was suddenly gripped tightly by Lin Hua. She winced in pain. Be gentle when you draw. My hand is about to break. Baby, can you send me the video? Xie Bauer, the original video was on my dad's phone. It was secondhand. I was forced by my dad to delete it. In her father's view, such a video was too contrary to his aloof and noble image. He would never let anyone see him lose control to the point of being distorted in appearance. Xie Bauer comforted him. Find an opportunity to drug my dad. Then use his fingerprint to unlock the door and see whatever you want. Not only can I watch videos, but I can even transfer money without any problem. Lin Hua, dizzy? When she's with Xie Zhouhan, isn't she the one who faints first every time? Lin Hua patted her flushed cheeks and changed the subject. I'm planning to move out. Huh? You really had a fight with my dad? Without. Bestie, I'm on your side. My dad bought me an apartment outside the school. You can move in, and we can live together. During the day, you can go to work, and I can go to school. At night, we can go clubbing with handsome guys, beer and barbecue. Just thinking about it is awesome. Lin Hua steeled herself and interrupted her best friend's beautiful fantasy. I'm moving out to make it easier to get to work. I've missed too much work lately, and I also want to make a lot of money as soon as possible. She still needed to send money to Xia Bauer. She had checked the market value of the assets in Maple Leaf Lake and Rose Garden. If she doesn't work hard and succeed, she won't be able to pay off this debt, even if she works her whole life. Xia Bauer stared intently at Lin Hua. Why are you looking at me like that? Lin Hua felt uncomfortable. Is there some misunderstanding you have about my father or the Xia family regarding your painting? What? The Xia family is a powerful family in both Jiangnan and Jiangbei, and is one of the top financial families in the entire Z country. How can you, the rightful Mrs. Xia, say that you want to go to work and earn big money? This was the biggest joke she had ever heard in her life. I understand that you don't want to lie down and rely on your husband, but please don't try to save money for my dad, especially not by working like a beast of burden. It will break my heart. Lin Hua felt that her logic was not on the same level as Xia Bauer's. She said helplessly, your father and I had a marriage of convenience. The agreement doesn't contain a single word about the distribution of property. To put it bluntly, if my dad passes away, you will be the first in line to inherit all of his estate. Xia Bauer, speak properly. Stop cursing your father all day long. Xia Bauer was depressed. She used to talk like that, and she never complained about her when she was painting. Knock, knock, knock. Xia Bauer jumped up. It must be Dr. Lin coming to make rounds. Lin Hua, so you've been lingering here for so long just to wait for Dr. Lin? You scumbag, what do you want? Upon hearing this, Lin Hua looked up. Gu Zheng, dressed in a black suit, stood tall and straight by the door. His gaze bypassed Xia Bauer and landed on Lin Hua. Hua, I have something to tell you in private. Lin Hua, I don't want to hear it. It concerns the Gu family and the Li family. Lin Hua frowned, then said to Xia Bauer, Bauer, go and call Dr. Lin for me. Tell him my wound hurts a little. Xia Bauer, I'm not the kind of person who would throw my best friend into the tiger's den for the sake of beauty. Lin Hua said, how about I get you Dr. Lin's private work schedule? Then I'll reluctantly play the little rascal who prioritizes romance over friendship this once. After Xia Bauer left, Gu Zheng closed the door and sat down in a chair. Xia Zhouhan made arrangements, and no one dares to leak what happened that night. Don't worry that this matter will have any other impact on you. I'm not worried about that. Xia Zhouhan is always cautious and thorough in his work. His considerations went even further. Gu Zheng's expression was somewhat unpleasant. After all, he had grown up with Lin Hua and knew all too well what Lin Hua's reaction meant. She trusted Xia Zhouhan even more than she trusted herself. Li Surong has already guessed your relationship with Xia Zhouhan, but she's not sure yet. Gu Zheng then mentioned something else. However, after this incident, she'll keep a low profile, and I'll have people keeping an eye on her to make sure she doesn't hurt you again. She is your fiancé, and everything she does is for you. She does need you to keep her in check. I hope Mr. Gu can keep his word and not put my husband and me in trouble again. Gu Zheng clenched his fists, suppressing his anger and jealousy. Hua, do you have to talk to me like that? And your husband? What husband? Your relationship with Xia Zhouhan is nothing but a transaction. He can't give you anything. Lin Hua said calmly. Does President Gu really understand my relationship with my wife that well? Gu Zheng suppressed his anger. I have always firmly believed that my Hua has always been a virtuous and self-disciplined girl. Lin Hua, you're overthinking it. Xia Zhouhan and I are already husband and wife in name and in fact. Chapter 48 teasing him? I can't do it. What did you say, Hua? You made Hao Ming Gus so angry. I think he almost tripped and fell into the trash can. Xia Bauer said, holding her chin and looking at Lin Hua with eyes full of admiration. A self-deprecating glint flashed in Lin Hua's eyes. Keeping oneself pure and virtuous? Back then, he didn't hesitate to sever ties with Li Surong for her sake, and even allowed Li Surong to give him mango cake. Now he's putting on a show of deep affection. Bauer, you once said that men are all inherently perverse, and I agree with that. Gu Zheng is an example of this. Even if you don't like her, you still need to keep her under control at all times. He fantasized about controlling her life forever. For example, he kept saying that his marriage to Li Surong was an arranged marriage and that he would break off the engagement sooner or later. But what is the truth? For Li Surong's sake, he not only forced her to reconcile, but also hinted that she should return to Li family's restaurant. Unfortunately, this wasn't what she wanted. It was Xia Zhouhan's idea. Lin Hua won't want this restaurant. She'll return it to Xia Zhouhan or Xia Bauer after their divorce. But she won't return it to Li Surong. This is Xia Zhouhan's dignity. And it's also the price he has to pay for getting hurt. What are you thinking about while you're drawing? I'm thinking it's time to start looking at houses online, Lin Hua said. I need to find a place and move out as soon as possible and restrain my ever-growing feelings for Xie Zhouhan. Otherwise, she really would have fallen for it. Having finally climbed out of Gu Zheng's trap, I can't afford to fall into another one. Xie Zhouhan treats her very well. She cannot become a trouble for Xie Zhouhan. Lin Hua muttered self-deprecatingly. I clearly don't want to be obedient or sensible, but I just can't do it. If she were a little more willful, pestering him and teasing him, could she win a little bit of his true feelings? That's it. I can't do it. 3 days later, Lin Hua was discharged from the hospital and went back to work. Xie Zhouhan didn't go to the hospital for the past 3 days, but only instructed Xie Bauer to bring her meals every day. Bei Ruo's project with the Gu family is nearing completion. Everything is going smoothly. De Hu has been discharged from the hospital, and his wife and children have also shown improvement thanks to the professional medical treatment they received. After hearing this news from Bei Ruo, Lin Hua finally felt relieved. Just as she was about to leave work, Xie Bauer called her. Hua, come downstairs quickly. I'll take you to see a house. Lin Hua, looking at apartments? Didn't you say you wanted to move out? Xie Bauer chuckled. I've been looking at apartments for you these past few days, and I guarantee this one is absolutely your dream home. Lin Hua felt a little embarrassed. Why did Xie Bauer seem more anxious than she, the person involved? Xie Bauer is decisive and efficient, just like Xie Zhouhan. She took Lin Hua to the Mingxi apartment opposite the SD building. The environment here is quiet and beautiful. It's only a 10-minute walk to your company. Isn't that great? As soon as Lin Hua entered the gate, she could already hear the sound of her wallet shrinking. Is it expensive? Lin Hua asked. Price is not a problem. Bauer, can this rich heiress please consider things from the perspective of us, ordinary people? I've thought about it. When my dad froze my bank cards, I even considered the problem from a beggar's perspective. Xie Bauer whispered in Lin Hua's ear. So, I've already reached an agreement with the landlord. As they spoke, the two had already reached the 16th floor. The landlord opened the door and invited the two inside. The moment the door opened, Lin Hua's heart fluttered. A simple, open-plan room with a bright yellow tatami mat by the floor-to-ceiling window, 2 light blue sofas next to it, and 2 blue roses quietly blooming on a handmade wooden coffee table. Looking towards the bedroom, pink gauze curtains hung from the ceiling, perfectly concealing the semicircular bed. On the other side of the glass door was a pristine white bathtub, with the same blue roses arranged on the wash basin next to it. Lin Hua stared in shock at the scene. Xie Bauer immediately stepped forward to boast. I specially asked the landlord to prepare this for you. Isn't it beautiful? Isn't it very sophisticated? Didn't you say in college that you wanted to rent an apartment like this after you started working? Aren't I your true best friend? Bestie. Lin Hua hugged Xie Bauer and kissed her. You understand me so well. She used to live with the Gu family and didn't dare to make demands, since she was living under their roof. She uses whatever the Gu family gives her. She hardly ever uses her allowance. I've always dreamed of one day moving out of the Gu family home, having my own house and my own space. Seeing this house now, Lin Hua no longer hesitated. No matter the price, she would take it. The landlady was a plump middle-aged woman who looked very friendly and had a comical air about her. 5,000, that's the lowest I can go. Lin Hua's pupils contracted slightly. This is an apartment in the financial district, which is unaffordable for most people. Only high-earning professionals would be willing to pay this rent, which is enough to prove how high the rent is here. She had heard Bei Ruo mention the house prices and rents in this area. 5,000? That's just a fraction of the price. Xie Bauer, the landlord's daughter, is going abroad to study, so she wants to rent it out as soon as possible. Don't dawdle. Good rooms don't wait for anyone. Landlord. Yes, I just wanted to rent it out as soon as possible. 5,000, no bargaining, okay? Annie sees how reliable you are, so I'm renting it for 3 years. I'll also give you the property management fee and utilities. Isn't that generous? Lin Hua's lips twitched. The property management fees and utilities for this place would cost at least 2,000 or 3,000. Does the landlord just give it away because they say so? It doesn't feel like renting it to her. It feels more like giving it to her to live in. Lin Hua was still a little worried. Xie Bauer said, doesn't your colleague Bei Ruo also live in this area? Why don't you call her and ask? Lin Hua called Bei Ruo and received the reply. Reliable. I know that landlord. She owns more than a dozen properties. She doesn't need the rent for yours. She probably just likes you and gave you a discount. It was truly fate. As soon as she entered the door, the landlord stared at her intently for a long time. Later, I heard from the landlord that she had a daughter who was about the same age as her, a well-behaved and gentle girl who was going to study abroad. She then lowered her guard. Since Bei Ruo and Xie Bauer both think it's okay, then it's signed. Xie's building. Wei Fanqing put her feet up on the coffee table. After being glanced at by Xie Zhouhan, she immediately sat up straight and smiled obediently. Brother Xie, you promised to take me out. How could you secretly make money? Forget about this project. You don't have enough funds. Wei Fanqing snorted. That's right. I'm not like Brother Xie, who owns the entire Mingxi apartment complex. But I am a listed company, so you should at least let me know how many billions I have to come up with this time to be worthy of your attention, right? Zheng Yi walked over from the rest area with a steaming cup of coffee in his hand. I've talked to Brother Xie about this. If you really put all your money into it, you can forget about being able to date freely for the time being. Wei Fanqing, is it that serious? Zheng Yi said mysteriously. This project was a trap that Brother Xie dug for his love rival. Tell me, how many billions is it worth? Chapter 49 is just too licentious. Xie Zhou gave the two of them a cold look and said, You can get lost if you have nothing else to say. Brother Xie, you're kicking me while I'm down, Zheng Yi said. These past few days I've put aside my own business and spent all my time making up stories with Bauer, just in case I can't fool this clever little rascal. Wei Fanqing asked, puzzled. What did you lie to Bauer about? The house. Xie's wife wants to move out, and I had to plead with her so much before I finally got Bauer to take her best friend to see the house in Mingxi. Wei Fanqing was stunned. The entire Mingxi was Xie Ji's property, so why would Zheng Yi go to deceive Bauer, or take Xie Ji's new wife to see houses in Mingxi? Wei Fanqing, who spends most of her time among flowers, only had a moment of mental blankness before she suddenly understood. His eyes widened. Holy crap. Brother Xie, you're shameless. Zheng Yi chuckled. When it comes to chasing women, you still have to be Brother Xie. When I was chasing Qiang, I never dared to be this shameless. After all, I never thought of using my own daughter as a pawn. Xie Zhouhan raised an eyebrow. Do you have a biological daughter? That hurts. Wei Fanqing chuckled and leaned closer. Wait, what did I miss? Brother Xie, didn't you just risk your life to save your wife? Why is she moving out? Is it because you can't satisfy her? It's rare for a woman to make Brother Xie so attentive, and he rarely has the chance to tease Brother Xie like this, so of course he'll say whatever comes to mind. Hearing his good friend's damn speculation, Xie Zhouhan slammed his laptop shut in annoyance and said, Get lost. 曾也哥俩好的拍着魏繁星这个慢半拍的二兄弟，都跟你说了，谢哥有情敌，你也不打听打听嫂子以前的事儿。还有哦，欲求不满的男人很暴躁的，你这几天千万别来找揍。It's almost the weekend, and Lin Hua is planning to move this weekend. She's been going to her new home to tidy up after get off work these past few days, and it's almost done. The night before moving, I specially treated Xie Zhouhan to a meal. This meal felt a bit like a farewell dinner to her, but Xie Zhouhan didn't feel that way at all. At the dinner table, Xie Zhouhan kept putting food on her plate and occasionally asked her about her new home. Xie Bauer found the house, and Lin Hua praised Xie Bauer highly. Xie Zhouhan said that Xie Bauer had been quite sensible lately and would reward her. Lin Hua thought to herself, now Bauer shouldn't blame me for only caring about work and neglecting my best friend. After dinner, Lin Hua went to her room early to shower and go to bed. Xie Zhouhan didn't say anything, thinking that this would allow her to move out the next day. She had oversimplified things. When she came out of the shower, Xie Zhouhan was already sitting on her orange sofa, flipping through a book on the history of world architecture. Lin Hua's throat felt slightly dry. After her failed confession at the hospital, she had already thought that they would probably drift apart in the future. Why is he still the same as before he confessed his feelings? Calm, thoughtful, considerate, and even exceptionally indulgent towards her. Lin Hua coughed and said, Mr. Xie, is there something you need? Xie Zhouhan said, Mrs. Xie is moving out soon, and I'll be living alone in an empty house from now on. What do you think I should do? After he finished speaking, he stood up and looked down at Lin Hua. She smelled wonderful. It was a lemon and gardenia scent. The fingers are soft, and they feel smooth and tender when you pinch them. You want to? Yes, I want to. He didn't say much. I was afraid she would refuse. After all, she had only confessed her feelings to Guzheng not long ago, and at this point, Mrs. Xie would probably revert to her previous resistant and distant self. Xie Zhouhan didn't want all the progress they'd made during this time to be wasted because of another man. He wasn't in a hurry and guided her slowly. He cradled her head in his hand, the dim light highlighting his handsome features. His dark eyes gleamed with a burning smile and a subtle hint. He parted his thin lips slightly. "Good girl, call me." Lin Hua's brain is a complete mess. Driven to madness by the charming and indulgent man, she called out, her heart pounding, "Husband?" The man was very satisfied. A deep, magnetic voice flowed into her ears, "Good girl." His words, "good girl," made Lin Hua blush. Was Mr. Xie so easy to please? She seems easy to talk to. When separation is imminent, unexpected storms are bound to break out. Fortunately, Lin Hua has held on. When she woke up, she assumed that the workaholic CEO, Xie, must have already gotten up. But as soon as she opened her eyes, she met a pair of burning gazes. "You, how could you?" Her face flushed, and she stammered. Xie Zhouhan propped himself up, leaning against the headboard, and stared at her. Lin Hua, clinging to her last bit of shamelessness, said irritably, "I'm really tired." Mr. Xie understood the implication perfectly well. Xie Zhouhan pinched her as if it were a serious matter. "Who said I was coming back?" he chuckled. Lin Hua felt that Xie Zhouhan was neither abstinent nor noble. On the contrary, they were far too dissolute. Even worse than that playboy Wei Fanqing. Xie Zhouhan couldn't stand her gaze. It was so innocent and pure, as if she only had eyes for him. He withdrew his hand. "Get up." They walked towards the dressing room. "Want to take a shower? If you're tired, I can help you." Xie Zhouhan's voice came from the dressing room. Lin Hua was already feeling awkward and didn't want anything more to do with this person, but then she heard him say he would help her. Help her? She couldn't help but pout. If she fainted, it wouldn't matter how he helped her. But last time she was awake, she was very tired and didn't want to move at all, so she agreed to the man's help, which almost made her. "Forget it. I'm not going to ask him for help anyway." She got out of bed, her legs trembling, thinking about the fact that they would soon be separated, and that her relationship with Xie Zhouhan was no longer as pure as before. Lin Hua treated last night as the last time she was crazy and reckless. She will have to keep her feelings for Xie Zhouhan firmly hidden in her heart from now on. Some relationships are destined to end without a trace, like her relationship with Xie Zhouhan. Lin Hua took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed those inappropriate thoughts. When she went into the bathroom, the man had already prepared the water for her. The water temperature wasn't high, and the room was filled with a hazy mist. His perfect figure swayed back and forth in front of Lin Hua. Lin Hua couldn't stand it anymore and turned around. "Mr. Xie, can you go out first?" "Last night, he coaxed me and I called him husband countless times. Now, the title Mr. Xie doesn't really come out naturally anymore." Even now, when she faces his aloof eyes that seem to hold a fleeting allure of romance, she still feels so embarrassed and annoyed that she wants to disappear into the ground. Xie Zhouhan looked at her alluring lower back, his voice revealing a restrained intensity. "Then hurry up." Chapter 50, An Unlucky Play Part 1. "Lin Hua, hurry up? What is he going to do?" Lin Hua quickly took a shower, and when she came out, she saw that Xie Zhouhan had already brought the luggage she had packed yesterday to the door of the living room. She exclaimed in surprise, "You? Xie Bauer has been waiting for a long time. Didn't we agree to move with you? Bauer and I can move it ourselves. It's the weekend today, I'm not busy." Xie Bauer has been waiting downstairs for 2 hours. She called her best friend, but her dad answered. "My dad said my best friend was too tired last night and was still sleeping, so he told her to wait patiently." My brain just went blank on the spot. She's not a child anymore. The implications of being too tired are all too obvious. "Depend on," she said. How could her dad let his best friend move out and leave him alone in an empty house? And then there's Uncle Zung. He's introducing her to apartments out of the blue. Isn't he obviously trying to trick her into going to Mingxi apartment? So here's the question. What's her dad up to? Why does she feel like she's become part of a game between her dad and her best friend? Lin Hua endured Xie Bauer's unfathomable gaze the whole way. Because Xie Zhouhan was driving, Xie Bauer didn't dare to make lewd jokes with Lin Hua in front of him. She could only suppress her curiosity and didn't ask, only touch. She pulled open Lin Hua's collar and touched her collarbone. He then lifted Lin Hua's sleeve and touched her arm. I also touched my best friend's increasingly perky buttocks. Lin Hua gritted her teeth. "Xie Bauer, stop fooling around." Xie Bauer lowered her voice. "Let me check." "You," Xie Zhouhan said quietly. "Didn't you always say that car was hard to drive? I had Shifeng customize one for you." Xia Bauer immediately withdrew her lewd hand and looked excitedly at her father. Dad, are you serious? Your mommy said you were very thoughtful in helping her find a house this time, and you deserve a reward. Puff, puff. The phrase, your mommy, completely stunned the two best friends. Lin Hua thought the move wouldn't go smoothly, but the opposite was true. It went incredibly smoothly. Aside from being coaxed and tossed around by Xie Zhuan all night the night before moving, this man hasn't shown up since we arrived at the new house. Even though it's only been a weekend, Xia Bauer recently got thwarted by Dr. Lin again. Every time Lin Hua gets off work, she waits at Lin Hua's apartment and drags Lin Hua out to eat, drink, and have fun. In her words, since you don't have to deal with my dad now, just spend a few nights with me indulging in a life of luxury. Lin Hua remained silent. Accompanying her father was physically exhausting, while accompanying her daughter was bad for her appetite. She's been eating too much beer and barbecue lately, and now she feels nauseous no matter what she eats. I originally wanted to persuade Xia Bauer to temporarily stop her extravagant lifestyle and at least take care of her health, but then Xia Bauer received a phone call and immediately wanted to leave. My dad urgently summoned me. I need to go home first. Don't go to bed too early. Wait for my WeChat message. Lin Hua. That evening, Xia Bauer sent a WeChat message to Lin Hua. I'm not going out tonight. It's good for my health. The next day, Xia Bauer called her. Drawing has stirred up a hornet's nest. Lin Hua asked, puzzled, they fought again? No. My dad makes me come home at 7 o'clock every day to do my homework. And he even hired a tutor for me. He tutors me one-on-one. Lin Hua was shocked. No way, you're in college now. What kind of questions are you doing? She could understand if it were before the college entrance exam. Xia Bauer's tone was very tragic. I don't know. My dad said that I did 3 months of intensive training before the college entrance examination, but I was still 20 points short of the mark. If he hadn't donated a building, I wouldn't have been able to get into Jiangbei University at all. She knew about it. Actually, Xia Bauer doesn't like studying. It's already quite impressive that she was able to get into a top-tier university after 3 months of intensive study. Jiangbei University is comparable to the 2 prestigious universities in the capital, and it's a top-tier university. She was only 20 points short of the cutoff score. During those 3 months, I developed a physical reaction to doing practice problems. Whenever I did them, I felt like vomiting and wanted to pee. Lin Hua, you're only a freshman. Do you really have this many problems to do? My dad is a freak. Not only does he make me do first-year university-level problems, but he also found me all sorts of competition tutors, wanting me to participate in competitions. Holy crap, math, physics, English, chemistry. He's deliberately trying to kill me. Xia Bauer had lost all will to live and said weakly, painting. Or, how about I fake my death? No, it's just a math problem. You can't fake it. I'll go talk to your dad and put in a good word for you. Xia Bauer, my best friend. I'm counting on you. Lin Hua took the initiative to send Xie Zhuan a message. Mr. Xie, are you there? This was the first time she had messaged him since she moved. I thought he was at work at that time, but he replied instantly. What's up? She hesitated for a moment, and then the other party called her directly via voice message. Hello, Mr. Xie, are you free tonight? Xie Zhuan pursed his thin lips slightly, barely able to suppress the upturned corners of his lips, and said, I'd like to invite you to dinner, Lin Hua said. Sure, I'll choose the location. Lin Hua had something to ask of her, so of course she nodded. Yes, you can eat whatever you want. Then let's go to your house, he said. I haven't visited it yet. For some reason, listening to the man's sexy voice, even over the phone, she felt a strange sense of pressure. Invite someone to dinner at home. And then what? The man was aware of her hesitation. I have to go to a meeting. I'll hang up now. See you after get off work. Senior leaders, from cloudy to sunny? The CEO has been in a bad mood lately, criticizing people at the drop of a hat, and several people who were an eyesore have already been fired. Why is she now smiling so warmly, telling the next speaker to prepare? Knowing the inside story, Shifeng breathed a sigh of relief. His wife had finally taken the initiative to ask the president out. If she hadn't, they would have all resigned. Lin Hua made a special early shift and had already ordered groceries online, which could be placed directly in the express delivery locker at her doorstep. She went straight into the kitchen when she got home. Her cooking skills weren't great, but she could still cook a few homestyle dishes. Since she had invited Xie Zhuan to dinner, she definitely had to show her sincerity. Ding ding. Someone knocked on the door, and Lin Hua excitedly dried her hands and went to open it. Xie Zhouhan looked at her with tender eyes. "Long time no see, Mrs. Xie." The man was impeccably dressed in a suit, exuding an aloof and commanding presence. Lin Hua felt a little embarrassed by his gaze and closed the door behind her. "Please have a seat. It will be ready soon." Xie Zhouhan looked around and saw that not much had changed since the last time he moved here, except for a different blanket on the sofa and some fresh flowers. He loosened his tie, sat comfortably on the sofa, and looked at the busy figure through the glass door. Lin Hua poured him a cup of tea, a floral tea she had been selecting for a long time at the mall, containing lavender and lemon, and she also added a few black goji berries while brewing it. Xie Zhouhan, being a guest, followed the host's lead and took a sip of tea. It was her favorite sweet and sour flavor. Lin Hua specially prepared stir-fried lotus root slices, steamed sea bass, stir-fried greens, and loofah and egg soup for dinner tonight. This was the first time she had cooked for Xie Zhouhan, and she was a little worried that it wouldn't suit his taste. I watched him pick up a piece of fish and then a slice of lotus root. He suddenly looked up and met Lin Hua's eyes. Lin Hua was startled and quickly looked away, lowering her head to eat. "Mrs. Xie, the way you're staring at me is making me restless."